Yep, sound's back now.
Okay. All right. How we doing, guys?
I'm alive and well.
You're alive and well?
Mhm.
All right, we're starting soon. I can see us on this monitor up here. It says we're starting soon. I'm going to move this out of the way. And can you actually see that? That's a little, it's pretty.
Oh, it's really
Yeah,
hard to see.
that's harsh. That's harsh.
That
All
tense
right.
is going to mean a lot.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn me down a little bit. Man,
Okay.
that's really sensitive.
You can turn me down as well.
That's
So,
very sensitive.
yeah. Okay, guys. The location of our monitor is in the wrong place. We can't see very much. So.
And a matter of fact, we got to be careful because now you notice that I'm looking sideways.
Yeah.
So that monitor's got to be over here. So we're looking
All right,
forward.
all right. Well, the event is starting soon.
I'm going to take my headset off and move the monitor.
Okay. Who did you want up? Can you say that again? Repeat. Oh boy, we just lost.
Better?
Well, we just lost all monitor there. I don't know if that was a wire.
Is that better?
It's okay. The event starting soon is back up. I can see it. I don't know if it's going to be favorable for us. That's why he had it off on one side.
Meaning if he has a tent.
Yeah.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
position there.
Yeah.
I can turn myself up and hear
Yeah,
you now.
that's great.
Now, can we hear each other?
Nice. We are here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And is it the 83rd or the 84th?
It is the 84th.
The 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. All right, now you're turning me up really loud.
All right. And we are here, and this is the time trial for the
men's open collegiate single.
Yeah. And now,
yeah, this is the first event coming off. It is the 8 o'clock event.
Yep.
And we have 16 crews coming down. And this is going to be a time trial.
Yeah. Now, this is a format that's used at various regattas to basically establish the seating for the race.
Yeah, it's something that's kind of picked up in the last, 6-8 years.
Yep.
And I think it's really the most fair. A lot of these crews you have not competed against each other, so you really don't know how fast they are relative to each other.
Yeah.
And the time trial helps sort that out.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely tough when you have so many crews from all over North America to really try to dial in the speed.
Well, if you look at the entries today, we have Brock University from London, Ontario. So that's outside the U.S. continental.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you have Georgia Tech, at the 216th entry.
Yeah.
Which is the last one to go off the line, and they're from Georgia, of course, and then Oklahoma. So you really do have a widespread.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited. There is a boat from Gordon College, which is like right down the street from my house up in Massachusetts. So
I understand that you're going to be coaching for them soon.
Yeah, you're going to get me in trouble there. My wife has basically said that I don't get to do any other jobs until I stop with the jobs that I have to put something down to pick something up.
Okay, all right. You've got enough on your plate?
I've got enough on my plate. And this is actually a pretty good view here to really see how these scullers are moving down the course. And it's pretty nice. Now, a question for you. Maybe you know the answer to this. Are they doing it every other lane? So you get a rower in one lane, they start, and then 10 seconds later, the next boat starts. It's sort of with the starting line right there. That seems to be the
obviously the first event of the day at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and the men's open collegiate single is coming down, and I agree with you. I think we have they're running it in two lanes, because the course does not have a runway to get started, so they have to come down, turn 180 degrees, and then start down the course. And they generally, I would say the spacing is about 10 seconds roughly, but it is, when they cross the line, they start the clock, and when they finish the line, they cross the line. Let's talk a little bit about what sculling is. I mean, first of all, all of a sudden, collegiate rowing was one oar, one person, and the first event out of the box, they have two oars.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm extremely happy to see this. A lot of my international career was spent sculling, and I picked it up during the summer. And here we have bow number 201. That's Brock University, as you mentioned, from London, Ontario. Yeah. And
It's just such a great representation of collegiate rowing. We have about 80 schools here and 1,600 athletes. So it's a fantastic spread of talent and people traveling to the Cooper River.
Yeah, the Cooper River, a place that I wasn't sure that I'd ever come back to.
Yeah.
I lost the Olympic trials here in 2000.
So I'm with Akil Abdullah, and my name is Brad Negard, and we're working together, first time together, but already starting to form that marriage.
Well, be careful. Annette is standing right over there, and she might have something to say.
That's right.
But yeah, so this is, as we said, we saw saw the rower from Brock coming down. Right now, we're looking at bow number 202. That is the rower from Collegiate, Ziegler. And
they're a very strong program. Collegiate has been here for a few years. And we're excited to have Collegiate here. And I saw their men's Varsity 8 at the Southern Championship, and they won that a couple weeks ago. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
You know, that crew, that Collegiate seemed to have stopped right there.
Yeah. He's through the finish line. So far, we have the fastest time is the rower from Brock, Doctor, with a time of unofficial time, I should say, of 7:09.
Yeah, that is fast for a single, isn't it?
That is pretty good.
You've done a little bit of sculling, I understand.
For a collegiate single sculler, that's he's laying down some good time. So he should be pretty happy with that, especially here in the time trial. It feels like we have a little bit of maybe a tailwind, so a slight tail. So that will make it a tailwind is basically when the wind is helping to push those blades when they're out of the water down the course, so you get a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, so this boat is literally 9 inches wide, I believe, at the widest point, and about 27 pounds total weight. And you're setting in this situation in a men's event, somebody that weighs 160 to 220, 30 pounds on top of that boat.
Yeah.
On top of it, not in it.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, so you are sitting on a sliver of wood or carbon fiber and propelling it using the 2 oars, and you're doing all the steering using the oars.
Right. Yep. So, we are now watching the Women's Open Collegiate Single Sculls here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And we're watching, as you watch the single, you'll see, and throughout the regatta, actually, you'll see lots of different types of boats. Right now, I think we're looking at a Filippi. That's an Italian boat, and I know it because that's the boat I raced in the Olympics.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we did.
All right.
We did, but you'll see everything from Vespolis to maybe some Impakers and Resolutes. There's a number of different boat manufacturers, and it's actually great to see at the collegiate level such a diverse group of boats that are being raced.
So this is the Women's Open Collegiate Single, and it is the 8:10 start time.
Yep.
There are 8 women in this event. From Gordon, Bryn Mawr, Oklahoma City, LaSalle, Clarkson, Carnegie Mellon, Dominican, and American.
American University, my hometown of Washington, D.C.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I actually used to live down the street from American University.
Now, what do you mentioned a couple different boat manufacturers.
Yep.
Is there a difference? I mean, is one a Ferrari and one a Volkswagen?
Well, I think that all boat manufacturers like to imagine themselves as Ferraris. So,
absolutely.
Or Lamborghinis.
They don't build Volkswagen.
They don't build Volkswagen. So, I think that a lot of it is especially in the single, is what the athlete is comfortable with. Some boats are a little stiffer. Some boats are, definitely a little, are a bit narrower, and you're really trying to find what boat you can move the best. So,
and is there a difference between men's singles as a piece of equipment and a female single?
There are. So, I definitely know that for a boat for a larger guy, they're usually bigger and usually have a little bit more volume to them because the more you weigh, the more water you're going to displace. So, as you look at these boats, you'll see that it may be difficult to see here, but the women's boats tend to be smaller and
because they're a lighter frame body.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this look at the beautiful. I mean, they're not touching the oar except for when the blades are in the water.
Yeah. I mean, it's really pretty impressive to watch. And to see sculling at this level, at the collegiate level, and I think that part of that was due to the pandemic. It was really a time like rowing programs were able to stay on the water because they said, okay, we're going to put our athletes in these small boats and you can just get out on the water and row.
Why? I mean, you obviously rowed a single for years.
Yep.
Is it different than rowing an 8?
Yeah, you got to do all the work by yourself.
Even wake up in the morning and show up by yourself,
exactly.
Right?
Everything. It's when I got into fights with my teammates in the single, it was It was called,
Beautiful shot. I mean, these are drone shots, and 5 tribes and Colin Stewart and doing this cinematography. I mean, what great coverage.
Yeah.
And again, I go back to, and we cut away from there, but just touching the oar in the water at the moment that they're placing the oar in the water, it's just perfect. So that is the women's open single, the collegiate level, and this is the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and it's the 84th.
84th. Wow.
Yeah.
I hope I should see so many years myself. Hopefully, But yeah, so as we look at these athletes row down the course, you can get an idea of basically, how close they are together. You can see if a boat moves up a little bit, they try to start them on time centers for the time trial. So once again, you're looking at a time trial. You can see 3 boats abreast here, but it looks like the last boat has actually made up some space on the other 2. So it'll be interesting to see what her time is relative to the other 2 athletes.
All right, so this is 3 lanes wide. Now, is there any reason there's 3 lanes? I mean, they're just trying to get everybody down the course. Is that right?
Basically you want to have enough space between the athletes so that they're not getting the wake from the boats ahead of them. So as they start, but it looks like here we can definitely see the boat in the middle is striking a higher rate, a higher rhythm than the other 2. So and moving the boat pretty well. So not something you typically see in a time trial, a boat moving through the other boats in the competition. But it'll be interesting to see.
Well, let's go back to time trial.
Yep.
So we have 8 women in this women's open collegiate single.
Yeah.
And they're vying to get to the finals.
Oh,
and the first
we have a crab there. Did you see that?
Oh boy, on the left-hand crew.
Yep.
Yeah, so this time trial is you're racing against the clock, and if you do pass people, obviously you're faster, and you're going to move into a better position lane-wise as you go forward deeper into the race.
Yes, this is true. So you can see, that sculler out there in the far lane is having a bit of a go. I don't know if she's hit some buoys or if something is going on. She's had an equipment failure or something. We can speculate about that, but I think that you can definitely see that there's a little bit of difficulty being had there. Well, I'm really impressed by the single sculler here in the middle, who is just laying down an awesome rhythm, moving the boat, striking a higher rating than her competitors, and really just having a lovely time trial.
Absolutely, and I'm going to say that she, these boats, and now that they're kind of in a spacing of a few seconds between, that's probably how they started, but the one that's leading now came from the back.
Oh yeah.
So significantly faster than the other 2, and the time trial, as I said, sets you up for the semifinals and the finals later in the weekend.
Yep. That is true. So it's definitely going to be, like you said, you get a selection of lane, and typically it's better to be in the middle, as you can look out and see what your competitors are doing, and you get to see who's out there racing. So once again, we're here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta Women's Open Collegiate Single Scull. So that's what that 1X means down in the...
let's one more time. Let's talk about what a sculling event is versus a sweep event. Now, for years there was 1 oar, 1 person, and now we're seeing a single with 2 oars, 1 with a single person. So that's sculling.
Yeah. And here we have bow number 222, and that is Oklahoma City. And you may wonder, going into what you were saying about sculling. So, I think that having these 2 the 2 oars gives you a little bit more balance. So you walk around seeing rowers, and you can sometimes tell which side they row on by which way they lean.
Yeah, this is my favorite event.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know if you know this, but this is I was a competitor in 1972 at the first men's pair without coxswain. So this was an event that I rode twice at the Dad Vail in 72, 73, and then it switched over to the pair with coxswain in 75.
Or as we call the leg sled.
That's it. That is the torture chamber, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, good morning here, you guys. As I jump into this conversation about the men's pair, you both have rode the pair. A lot of people in the sport will tell you that this is the most difficult boat class to row. Why is that?
Well,
I'll let Brad take
I'm going to say, the way I like to describe it, we just saw the single sculls, and you have the balance. I'll start with that. I kind of relate it to a tightrope walker, where you have the tightrope walker has an oar in each hand. Or the tightrope walker has a pole to help him balance. Well, in the pair or in the single, you have a left side of the pole and a right side of the pole, and they have to work together. Now, it's one thing, Akil, if you're in control of both oars, but if you go into a pair, which is going to be coming up, you end up with half of the pole, and your partner is the other half of the pole, and then throw in the fact that you're sitting down and going backwards. So that when we see this now, this is the women's pair without coxswain. So that is another single. Yeah. So we have some overlap here between the events. Obviously, we saw the pair, but we still have some singles coming along. So Joe Leonard, I'm going to let you jump in here.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'll everybody keep posted on what's coming up. And this is the 84th Dad Vail Regatta, the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
So Joe, it's good to have you here. And right now we're back to the single. This is 226 for Dominican College, long, and it's looks like she just finished up there. And as we said, we are having, I think, as one category stops, the next one begins, and these athletes definitely look like they are a little bit gassed after that time trial. Hopefully not too gassed, because there's a lot of racing left in the day.
Yeah, lots of racing to go. We should have a good time today, seeing a fair amount of time trials throughout the morning before we get into some semifinals in the late afternoon. There on your screen now are the men's pairs without cox, as we were talking about, a straight pair. We're switching back and forth now between some of the singles, and you see the difference pretty clearly on your screen there. The two oars. Another thing to note here, those two oars is in a scull boat in that single are much smaller. You're using one hand to control them. You see here with our sweepers, they each have two hands on those somewhat larger blades. Just generate a little bit more power than the sculling blades, but it's a different discipline. They are similar though.
Yeah, the difficulty that you find with a straight pair, as you were talking about, is that you really have to have chemistry with your partner.
Right.
It's a fine balance. You need to be able to get the boat to go straight. So it requires a bit of feeling as to what your partner is doing, and as well as balance to really make sure that you both are setting that boat up. As you can see here on the deck, on the stern of the boat, there's like that little wire, and that's what the athletes use. It's called a tow. And so you'll have the person in the stroke seat trying to look at the buoys and make sure that they're in the center of the course. So
yeah, it helps when there's buoys out on the course, right? Yeah. And you don't have to be turning around every single couple of strokes to make sure you're going the right way.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have a great course here this morning out on the Cooper River. Conditions are pretty ideal.
Yeah.
Seems like a slight tailwind out on the course today.
Yep.
Not too hot yet. It's supposed to get a little bit warmer as the day goes on, probably in the mid 70s at the moment.
Yeah.
Pretty good rowing conditions, right?
Yeah, yeah. And just a second ago on your screen, you saw a net from American University finishing up, I think. Right now, we're back to the men's pair, and it looks like we have 231.
Yeah, that's Fairfield College.
That's Fairfield College coming down. So this is basically looks like the start of the time trials for that event. They were the first boat to go off in the time trials here. So here we have a lovely shot of sort of just, you know, the drone footage of the boats coming down. And in some ways, this is one of the best ways to actually view the race. Interesting thing over here, you can see a little bit of excitement as a boat has to pull out of the lane. It looks like they're being overtaken by the boat behind them in the men's pair.
Yeah, so you don't see this a lot in 2,000-meter head races with a rolling start such as this. It's common in a head race with a longer distance where you'll have to see slower crews yield to faster crews. But with a lane assignment like this, it is somewhat uncommon to see, but looks like that pair coming up from the back had a fair amount of speed.
Yeah. And so if you also, when we get those drone shots, it's good to look at sort of the wake of the boats, and you can see how difficult it is to balance and steer these pairs, because you'll see the squiggly lines. The better crews are going to be able to keep those boats straight. They'll have the balance. They'll have the teamwork to basically balance each other's stroke in terms of power so that the boat does go straight.
Yeah, that was a nice shot there to kind of give you an idea of just how quickly that crew in the middle there was moving. You could see their stroke rate was higher than the boat in the outer lane. They were kind of just moving the boat faster, not too much check down in the boat.
Yep.
Didn't look like they were rushed.
Yeah.
Or anything, but they were rowing at a fairly high stroke rate, which is interesting to see. You know, the balance between how high of a stroke rate can we row before we start breaking down fundamentally.
Yeah. And so we just had a shot of Rollins. They had the blue and the yellow, and now it looks like we're getting a shot of another boat. This is the boat that had to move out to the side here. Looks like they're striking a nice pace there. Well, actually, look. Okay, so we're right through the finish there. That was 2:31 finishing. I think that was probably one of the first crews to go through. That was Fairfield. And so now we're back on the course, 2:32. Jacksonville coming through. So let's see. These guys are finishing up maybe here.
Yeah, this certainly looks like about the finish line here. Our second boat in this men's pair without Cox.
Yeah, and here we go.
So my guess is that on the left there, given the oars and the unis, that's Catholic University, 238. Next to them, likely Iona. Nope, that is Brandeis, 239. So Brandeis and Catholic there on your screen.
Yep.
You see Brandeis moving.
Brandeis is rowing at about a 35 right now. They're striking about a 35 and moving really nicely. You can see the athletes just trying to stretch out a little short in the bow seat, you know, maybe stretch out a little bit more, but, you know, they're doing what works for them.
Yeah, as a coach, I'm sure you'd like to see those hands kind of staying up a little bit. There's a little bit of a dump down there at the catch.
These guys rowing at about a 31 here.
Yeah, a bit of a slower pace now for our 232 boat. That's the Jacksonville crew again.
You know, and that's the thing about these time trials. You want to go out, you want to have a good race so that you get a nice seating in the semifinals. So it's a balancing act, and it looks like these guys are doing their best to move that boat down the course. You really don't have anyone to gauge yourself off of if you're doing a good job in maintaining that spacing with the boats around you.
So that's an interesting question, right? So on a time trial, it is a bit of a different race. You're out there essentially alone for most of it. Sometimes they might send you off pretty close to another crew. But when you're sitting, you know, most 2,000-meter races in college sports, you know, you're sitting at the start, 6 boats across, and you have a game plan to execute in order to get your boat up to speed, in order to get into the middle of your race, and then your coxswain or your bow seat, whoever is controlling the boat at that point, has a game plan, a race plan that they will execute throughout the course of the race. They know which moves to take when. In a time trial, it's a little bit more fluid of a situation. In your opinion, how do you kind of balance those things? Do you just go out and row the race that you've been rowing, you know, throughout the season, or do you kind of switch it up and try and maybe take a move in some different places when you're out there by yourself?
Well, you know, I think for me, what I try to do is come up with a time that I want to get. You know, I basically say this is the time that I know that I'm capable of doing, and then, you know, I normally try to go out and achieve that speed. You know, everyone has a different strategy.
Right.
I think as an athlete, I always tended to look at the other boats around me as a foil. And so it really wasn't about what they were doing, but they were just there to sort of keep me honest. So here we have the women's pair without Cox. We've moved into to their time trial. And it's really cool to see, you know, as you look out, you'll see the different oars, the different uniforms, you know, their flair, if you will.
Definitely. And you know, each of these teams can sometimes bring a little bit of personality into their boats for sure.
Yep.
This women's pair without Cox event, it's only 6 boats, so likely this time trial is just for lane assignments in the future, but it will give these rowers a nice you know, reference point moving forward into tomorrow's final to say, okay, this is the boat with this time. We had this time. Maybe they didn't feel that great about their time trial and think they can make up that speed.
Yeah.
You know, and again, seeing these times can influence strategy tomorrow when you get into the actual race. Say, you know, you're down a couple seconds after the time trial. Say, okay, let's go out. Let's win the start, and we'll get up there. And then once we're in the middle of the race, it's anyone's game.
This is true. So right now, it looks like we are looking at bow number, was that 2?
It's difficult to tell with the sun, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the lighting here. But, you know, you can see, it looks like oh my goodness, look at those geese trying to cause a little havoc on the course.
Yeah, for viewers at home,
know.
here on the Cooper River, I was here for a race about a month ago. The Canadian geese are easily one of the biggest obstacles facing these rowers today.
Yeah, a little extra challenge. Not only do you have to do a time trial, but you have to dodge the geese that seem to have no fear at all.
No, they've been smacked with enough oars.
Yeah.
They know what it feels.
Okay. Well, there you go. So this is interesting here. It looks like the yellow boat has moved up a little bit, or is that a white boat? You know, we're gonna play the game of what color is that boat? Yeah.
I wonder if that's not still one of the men's boats there on the right hand side.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe they got a late start. Or something like had a little trouble at the start of the race, and so they're still trying to make their way down the course.
Because we still, as you see here, we still have some men out on the course from the men's pair without Cox. This looks like that Brandeis boat that we saw earlier.
Okay.
Nope, I'm incorrect. This is the women. This
247?
This is Georgetown.
Oh, okay. So Georgetown, 247, women's pair without Cox here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. These ladies are rowing at about a 37,
Impressive,
33.
right?
Yeah, very good. Just settling down to a 33. They're nice rhythm there, nice flex of the oars. You'll see. You can see as the athletes are really pulling, you can see a slight bend in those carbon fiber oars. And, you know, it's kind of wild. You really used to see it in the days when we had the wooden oars. You'd really see the flex in those oars, and that was an indication of the force that the athletes were applying to the oars.
So, Akil, you yourself participated in the Dad Vail Regatta. Do you remember? Which school were you a part of?
Yeah, so I represented George Washington University.
Great
we raced
team.
in the 4 and the 8s event as well. And it's really, you know, to me, it's really impressive to see how far this regatta has come in terms of like the inclusion of athletes. And I think it really is sort of a model for sort of all of the participants that you have at this regatta. So,
yeah, it looked like a couple crews in our women's pair event finishing up there.
These ladies rowing at about a 35, 37. So when I talk about the stroke rating, I'm basically talking about how many times the oars go into the water over a minute, how many strokes the the athletes take over a minute. And you can see here that when we were talking about the balance required and sort of knowing your teammate, these ladies were over in the buoys for a second, and that's a bit of a distraction. But it looks like that the stroke seat, that's the person looking backwards the most, if you will, use the toe that we were talking about to actually adjust the course of the boat. So
I can't tell exactly the bow number on this this bow seat's back, but if I had to wager a guess, it looks like it might be the colors of Georgia Tech, but it also could be William and Mary there, 252. It is in fact 252. That's
there you go. I like how you changed course there to use a nautical term. And these ladies are up pretty high, rowing at about a 39. So they're like gassing it out right here. It looks like they are in that orange, the
red buoy.
The red buoys. You can really tell going through the finish line. You can tell as the course changes, you'll see the different buoys as sort of an indication. And that's one way that athletes sort of figure out where they are on the course, how much is left. And so we were talking a little bit about strategy and game plan. And so, you use those to sort of gauge, like, all right, we're going to make a move.
Yeah, so these buoys are, you'll see as we continue the broadcast today, the buoys are yellow throughout the course, and then in the final 250 meters, they switch over to red buoys to kind of let the rowers know, hey, these are the last 250 meters. If you want to take a sprint, this is generally the time to do it. These rowers themselves now crossing the finish line. In a coxed boat, it's not as much of an issue. You can kind of turn your mind off, and allow your coxswain to dictate the race plan. When not every crew out here obviously is going to have a coxswain though, so they're going to need a little bit more wherewithal of where they are at on the course at any given moment.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the important things about about racing as an athlete. When you don't have that coxswain to sort of steer the boat, to sort of give you that motion and that play-by-play, you have to be both in the boat and aware of your surroundings.
Right.
So here we have another boat going through the finish line in the women's the women's pair without coxswain. And so, as I was joking earlier, the pair with coxswain, it's called we call it the leg sled, because you're dragging this person down the water without that's not contributing.
It's not a very common boat class anymore, is it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I never enjoyed. I raced in that boat once, and that was enough for me. So,
you got to be dead after that.
Yeah.
Just dragging another person in that small of a shell.
Yeah. So it's really a beautiful day for racing out here. I was lucky enough to wake up this morning, and I'm not sure how I got the room, but I looked right down the course, and it was just really amazing. So we're back to the action here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta in the men's freshman novice 4 with coxswain.
Yeah, so this is likely our 256 crew, Brock, coming out of the gates here, first crew down the course. We're going to have 25 boats in this event, the men's freshman novice 4 without cox. So for those of you at home who may not understand the terminology of the sport, obviously freshman means people in their first year. Not every rower, however, especially here at an event like the Dad Vail, is a freshman. So if it's their first year rowing in college, they could be a sophomore, a junior, and still be considered a novice. So this event will combine first year rowers. A lot of times rowers who are going to college have experience from high school. That's not always the case though, and sometimes they might take a year before they even know the rowing team exists at their school. So this event kind of allows for any first-year rower to participate in these boats.
Yeah, so we have these guys, they're striking at about a 33 coming down the course, executing their game plan. This is a lovely shot here of the regatta. There, it looks like they're going through the 500-meter mark there. They've just gone. You can see those orange buoys indicating the sort of the distance that they've rowed already.
Yeah, and they look strong. They're going to move through the left-hand side of our screen there. A 33, a slower base rate, generally speaking, but you know, you want to be around 34 to 36 a lot of the times in these sweep boats, but you know, settling down into a 33 and looking good doing it.
Yeah, and here we have this crew is striking a little bit higher. They're at about a 35 and settling in. You know, once again, they are in the meat of the race at this point. Once you've started, gotten off the blocks and established your rhythm, you really want to get into a sustainable pace.
So if I am looking correctly here, and again, I may be wrong, I recognize the oars. I think that might be Temple, our local Philadelphia crew, bound number 258. Could be Colgate. They have similar colors. They're both crimson-colored teams. So, you know. But I believe that was Temple, and then you know we see a few more crews now making their way down. They're sending them off pretty quickly here.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we're getting into a lot more participation in these events. This is an event that, you know, a lot of universities can field, and so we'll probably see a little bit the centers. They want to get these crews off and rowing so that we can get through all of the competitors in this event.
Oh, there is Temple.
Yeah,
my mistake. Yeah,
Temple,
you see the Temple oars there.
Yeah, and so what you'll see here is this is a bow loader coxswain, coxswain, and so in days of yore, the coxswain used to sit at the other end facing the stroke. But now, most days, most coxswains sit in that bow, sit right there behind the bow seat of the boat.
Yeah, and you'll see it later in some of our 8 events. The coxswain in the 8, it still sits in the front of the stern of the boat, kind of facing the stroke seat, and he sits fairly upright. And these bow loader coxswains, they kind of have to sink their legs into the bow of the boat, and they're generally laying down with just their head peeking out over to make sure they get the point.
Yeah, and here we have a lovely shot of the judges. The officials, they do such great work in helping these regattas stay safe and helping the athletes along the way.
So, Akil, let me ask you this question. When you're preparing for a time trial race, a lot of these crews are launching from all the way down at the end of the finish line, and they have to make their way up, get a warm-up in on the water for about 2,400 meters before they get there. And then sometimes they might arrive too early, they might arrive too late. What are your thoughts on as a coach, making sure your boat gets out there with enough time to stay warm, but also not get too cold and stay at the front too long?
Yeah. So I think that one thing you want to do, you have a couple of different options. You can do a bit of a land warm-up to make sure that you're ready when you get in the boat. You can, do a couple of pieces. That's what we call like a short interval, either by strokes or by time, to sort of make sure that you're ready. And that's how you stay warm. This looks like an interesting sort of setup here. We have the boat in the back that's moving up through the boat in front here. They're rowing a little bit higher. They're at about a 35, it looks like, and so here we go. And so this is an interesting situation, because what happens is also the boat that's behind is experiencing the wake from the boat that's in front of it, right? So you have a situation where in a time trial, you want to row as fast as you can, but sometimes if you go through another boat, it can disturb your rowing as well.
Yeah, beautiful shot here. You see the side-by-side of the two crews. In that boat on the right-hand side, they see this boat starting to move up. They can feel it. The guys on the right, or on the left, they don't know exactly where that boat is. Their coxswain might be telling them, which might be giving them a little bit of adrenaline to say, okay, let's go get this boat. As you see, we're back now with our first boat, the Brock crew. Looks like they're going to finish up soon. And here's those two crews again, as you see the crew in lane 4 starting to walk through the crew in lane 3 here.
Yeah, they're up at around a 37, the far crew. And then it looks like the crew close to us just took it up.
Yeah.
They're rowing at they're rowing lower at a 35, so that's part of it too.
So if my oar knowledge is correct there, and obviously already been shoddy to start the day, that was Catholic starting to move through Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
I believe we'll get a nice shot here of the bow number. That is Georgia Tech. So that will be the Catholic rowers starting to walk through them there.
Yeah.
So Catholic looking really strong here. With about 750 left to go for them.
Once again, another strong showing from a DC crew, my hometown there. So always nice to see that. But in reality, all of these athletes have worked very hard throughout the year. So it's exciting for them to be here, participate in this regatta, and show their medal. And hopefully, both of these crews will have a lot more racing to do this weekend.
Yeah, so that's actually an interesting point you made there. The culmination here, this is the spring, May. We're getting to the end of the season. For some crews, this might be their last race of the season here at the Dad Vail. They've been working pretty much all year round, and they're freshmen for most of these rowers, so they started in the fall. They went in and they had their winter workouts. All of that preparation leads you to this point. It really does. The work that you put in the winter months, gives you the speed in May and the fitness throughout the spring season to, get there and put up these fast times. So it's a long sport. It's not for the faint of heart to get into those winter workouts and power through, but you're seeing the efforts pay off now for these crews. Yeah,
so that Catholic crew continuing to strike at about a 35 strokes per minute. Here we have Georgia Tech, and they were probably around a 32, looks like. So a little bit lower on the rhythm, the rating. And that's one thing that can make a difference as well. Is there's a combination of factors that help you go fast. One is you're basically applying more force, more pressure through the water. The other is you can bring your rating up and take more strokes. And here you have our Canadian geese jumping into the commentary.
So that's another interesting kind of point here. You see it sometimes in lower levels, crews who may know that they don't have the speed of some crews they're racing, might try and row at a higher stroke rate to get into the race. Over 2,000 meters, it doesn't really work as well as having the strength and the technical ability to make sure that the boat doesn't stop as you're rowing it. That's really one of the more important things in the sport, is having clean catches.
Yeah.
And for those of you who might be novices or might not know much about the sport, the catch is of course the point where the blade of the oar goes into the water.
Yep. And so here we have two crews battling, and once again in these time trials, this is pretty impressive to see the number of boats that are really making their way through, catching up here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Checking you guys out. We're covering the
So we're back in it. Way up here. Yeah, and at the men's freshman novice 4 with coxswain. And once again, that means that there is someone steering the boat. The coxswain is responsible for executing the game plan, helping the athletes know where they are in the race, and providing some motivation for them.
Yeah.
So
you'll hear it. The broadcast will probably pick it up at a couple points. You'll hear these loud grunting voices. Those are the coxswains, as we can hear one coming by our vantage point right now. They call out the moves. They might say at certain points, to take a 10 for different things can be done. You can take a power 10 really to try and, amp up your power to push. But there's other focus 10s, and a lot of times in these time trials you'll see these coxswains try and take more focused 10s, just because when you're out there rowing by yourself, sometimes there's a tendency to get a little bit lazy with your blade work. So the coxswain's there to kind of keep your mind in it, keep you making sure that you're rowing the best that you possibly can.
Yeah. And so there you had a shot of, I believe, Brock University going through the finish line there. And so we have more crews. And you can see up here you have definitely, once again, coxswains are judged by their course. You can see, look at the wakes to try to see like how their steering is going, how they have to compensate for the different strengths of the athletes and how they pull in different ways. And so there's a lot of factors that go into actually executing the best race you can. And when you have a coxswain, you take your concerns away from the steering, but they have that added stress of having to basically make sure that the boat is going straight and that the athletes are pulling together.
Yeah, so looks like Rutgers there with that nice R on the bow-loaded coxswain's shirt there. So that's bow number 273, and there's 269.
Yep.
Clarkson.
Yeah. And as we talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's really awesome to have all of these different crews from all over North America racing at the regatta, and so it's pretty exciting times.
Yeah,
the Dad Vail Regatta is one of the largest collegiate sporting events, no matter the sport, in terms of the number of athletes, at least, that compete in the United States. So, rowing as a sport is generally a little bit lesser known, a little bit, people don't, a little bit of mystery surrounding it there, but it is a great sport that gets a lot of people involved, and it's pretty accessible as well to athletes of all shapes and sizes. So it's really a sport that's welcoming, and the Dad Vail is a really shining example of just the kind of sport that and the opportunity that it allows.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I do love about the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta is that you have so many different universities represented here. A lot of times when we see rowing portrayed on TV, it's at prep schools or it's at Ivy League universities. But the fact that this is one of the largest sporting events lets you know that there are clubs and there are other Division I programs, Division II, Division III programs that are competing in this sport, and that it's thriving, and that it's really providing an athletic opportunity for a number of students. So here we have the women's freshman novice with coxswain.
Yeah, it looks like we're still going to be sticking with some of the men as we get going here. That looks like our midshipman from Army.
Okay.
272 there out onto the course. The boys from West Point making the trip down for the weekend.
There you go. It looks like their rating is a little bit low. Maybe that's part of their plan.
Yeah, they're coming to the end here of their race. So 272 coming to the end. We're going to 281 bow numbers here. So we're getting towards the end of the group, but definitely a little bit slower than you'd expect.
Yeah, so they're running at about a 30-31. Usually and this may be their strategy for the time trial, is just to go out and sort of even split. That's one approach. Normally, as crews come into that last 250 meters of the race, that's where the buoys turn red. They'll take the rhythm up, they'll take the rating up, and try to really press hard and execute their race plan so that they can get sort of empty the tank before they cross the finish line.
And for anyone listening, I apologize for referring to Army as the midshipman. That is that's a faux pas. That's Navy.
I was gonna call you on that, but then I didn't even want to jump in on it. I thought
I'm pretty sure Army is the Golden Knights.
I was gonna leave you out there to
I appreciate
to dry on your own, man.
It's good to know moving forward where we stand here.
Yeah. I mean, there's some things I'll help you out with, but
no, I should have known that. That's on me. Hand up.
And so, once again, viewing this men's novice 4 with coxswain, you can see here we have another boat finishing, sort of coming through the lines. You can see the larger buoys there. That looks like 267 MSOE. And these boats, you can see they're still in the yellow buoys, indicating they haven't hit that last 250 meters yet. And they are in the last 500 here, looks like. Really moving together. Now these guys looks like they're rowing well. Now in the rowing stroke, we talk about length, and that's basically how far you're getting out over that oar, how far that oar is getting out behind you. And so with these guys, one of the things you can see is like maybe you'll look at different crews and you'll see some boats are longer. And when we say that they're longer, that means they're really getting that oar out there. They're really stretching out. That oar is coming. That blade is getting as far back to the bow as possible. And that's going to give you're going to displace more water. Of course. So a lot of times if you can do that at the higher rating, then your boat's going to be going faster.
So how do you achieve length, right? Like, what are the steps to achieving length?
Well, flexibility, mobility. It's basically a lot of touching your toes. Yeah. Although, to be fair, I knew a number of rowers who could barely touch their toes. So,
a lot of hip flexibility, right? Yeah. Those hip flexor muscles that you want to try and, because, for those who may not know much about the movement of the sport, but if you know anything about lifting weights, the movement of a rowing stroke is very similar to that of a deadlift. So you want to get those legs down first, and then allow the back, and then there's no arms in a deadlift, but the arms do squeeze in a rowing stroke. But if you're familiar with weightlifting at all, you know that hip flexibility on a deadlift is of the utmost importance to just try and get down there and then get a really explosive starting point to try and push off of. So to Akil's point, you want to get as far out there with your hands as possible, get the oar reaching back, and then kind of explode down.
Yeah, you can see with this crew here as they come through the finish line.
Yeah, Massachusetts Maritime there.
It's different. Each rower's body is different. So you'll have some people who have longer torsos, some people have longer arms, and the real trick when you're rowing in a team boat is to get everybody matching up independent as much as possible, independent of the differences in their body size.
Yeah, so here are the women's freshman novice 4 now. With Cox, we're going to have about 13 or 14 boats in this event. Try and figure out who that exactly was. Might have been MIT there. They are the number one. They are the 285 first bow number in the time trial there for this event. As we have some more men finishing up now. Looks to be our 278 Manhattan crew there. Missing some water there from 3 on the starboard side.
So yeah, now this is a good shot here, and this cruise actually has some really nice, they're doing some really nice rowing. You can see look at the wake. The coxswain is doing a great job of steering that boat straight. The crew is really well synced. You can see the spacing between the oars as well. Is very good. So they're set up for a good rig there, and by that I mean how the boat is set up from the oar locks that are on the boat, and so that crew was really striking a nice rhythm. Some really good rowing there.
And that's our Wildcats of Villanova there, 280 local Philly area crew, finishing up here in the men's freshman 8 or freshman 4, sorry. That's 280, and then here are some of the women's rowers now starting to get onto the course with a fair amount of speed.
Yeah, so we're looking at Rhode Island here. I think this is crew number 290, and they are striking well. Finishing up here, we have more of the men's crews. And back again. That Rhode Island crew is really looking good. Nice rhythm that they're setting there. Probably maintaining the distance to the crew behind them. You can hear those coxswains in the back there, just a little bit, trying to encourage those crews, really move them forward. Those oars going in together.
Yeah, that's a really nice looking stroke there.
Yeah, and so here once again you can see this crew is the wake there will really let you know the coxswain is trying to get back into the middle of the course. You don't really want to have one side of the boat riding the buoys, so they're working hard. Now they're back into the center of the course. And here you can see the crew's a little bit off, a little bit in sort of getting those oars in the water. You really want to make sure that the team is getting the oars in the water together. And so that's one thing about the bow loader boat is that the coxswains can't really see that, right? So they're
flying blind.
They're flying blind with regards to that. Now, note to that is that the really good coxswains can see that, can feel that, can feel what's going on in the boat. I once had Yasmin Farouk, coach of at University of Washington now, cox me in a boat, and she was able to tell us what was going on. She was like, two-seat, drop your outside arm. And I was like, how did she know? It's like a sixth sense that you build up as these coxswains. And there you go. A little bit better. What you can look at here is you can see the feathering of the oar, and that's when the athletes take the oar and square it up and to put it in the water. So as the oar comes out of the water, what you want to do is you want to have it going flat, parallel to the water, and then you turn it back perpendicular so you can put that oar in the water.
Yeah, and you see here in this lead crew, they're a little out of sync at the moment. The stern pair catching just slightly before the bow pair and feathering now before them as well. So they're moving straight. They're not looking like they're too slow, but you do want to. And there they've synced up a little bit more. But it's probably an issue that they've been dealing with now for a little while. Maybe it's a newer boat that's been thrown together. But you see a little bit just of in that bow pair, just a slower feather. They're not fully squared when they're getting into the water. The stern pair looks a little bit stronger in those feathers there and the catches.
Yeah, and so that looks like it's Carnegie Mellon, boat number 295, and they are. Yeah, and so here we go. We are having this crew here. All right, here we go. We have 285 there that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, that's MIT.
And so they're in, you can see they're in the home stretch here. You can see those red buoys on both sides, all red buoys instead of just dappled in the middle of yellow buoys. So they're finishing up last 250 meters of the race. And this is where the lactic acid has built up. You've put it all out, and your coxswain is asking you, just give me a little bit more, take us home.
Right.
And so as we were talking about, this is a time trial. So depending on their strategy, they're either saying, okay, we feel really good. Maybe the coxswain's looking at the time and saying, whoa, this is fast for us, and so there's a lot of things going on. in that last part of the race.
Yeah, and so they'll have a nice opportunity there to move on to their semifinal or their final, depending on exactly how that race breakdown is going to go for them. Another thing to keep in mind throughout this race, this could, there's probably been a few races throughout the year now where these boats have had an opportunity to row twice in 1 or 2 days, but that's also, potentially something that they haven't done. It's, towards the end of the season, as you get to these larger races, you're expected to row a couple of events a weekend. So your preparation gets you ready for that, but it is potentially a different scenario for these crews to have to row multiple races in a weekend.
Yeah, and so here we have this crew's rowing at a 36 here, looking good. Nice and long. You can see these athletes are getting out over there. One thing you want to do is try to get that compression as well. So throughout that stroke, you want to get one other way you spoke about. How do you get that length? How do you get a long stroke? Part of it is sort of that pivot over the legs, and the other part of it is that compression from under the hamstrings. And so you can see these athletes are trying to get their knees up to perpendicular. Some get it slightly farther. Finishing up here in this race, we have it looks like, I think that was maybe was that 280? Was that our friends from Rhode Island? And so right now we are back. This is a great view as well. You can see this crew here striking.
Yeah, pretty even there from these.
Yep.
And we just switched up the boats there. That's not the same boat we just saw. This boat's having some difficulty balancing the boat. As they cross the finish line there. Not an ideal finish there. As you saw some dip to the port side, closer to us. But this is the boat we were looking at just earlier, and they look pretty solid here.
Rowing at about a 30, between the 30 and 32. Here we have 291. That is Tampa. And fun fact about Tampa is that we used to go down there and train. Used to take our winter break down there. A great rowing facility down there, and we used to have to watch out for the manatee.
Oh wow, that's interesting for sure.
Yeah. So here we have another crew in the women's freshman novice 4 with coxswain here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and really just a nice smooth row here. They're looking very good. Nice rhythm, as you can see. The coxswain steering a great course. And right here we have 295, so that's Carnegie Mellon in the lead, and I think Catholic over in the far lane, 296. So it looks like Catholic has probably put a little bit of a move on Carnegie Mellon. And once again, in the time trials, that's a tough thing to have another boat like close that gap on you, because you know that they've made up some time on you.
Yeah, you saw there in the Carnegie Mellon boat, the coxswain sitting up, trying to take a look back just to see how close Catholic was getting to them. As we wait now for our next event, finishing up here with the girls. Should be the last few. We have Long Island and Stockton now, just finishing up.
Yeah, and sort of you can tell that in terms of the times, that Rhode Island boat unofficially has finished at a 7:46, and the Catholic boat was 7:52. So they'll be our top seeds going into the semifinals. We have, looks like Pittsburgh finishing up here. Nope, sorry, that is Stockton. That's 298. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's the Stockton crew. So next up, on the race course is our men's freshman novice 8.
Yeah.
Five boats in this event. We'll have Drexel, Temple, Army, Delaware, and Stockton, and that is almost certainly Drexel on your screen at the moment.
Yeah.
The Dragons out of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Always a powerhouse here at the Dad Vail Regatta in the Sweep 8 events.
Yeah, and looking good, like striking a great rhythm. Looks like the coxswain's steering a pretty good course. Maybe a little close to that port buoy line, but making some adjustments to get the crew out of there so that the athletes don't have to worry about that. And sometimes it can be hard to make something happens quickly, and you have to make that adjustment.
Yeah, and here's our Temple Owls now, the second boat off in this event.
Yeah, once again, 2 traditionally strong crews here at the Dad Vail. So it'll be interesting to see how this works out in terms of whether or not they're making up time on the crews in front of them. And here's a great overhead shot. You can see those oars really just, getting in the water together, moving. What you want to do is you want to try to push those puddles. You can see, you want to try to get as far, like you can hear the coxswain sometimes say, like, I want I want to see two seats on those puddles. So before the strokes oar gets in, you want to clear all of the puddles from all of the other athletes that are rowing in the boat.
And that's important not only because you want to use it as a marker of speed, but also you do not want to be catching in the bows puddles because it can cause just a little bit of issue with your blade. Like you might not feel the contact against the water as easily as the
Now there's a beautiful shot, huh? Those geese, those Canadian geese, they just can't stay out of the shot, can they?
No, they like this pond, and normally most of the time there isn't a lot of rowing going on, so they're normally unbothered. But today, not the case. As we have our next couple of crews making their way down here. That could be Army there on your screen. Very likely was.
This is Temple now. This is Temple here, yeah. And here's a great shot. These guys are moving together. These young men are pressing hard. You can really tell they're doing a great job of clearing those puddles. The coxswain's got them on a great course. And this is some good rowing here. It's really impressive to see these young men exert themselves and really push. They're in the last 1,000 coming through. And so it'll be interesting to see how this sorts out in terms of the time trial. Coming through, we have what was that? Was that 3:05? So this is Delaware, and looks like they're off to a great race here as well. Really pushing hard. One of the things that you'll see, because coxswains need to be a certain weight, it's a collegiate sport where you'll have women coxing men and men coxing women as well, just depending on sort of
and they actually
the balance.
They just changed that rule in international competition as well, right?
That's right. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so now before, in Olympic competition and in international competition, they used to all have to be men or all have to be women. That's really not been the case at a collegiate level for a long time. So they've changed that rule now to allow women or men to cross over as coxswains.
And here we have a shot, the crew striking at about a 29. This is a great overhead view.
Yeah, and this is our Stockton crew, it looks like, our last crew to make their way down the race course. These 8s, obviously there's only 5 of them, but they are the fastest boat class that we'll see here today at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
And another shot here of Drexel of the Dragons.
Yeah,
and they've taken it up there. They're pressing down. They're right through the finish line. They took it up to about a 38 there at the end. And here we go. We have Temple making its way down. They've bumped it up a little bit as well, taking that rating up right through that finish. unofficial time for Drexel is 5:51.
Man, fast reporting there.
Well, I just guesstimated. I looked at the position of the sun based on the start time, and then,
did some quick calculations.
In my head, and that's how I got. Well, I do what I can.
An Olympian and a math genius. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Once again, we are here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We have crews moving into the last 250 meters of the men's freshman novice 8.
Yeah, here's Army as they start to finish up. There you see the buoys turn from yellow to red there to signify, and the final couple of 100 meters, and it does look like Army has started to raise the rate really quick off the finish here. Hands away, you see their hands getting out.
Yeah, so they're up to about a 38 right now, and really pressing it through that finish. Not too many strokes left here. Looks like these gentlemen have had a good race. Still looking strong. Still see the boat surging as they put those oars in the water. Really getting those legs down, firing them down. And that's what you want to do to try to create sort of as much of a force as you can. And looks like we're off now that the women's freshman novice 8 has started.
Yeah, only 4 boats in this event as well. Bowdoin, Georgia Tech, Pittsburgh, and Army in this one. So 4 boats here just vying for timing as Delaware finishes up in their race, the men's novice 8. But just vying for lane placement here in the women's freshman novice 8.
And once again, that's a good thing, like with a regatta with so many competitors, this really is the fairest way to figure out lane assignment for the regatta, and also to give these athletes as many chances to race as possible.
Yeah, the good thing about the Cooper River, the venue that we have here today, is that there's obviously advantage in different lanes depending on the wind, and obviously, generally speaking, in rowing, the middle lanes 3 and 4 are the most desirable. But on this race course, there's no current. There's no real difference in terms of speed between any of the lanes, so it is a very fair race course. So the final, despite lane assignment being important, it isn't the end-all be-all when it comes to races finishing exactly in that order.
So yes, back at the women's freshman novice 8.
Yeah, this looks like Georgia Tech coming down the race course now. Bowdoin was the first college on the race course. Now we have Georgia Tech.
These women are striking at about a 36 right now, so they are looking strong. And I love these drone shots because you can really see how well the crews are rowing together. You can see what the oars are doing. You can see the blade work. You can see the feather. All of these things you can really see well with these overhead drone shots.
Yeah, and the 8s give you a really nice aesthetic view of the sport, right? You got 4 oars on either side. You can, when you have that drone shot overhead, you can see where they're striking at the same spot, or whether or not they're missing water or anything like that. But there's nothing really as beautiful, in my opinion, in the sport as seeing an 8 just make their way down the water.
So yeah, you'll have this. We're striking at about a 33, 32 right here.
Yeah, definitely into their base rate. This is we saw this crew pass, so they're probably into their final 500 meters here. If not closer to that 300-meter mark. So starting to finish up here in the girls' novice 8. Again, the 8s move pretty quickly down the race course, and with only a few of them in the freshman events, we'll move through these time trials fairly quickly before we get into some more sculling events.
And, that's one thing. You mentioned sculling again, and that's what I said this earlier with Brad, but, I really love the fact that here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, they have they have those sculling events. But, you know, in reality, to me, also, this is the action here. The big boats, the 8s just flying down, as you said. They're so fast. They're so powerful. And you have these crews just really putting on a great show.
Yeah, so looks like we have the Pitt Panthers here, one of the 4 teams in this women's Novice 8 event. They look like they're moving pretty quickly. Difficult to tell if they're putting any space between themselves and Army. Yeah. At this juncture, but both crews look pretty good.
Yeah. So they're rowing at about a 35 here, 35 strokes per minute. That means that every minute they're taking 35 strokes. I guess that's sort of self-evident, but I thought I'd put that in there anyway. And, you know, it's really just pretty awesome to watch these boats. And some good rowing here. Once again, you can see the oars feathering at the same time. What you really want to see in these shots are the spacing between the oars, as well as how much space can they get, how much distance can they put between those puddles.
Yeah, one of the things that my coaches would always look for in our boats is the check at the boat. So for those who may not know, so the boat, as you come up the slide, so you push down, you put your oar in the water, and you gain speed. Your bodies, 8 bodies then move in the exact opposite direction of the direction that you just pushed the boat in. So naturally, physically, there is going to be a bit of a slowdown on your recovery. Now, there's a lot of work to be done to try and make sure that recovery is smooth and that you don't check the boat down as much. A lot of that is core work to make sure that you're staying really, really strong in that recovery, and a lot of that is the catch.
Okay.
And a lot of that is the catch. So you'll see sometimes boats will get their blades in and it won't be perfect, but.
All right, give me a countdown.
All right. And we are off to.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
All right, let's do it.
All right, we are back here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta on this glorious day in May. I mean, it's really a beautiful day out here. Yeah. Really exciting times.
And we want to thank our title sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University. It's located in the greater Philadelphia region in southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. All right, and as we get back into this one today, we're here with the men's collegiate double event. Out onto the race course now. The men's collegiate double. We have starting with bow number 317, going to bow number 333. So just about 26 boats in this event.
So yeah, again, we have boats from Canada to all the way down south, covering North America in this event. And once again, you have the double sculls, a boat that I am partial to. This is the boat that I raced in Athens at the 2004 Olympics, and it's really a great boat to race. It's similar to the pair in that you really have to balance out your partner, and you really need to be able to find sort of the rhythm together. Once again, from these aerial shots, you'll get to see the spacing between each athlete's oar. You'll get to see how far they're moving away from those puddles. You'll get to see the differences in the number of strokes they're taking each minute. All of these things are factors into going to how fast the boats can move.
Now, Akil, as somebody who is rowed with both disciplines, right? What are some of the differences? We just watched a lot of sweep events. The 8s came down. What are some of the differences in technique between the two disciplines, sweeping and sculling?
Yeah, so from my perspective, it's that when you're in a sweep boat and you only have one oar, a lot of it is about that, how much leverage you can get over the side that you're on. How can you really get, as long as possible. Now, in the doubles or in sculling boats, you still have to get that length, but it's more balanced. You're really trying to make sure that you're focusing. In all boats, you're focusing on your technique, but there's really that difference between trying to create a lever from one side versus creating a lever on both sides. And so you'll see these athletes with 2 oars in their hands. They're sitting up tall, really trying to reach out evenly and get as far out as they can to create that length and compression. And so that's one of the differences there.
Yeah, so slightly different disciplines here. And again, some of these doubles, we talked earlier about the pairs as they came down. They had a toe in the stroke seat.
Yeah.
Who's the rower closer to the stern? Some of these doubles will have that. Sometimes they won't.
Yeah. Yeah. So definitely at the highest levels, you don't have toes in the double. You might see them if they are pair doubles. So you can have a boat that can be both a pair and a double, depending on how you rig it. That's basically what riggers you put on it. So here, I think that we'll probably see pure doubles,
right?
No toes. And so the reason that you don't need a toe in the double is because you can adjust with your pressure. So the person in bow seat can say, look, give me a little bit more port. Or if you're actually racing, you can see where you are in the course, and so you can just give it a little bit of a tug there.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things about these sculling boats. Now, as you get to the quads, the bigger boats, you do have a toe,
right? Because
the boats are basically going so much faster,
right?
And you need to be able to react a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and pressure can change your point pretty drastically in those quads. Whereas in a double, these smaller boat classes, minor fixes can be made fairly quickly.
Yeah, adjusting. So you can see a slight adjustment there. This boat has had. You can look at that wake and tell that they put a little bit more pressure on that port side. That's the right side, if you will.
Yeah, so in rowing, everything's backwards, right? Yeah. So when we say port and starboard are universal for boats, right? But for rowers, we're facing the wrong way.
Yes.
So port's on our right-hand side, starboard's on our left-hand side, the bow's in the back, the stern's in the front, which is just completely opposite of almost everyone who's ever been on a boat. the words they understand.
What we say about rowing, it's the only sport where you can sit on your butt and go backwards, right?
Yep.
So that's the deal there. Now, so once again, we've got a good number of boats in this race here. Looks like a fairly decent spacing. I don't know. One of the things that you'll see in time trials as well is that as the race goes on, the referees will get a better idea of how much space they need to have so that each boat can have the best race and get the best sort of seating possible.
Yeah, so far we're on a pretty good clip to stay on schedule at this moment. It's 9:25 was the scheduled start time for the collegiate double. That's a combination of things. The referees making sure that everybody gets down. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so you can see here in this shot, the stroke seat is getting out a little bit longer than the bow seat. It looks like they're rowing well together, though, but this is one of those places where you don't know, are the athletes one taller, one shorter? Right. Is it that they can work on the rig? And there's a number of different reasons why you might see sort of those different spacings.
Yeah, it was a very interesting shot there because you just saw the amount of length that stroke seat was getting. It was an impressive stroke there from the stroke because it didn't look like the bow was necessarily all that short. That stroke seat just had a ton of length, maybe longer legs, longer arms, but all of those things come into play in rowing, which is really such a sport of leverage. Really, so length, the longer your lever is, the more likely you're gonna be to row faster.
So far, we have Brock University has the fastest time so far with a 7:02 down the course.
Not too bad for a 2,000 meter race out of a double there, 7 minutes flat.
Yeah.
There's our rowers out of Iona there, 321 from New York.
Really pressing. You can see these guys trying to get those hands out of the bow together so that the boat can move. Really good. Like, I really like what these guys are doing here. You can see they have really good compression, a little bit past 90 degrees on those knees, getting those hands out, moving. Once again, we are here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta 2023. This is the 84th running of this regatta, and so we are, pretty excited to see some good racing here.
Yeah, first year the Dad Vails has ever been held over here in Camden, Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Camden County, on the Cooper River. The Cooper River, really one of the great venues here, not just in this local area but across the country for rowing. It's become one of the main spots, not just for collegiate and high school rowing, but also national team events and top level racing throughout the country. So this is one of the finer venues across the country, the Cooper River, and the Dad Vails is very excited to bring it to here today. It's about a straight 2,000 meters. The course really isn't much longer than 2,000 meters itself, so you'll see a lot of these boats will have to check it down pretty quickly after they cross the finish line, as the crews warming up are begin to move up the race course. You'll see them there as the finish. So just about 2,000 meters on this course, and then.
Yeah, and you can see we've started the women's collegiate double here, and that's Boston Boston University that's off to the start there. And they are coming down the course, looking good. You can see very nice spacing between the oars of the athlete, really pressing hard, really efficient stroke here. Coming past one of the officials' boats there. Great course that they're taking. And this is the men's 329. That is William and Mary finishing up here. Finishing up at about a 36. Coming through the finish, you can see Varsity taking a quick look over. We done yet?
Can we stop rowing?
Yeah, you always row through.
Have to row through, especially on a time trial.
Yeah. Looking good here, this Boston crew. Rowing at about a 34. Really nice, just pushing it down. It's one of the things that's really hard to do is put yourself in the head of these athletes, as they've worked hard all year, and now they're here at this event, and they're really trying to perfect their craft. They've put in countless numbers of strokes to get here, and now it's race day. And it's looking like this Boston crew has actually put quite a distance on all of the teams behind them. I mean, they are just looking good.
So they're the first seeded boat in this event, and for those of you wondering how the seeding comes about, the race committee does review prior race results and ranks the crews accordingly based on races throughout the season this year to see which crews they think will be the fastest. So the Boston University crew with the #1 seed in this time trial, and showing why as they start to move pretty quickly through the crews. And you see here a few more boats just hitting the 1,000 meter mark. We're stationed right there in that boathouse that you see on your screen. We're up in the balcony there.
I'm waving.
So we see these crews as they go by. We're just short of the 1,000 meter mark here.
Yeah.
Again, that is the halfway point in this 2,000 meter course. Yeah, we've got a bit of a crosswind going on, cross tail, going from I believe believe that is the south side of the course there, coming north here.
Yeah, conditions are changing up a little bit. This morning, early on, we had a pretty nice tailwind. Now the wind is shifting a little bit.
Yeah, it feels like it's coming across just a tad. Not the worst thing in the world. It doesn't feel like it's too strong. It shouldn't affect them too much out there. You may see some dips to port at certain times, but for the most part, these rowers should have the ability to row through a light wind like this.
And we're looking at St. Thomas. This is the men's double here, finishing up St. Thomas. They've gone through those buoys. And now this is interesting in the women's collegiate double. We're getting a little bit of a pass, it looks like, here. Out in the far lane.
Yeah, pretty low ratings right now out of these doubles at the moment. It looks like just very, very controlled, trying to. It definitely looks like the boat in the outer lane is outstroking this boat nearer to our camera at the moment.
And you can see a little bit of the difference here. You can see even the angle of the oars and how the athletes are matching up. This is a great shot as to what's going on. The boat in the far lane that's passing is doing a couple of things. One, it looks like they're taking a straighter course. You can see that the boat that's being passed was over in the buoys a bit. Definitely a lower stroke rating than the other boat as well.
Yeah, and they've walked through them there at that point. And here's another really nice shot of two boats next to each other. Difficult to tell as the drone stops there exactly what is going on here. It does look like the boat on the right-hand side is moving through. They're at a higher stroke rating at the moment.
Yeah, so this looks like it's Brimoire, and maybe that's Long Island moving through them. So Long Island rowing at about a 35.
Yeah, Long Island looks really good here.
Yeah. Brimoire looked like they were down at like a 28. So.
Yeah, and you see here now back to this shot we had before. This boat on the left-hand side is still moving through, but interestingly enough, it looked like that boat that was coming up in the nearer lane was also had a fair amount of speed there.
Yeah, and here we have 237. That is Boston College. They look like they're just like really just pressing through out for a jaunt in the park, if you will.
It's really controlled.
It's really controlled. Really good sculling here being displayed. The great compression, really nice moving together. I think they're going to be pretty happy with that race.
Yeah, and here's that Long Island crew once again. You can see just the amount of distance in the last 10 seconds that they've put between that crew they passed. So this is a fast crew as well. It'll be interesting to see what kind of time they put up, but don't be surprised if we see them potentially pass a couple more boats depending on the centers between when they went off. But this boat's moving pretty quickly.
Yeah, striking at about a 35. That Long Island boat had about 35 strokes per minute. I think we got a shot of Brandeis there quickly, and like the great thing that I like to see here about the sculling. We've seen it's all over the spectrum. We've seen, but that's the beauty of this race is that boats with all different levels are here competing, and there's going to be some great races as well.
Yeah, it'll be exciting in the afternoon when we can get into some semifinals and head-to-head racing. You'll really see kind of the sport play out in its purest form with a stopped start once we get those stake boats in.
Yeah, and so far unofficial time for Boston University 3:37 is 7:26. And so far, unofficial time for MIT, the closest boat to them, is 7:33. So about almost an 8-second difference in time. So
Yeah, it's impressive, especially the Boston crew. You need to remember out there on their own at the start. They got off to a quick start, and then they didn't have anyone else around them for about 1,500 meters. You know, they seemed like an experienced crew, so they still were able to put up a fast time, but there's something about adrenaline and seeing a boat next to you that just gives you that added edge of being able to push yourself just a little bit harder. When you see someone next to you, sometimes when you're out there all by yourself, there's a tendency to just get a little bit complacent, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's natural, but just something to keep in mind as you see Boston out there on their own there for so much of that race.
And here we have a shot of, what is it? It's a 342. That's Tampa. And they are moving down the course. They're in that last couple of strokes here, last stroke through.
Yeah.
And so all the way through. So here we are again, you know, at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. This beautiful sunny day on the course. Lots of racing. So far, have you had a favorite race so far?
You know, I really enjoyed the men's novice eights. I always enjoy eights. It's always my favorite event to watch. The boats are just so aesthetically pleasing. The four oars on either side hitting at the same time, and they're fast. And there's something about speed that's fun to watch.
For me, it was definitely that women's double. I mean, I thought that Boston crew put on a master class of both technique, and it was really nice to see them rowing through. And so we are just excited to be here and watch some more rowing. I'm pretty excited about, you know, all of the races that are going to come through.
Lots of races left to go here in the morning slate. Next up on the course, we're going to have the men's JV4, you know, starting with bow number 352, going to bow number 368. Yeah, so we're going to, you know, have a few more time trials throughout the day today. Going till around 11:30, it looks like, with time trials before we get into our afternoon slate of semifinals.
Yeah, I know. I think that we're going to, you know, that men's JV4 is going to be a barn burner. I think there's some strong crews there. We'll see some good racing, and there we go. So.
Yeah, you know, it's a nice day. It's you know, Friday, May 11th here at the Jefferson at Dad Vail Regatta, the 84th presentation of the Dad Vail Regatta. First time here on the Cooper River. We're at the Camden County Boathouse out on the balcony here.
And we're going to go to commercial.
Awesome. Thank you.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Hey, all right there. Welcome back to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We are up and running here in our men's collegiate JV4 event. We took a slight break there for a message from our sponsors. That is the Jefferson University, Thomas Jefferson University. Located in the greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey, is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. Thomas Jefferson University. We'd also like to give a quick shout out to our other presenting sponsors, AmeriHealth, Liberty Coca-Cola, and Pico Gas. Thank you for presenting the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And again, we are back up and running at this point. I see now our drone flying through the air to go pick up the race coverage. And get there, it looks like the boys from Drexel in the JV4, our first crew to make their way down the race course here in this JV4 event.
Yeah, and you know, exciting times are here. We are, for those unfamiliar with the parlance of JV, it means junior varsity. Yeah. In collegiate rowing, we usually have the varsity, the JV, and then we go into the third boat. So sometimes we'll refer to them as the first boat, the second boat, and the third boat. And depending on the depth of the team, right? You know, that's how the boats go down. So. Here we go. So
you'll see here the team like Drexel, for example, is a really good example of this because they have a boat here in this men's JV4. They're making their way by our vantage point now in our boathouse. And they are also, I'm looking at the events in a few minutes. There's a 3V event. Drexel has a boat in that 3V. There's a men's JV8. Drexel has a boat in that men's JV8. Yep. So it's just a sign of a really deep program that they're able to field all of these sweep events. So, you know, not every school is going to have that many rowers to fill out. So coaches have tougher decisions about, okay, you know, I've got my best boat is 2 sophomores and 2 juniors in a 4. Do I put them in the varsity 4 event or do I put them in that JV4 event for a better chance at gold? So there's some decisions to be made for coaches at you know, some of the programs like that.
Yep. And so back on the course here. We've got the helicopter in the sky. Yeah. We've got the men's JV4 coming down the course. We have the Temple Owls. You can tell with that T on their blades. Or maybe that could be MIT. I don't know.
It is Temple. It is Temple. They're 354. No MIT in this race. But.
Okay. Well, you know, I like to mix it up, make sure.
Hedge your bets. Hedge your bets. Every now.
I was hedging. I was definitely hedging there. So once again, racing along, you have some really nice views here from this drone footage. You can see, looks like Temple's actually doing a great job. I'm not sure how close other crews started, but it looks like they have quite a distance between them and the crew. The crew behind them, Fordham,
yeah, that's Fordham behind them. And I was just looking out. It looked like, again, it's tough for us to tell exactly where these crews started, but that Temple crew looked like they were just starting to edge up against LaSalle in front of them. LaSalle, the 353 crew, we didn't get a ton of coverage of them on this broadcast, but they are just there. They are. Yeah. There's LaSalle, and you see there Temple's starting to make their way through. They're rowing at a bit of a higher stroke rate. Yeah, potentially. LaSalle not looking bad though, but Temple definitely looks like they have some speed at the moment.
Yeah, LaSalle striking at about a 35. We've got Temple.
Yeah, it looks like LaSalle might be higher at this point, or they might be even.
They may be, yeah, it looks like they're both rowing at about a 35. But you can see that Temple boat just able to get a little bit more run out of the boat. So with 2 crews rowing at the same stroke rating, the differentiator is how efficient, how much power can they get on the oars to get that boat to actually work when the oars aren't in the water. And that's what we call the run.
And that's a combination of things, right? That's the strength of the individual rowers themselves and also the technical ability with which they're rowing, right? It's not just one or the other. It's both.
Yeah, this is true. So going back to this overhead shot, maybe we'll get a nice overhead shot here, sort of see what's going on. Once again, checking in on that spacing. looking at what the athletes are doing. Great shot there. Here we have the Drexel Dragons.
Yeah, Drexel now into the final stretch of this race. They looked really strong when they came by the boathouse, and looks like they're not letting up as they approach the finish line.
Once again, you can see athletes looking out. They know they're in the last 250, thinking how many more strokes do we have left to go. And, you know, as we said, in the time trials, somewhat different. Here we have boat number 360. That is Penn State.
Yeah, the
Nittany Lions.
Yeah, the Nittany Lions out of Penn State, Happy Valley.
Is that right? Or
yeah, it's Penn State.
Okay.
It looked like, it's funny because they're right next to Stockton on our sheet, and Stockton also has those S's.
Yeah.
I think Penn State's got the solid blue block letter S. Stockton's is a little bit more of a calligraphy S.
Right.
But yeah, Penn State. To local viewers, their S pretty well known.
And let's see, we can get a stroke rating on these guys.
Penn State with 3 boats in this event.
At about 33.
That's the Penn State B boat.
Okay.
There's another Penn State A and a Penn State C later on in this event. So 3 boats in the men's JV4 for the Penn State.
Now, here's a question for you. What are the rules for doubling up at this regatta? So in some regattas, you're able to row in multiple events. My guess here would be that if you raced in a single or so on, you might be eligible to race in a different boat.
I did not know that.
I'm surmising.
Oh, okay.
This is pure theory. But a wonderful shot there from the start. You'll come over. We'll see these crews here.
Yeah, so I was here on the Cooper River just about a month ago for the Connect Cup.
Okay.
And there was definitely some of that going on. You could see boats were getting scratched later on in the day, and then rowers would appear in 8s. So, you know, coaches just trying to get their rowers into races. You know, at this point in the season, with a lot of these teams, they want to compete, they want to get out there, they want to win. But it's also important to make sure that, you know, rowers who are part of the team get an opportunity to compete. So, you know, sometimes rowers can do double duty. Not always the easiest thing in the world.
Well, you know, like this is definitely during the summer times. Here we have, it looks like 362, which is Washington College. And here in the last few strokes, once again, getting into those red buoys, all red buoys, you'll see that you're coming to the finish line.
Is that Vermont?
And there we have 358.
Oh, no.
That is Loyola,
Maryland.
Yep.
Took a guess on the Catamounts from Vermont because of the green blades, but
that's all right. You know,
tough.
They're making it a little bit tough for us today. That's all right. Not giving us the views, a little side glance, making us have to guess. But you know, that's what we do for the love of the sport. You know,
that's why we're here.
We're here to basically put ourselves out there. And someone's gonna have a gripe, but you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it.
Yeah. So still going on here in the men's JV4. Good amount of racers in this event.
Okay. Yeah.
Just looking too much that way.
Okay.
For the railing, so try to make sure that you spread out a little bit so that you're looking at the screen. And the camera's got the spread so that we can see you on each side of the screen.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a pickup in the wind here. We've got a helicopter overhead. He must be a news helicopter. I can't see him.
Yeah.
But he's probably getting some coverage here of this event. The Dad Vail, always an important event in the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah, and here we have crew number 359.
That's Stockton right there.
All right.
I believe, unless that's.
I'm gonna let you go out on a limb here.
I think it's. I don't know. I believe that is the Stockton crew. I think you can see a little bit of a logo there in the middle of that S.
Oh, and here we have a little bit of excitement. You can see the course is being changed by the coxswain there. They were getting a little close to those buoys, so I'm sure the athletes were complaining about it. But once again here, you can see these guys want to probably try to clean up their catches a little bit. You can see 2 seed is not really getting his oar in with stroke seat, and that might be part of the problem with the steering that the coxswain is having.
It does look like 3 seat and stroke seat are not totally in sync either. So it looked like 3 through the bow kind of had a bit of a similar stroke there. The stroke seat really kind of pulled on that.
And if you look here, you'll see something interesting. This is what we call a bucket. So this is two athletes, one after the other, rowing on the same side. Normally you'll have port starboard, or starboard port. But in this case, you have the stroke followed by 2 athletes on the same side, and then the bow seat. So
what's the strategy there for folks who may not know, and me, who doesn't know?
Well, the strategy, it can be depending on who sometimes your strongest athletes are, and what makes the boat. In this case, maybe you have 2 strong athletes. You want to have them in the middle of the boat. Another athlete's better, sort of that bow seat's maybe a little better at balancing the boat.
Yeah.
And so that's
you want to get that.
You want to get that. Yeah, you want to get that port rower in the bow of the boat.
I will say those 2 guys in 3 and 2 look pretty big.
Yeah, and you know what? This crew is actually doing a great job of getting their oars in the water together. And it can be tough to row that bucket rig sometimes. And so here you have an example of a crew that seems to really be executing well, getting their oars in the water, pressing and feathering together. So here we go. Here, there's a lot going on here.
This is that crew we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, hopefully this is a long regatta for them. They'll get some other races in. But one of the things they'll be able to focus on is maybe getting a little bit longer. One of the things we talk about in rowing is rushing the slide. Mm-hmm. So you want to have like a nice spacing. Like here, you can see this crew really push, and then they're taking their time up to the recovery, pushing and swing.
Yeah, this looks like we might be onto our women's JV4 event as well, as I see some.
Yep.
The bow number there. It looks like 373. That's Bowdoin. Yeah, I recognize those oars from earlier in the day. That's the women's JV4 out of Bowdoin there.
Right, and so they're at a different spot in the race. Obviously, they're not in the finish here. They're not bringing the rating up. So they are taking a little bit more time on their recovery, on their slide. And here you have a crew that's in the last 250 meters of the race. Yeah, and so their strategy is a little different. This is 366.
Yeah, TCNJ, the College of New Jersey.
Yep. And so these athletes have taken that stroke rating up.
Yeah, so the wind has picked up here. It is back to a tail. But pretty good one here. So a tailwind isn't the worst thing in the world. It'll speed up some times today. For some of our lighter crews, it could present some issues. It can definitely make the catch point from your blade to the water a little bit more difficult. You could sky your blade, miss some water if you're not really focused. So tailwind presents its unique challenges for sure.
Yeah, the one thing you want to be careful about in a tailwind, you want to make sure that you're executing technically, that you're really keeping those hands level, because as you said, you can catch the wind. It can cause you to sky up, and that's going to mean that you're going to chop down into the water. And those are some of the technical things that you want to avoid. And so here again, you have a race within the race, something that you normally don't see in time trials. Two boats, sort of one catching up with the other. And back to the women's collegiate JV 4 with coxswain here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, so a little bit of just something to keep in mind for those following along at home who may not understand all the numbers and plus signs and minus signs. When you see the JV4 plus, that generally means that there is a coxswain in that boat. Earlier we saw the pair event. That's designated as a 2 with a minus sign next to it. It's a straight pair. There's no coxswain. And then in other events you'll see a 4 or a 2 with an X next to it. Those are sculling events. So those rowers will have 2 blades. There will not be a coxswain. So there's 3 different classes there: the minus, the plus, the X. If you're following at home, minus is a sweep boat, no cox. Plus sweep boat with a cox, and then an X is a sculled boat which do not have coxswains. But again, the women's collegiate JV4 making their way down the race course now. Going to try and get an idea of which crews these are specifically as they come by our vantage point here.
Yeah, and as we were saying before, I think that one of the great things about the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta is that there are just so many crews, so many levels, so many races for athletes to participate in. And so it's really great to be out here and watch this JV4 event, but also know that we have the lightweight events coming up, that we have more 8s coming up. So really exciting to be able to see all of these races.
Battery level is low. The aircraft will go to the home point in 10 seconds.
Sounded like our drone there, getting onto the broadcast.
Jumping in on. We want to keep this footage coming to you.
Our production crew. I've worked with these guys a bunch of times on a bunch of different races. They do a great job with these drones. I've seen the operation. They've got a couple of drones down there. They've got 10s to 20s of batteries. So these drones, they fly them until they run out of battery. They come back. They put a new battery on, get the battery charging again, and send the drone back up into the air. So it's a well-oiled machine to get you all these beautiful drone shots that really tell the full story of these boats coming down the water.
So here in the women's JV4, we have Lafayette, bow number 372, racing down the course and finishing up their race. And here is another I've been amazed at the time trials and how many crews have actually been passed or have done the passing. A lot of times you don't see that in the time trials.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on the boats getting up there to the start line.
Yeah.
I'm sure the referees at a certain point just start sending them when they're ready in these time trials. So if 2 boats are up there next to each other at the start, they might start closer together than some of the other crews who might not be quite as ready.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of factors at play at the start of a time trial that influence these things. And you see here's 2 crews that are pretty close together, just past 500 meters on this race course, and it doesn't look like there's much changing between them. So tight between these 2.
You know, and that's one thing. It's as you get more people in the boat, so you go from the 8 to the 4. You know, it's interesting to see sort of how the boat moves, how the boat runs. At one point, I was talking about the spacing between the puddles, and so when you have, you know, it's harder to get the boat to go as far when you have your coxswain and you only have 4 people. So as you get to see the 8s, one thing to look for is sort of that spacing between the puddles. And here we are once again in the last 250 meters of the race. This is the women's collegiate JV 4 with coxswain. And
potentially the crew from Manhattan here. We'll get a bow number for you, but I believe Manhattan has those green blades. They are bow number 374, which is, yeah, all right, I got one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice work. Nice work.
We're getting better.
You can see them coming up into the last bit of this race. They've just brought the rating up again, and they are pressing hard here to make it through that finish line, firing their legs down, really pressing hard.
Yeah, nice shot here to give you a good idea of just that leg press that initiates the whole stroke. Really, it sets the base point for everything you do in the boat. It helps balance the boat. It really is the main driving factor. You know, to get movement out of your boat is that leg press at the start of the catch.
And yeah, continuing in this women's collegiate JV 4 with coxswain. Here we see bow number, should I take a guess here? 3.
Is it Deauville 376?
Yeah, finishing up.
Which would make sense. Manhattan was 74. And there we go. Here are our 3Vs now out onto the race course.
Yes.
So the women's, we were just seeing the first couple boats from the women's JV4 finishing up. The men's 3V, which was scheduled to go off at 10:10, we're a little ahead of schedule. But that is the Drexel 3V there. There's only 5 boats in this event.
I think there's, yeah, 5 boats.
So it'll be Drexel, Temple, St. Joe's, MIT, and Jacksonville. And again, I was talking earlier about this Drexel team and how deep they are. We're going to see it throughout the next 2 days, really, as you know, we'll see a lot of Drexel boats in both the men's and women's divisions, and both are competitive. It's really one of the programs that you can look to and say that their men's and their women's team are both really, really competitive, which is nice to see from one of our local Philly schools. But, you know, it just gives you an idea that this is the 3rd Varsity 8 for Drexel, and they look pretty good.
Yeah.
So, you know, you have to imagine their 2nd and 1st Varsity 8s are also pretty fast rowers. That's Temple there on your screen. They also look like they have a good deal of speed past the 500-meter mark.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that's hard to do in these times trials is stay focused. And so we have another crew finishing up in the women's JV 4, and here we go. There's that shot of Temple that you were talking about. And once again, as we go up in terms of you know, the 3V, the 2V, and then onto the varsity, you'll really start to see the skills picking up. You'll start to see the boats be more in sync. I mean, this is actually a very good shot of the oars getting in the water together, the athletes getting their hands away, pressing down together, really moving that boat as a team. You can see the coxswain's course is like pretty straight down the middle of that lane, where we've seen sort of S turns, and you can look at the wakes and see the differences here. So you know, this is definitely sort of heating up. And
yeah, you see there too in that drone shot, it was a nice view to see when the rowers get to the finish, right, when the oars hit their bodies, they're pretty much in a dead line with each other, and they stay that way for most of the recovery until the last couple of inches, really, when the boat, and here is another, this is St. Joe's, when the oar starts to get over their feet, you start to see that outside shoulder kind of start to creep out, and the split start to happen between the rowers, and we're going port starboard here, so you see just the slight deviation there as their oars start to get above their feet, the blades start to catch into the water, and then once they get to the finish, they're back into a straight line.
Yeah.
Just a very aesthetically pleasing kind of aspect of the sport, especially when they're going this quickly.
Yeah, and there you can go. You can hear a coxswain giving some commands. And here we have a 391 MIT as they are pressing down. One of the great things, too, is like when you're out here on the course, like one of the great things I like about rowing is like the sounds. There's so many things. There's the visual, and then there is the audio as well. And when you hear those oar locks just like crank together, it's just that chunk sound. And it's really amazing when you see rowing done well. It is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, the sights and sounds of the sport are really kind of what make it special. You hear those coxswains with those. You hear the oarlock clink, and you get the send. Like, it's really putting on their voices a couple octaves deeper than they normally would, just kind of getting into you, providing you with that motivation. Because it may seem silly, sitting at home to say, just someone yelling at you the whole time. But really, when you're out there, this sport is pretty grueling. Aerobically, so to have somebody there in your ear to kind of just, you're not alone. There's someone there pushing you on. It can be very helpful. And wow.
Yeah, I think that the thing about this sport is that it is a power endurance sport. And
right.
So you have basically this around the edges. It's you're anaerobic. It's all just power that you're trying to lay out, and through that middle, you're just trying to maintain your base. And so that's where you need that real aerobic capacity. And so here it looks like we have the men's 3V. That's the men's third Varsity 8. And here we have 389.
Yeah, this is Temple.
Oh, sorry, is that 398? Did I mix those numbers? Oh, this is the women's. We're still in the.
No. This is Temple, the TU crew.
Okay.
Just finishing up there after Drexel. You saw there. A little bit of a dicey situation there. It looked like the Drexel 3V finished just before Pittsburgh, or just after Pittsburgh in the women's collegiate JV4. So
right.
they sent that one off a little early, and that 3V caught up to the back of that women's JV4 race. So just something to keep an eye on there. We're going to have a lot of fast crews moving down the race course as we get into the men's JV8 after this as well.
So this is 390 St. Joe's here. And there you go, right again. We're right in that 250, 250 meters left in the race. And so, crews will have different strategies in how they approach the race. Some like to get out to a quick start. Some like to even split. Some like the negative split.
Yeah.
So what all of that means is, like, if you're getting out to what we call a fly and die or fly and hold on strategy, that means you just get ahead and stay ahead. Some people are like, we're going to race our own race, so maybe like every 500 meters they want to have the same split.
Yeah.
And then you'll have crews that want to reverse split, and that will mean that they will want to get faster in each successive 500 meters.
Yeah, it's a strategy thing. It's up to the coaches to kind of know their rowers. And know exactly what makes them click, what makes the most sense for them, as this is the men's JV8 now, out onto the course with Drexel again in the pole position. A common theme now throughout these races. And, Drexel and LaSalle have probably seen a lot of each other throughout the season.
Yeah.
They they row out of boathouses that are just a couple boathouses down from each other on Boathouse Row on the Schuylkill River, just 20 minutes away in Philadelphia. So that's another interesting thing that I wonder about with these time trials is if you're the coach of LaSalle and you know you're going off second in this race, do you tell your coxswain, hey, get on Drexel's heels at that start? We want to be as close to them at the start as we possibly can to know exactly where we stand. Or do you say, let Drexel go, let them go row their own race, don't give them the motivation of having us right directly behind them so that we can then row our own race? I don't know. It's a very interesting, coaches are different and they might want to go through, different strategies that way.
Yeah. I mean, I think for the most part, when you're at this level, you want to have clean water to get the best time that you can. So unless there is a particular reason to sort of do some type of scouting, get some type of intel on a crew, then, I don't think that that's necessary.
And especially, like I said, these crews probably know each other, so it's less so then.
Yeah, less so of a motivation. But here we go.
This looks like LaSalle now. Would be my venture after we saw Drexel with the same drone.
Yep. And, so as we spoke about, there is the varsity, there's the JV, the junior varsity or second boat, and then there's the 3V, the third varsity. And right now, as I said, skills will get better. Here we can see a little bit of interesting. Once again, we'll see that bucket. You'll see that bucket again at 7 and 6 seat. And then you'll have the rest of the boat. So once again, maybe it's a question of you want to have your strongest athletes together. Sometimes it's even a technical question. You need one guy to follow another guy that's on the same side so that he's getting his oar in the water.
You saw there with that boat, too, they had it starboard rigged. And then when they got to the six seat was port rigged back. In the college level, coaches can change. It doesn't matter as much. It is generally port rigged is a little bit more common, you see, but they can switch that fairly easily, with these boats. But it is generally more common that you see the 8 seat, the rower who's sitting directly next to the coxswain there in these 8s is generally a port rower, but it's not a rule.
Yeah, I remember back in college we switched sides quite a bit, and so I, being one of the few scullers, actually switched from port to starboard. Yeah. And then we went with from a port rig to a starboard rig.
Yeah, I actually went to school my high school doesn't scull anymore, but when I was there we did scull. So when I got to college, I was a walk-on at Syracuse University, and I was generally a starboard, but when they asked, do you row starboard or port? And I said either. They said, well, we have 10 starboards and 5 ports. So
I row port.
Yeah, sounds like I row port.
Yeah. So there we saw Jacksonville, bow number 392. They are finishing up in the men's 3V race.
Yeah, so here's bow number 400, Jacksonville there. Yeah, JV8. And there's your JV8 from Drexel, who was the first out of the gate.
Yeah, and once again, it's just you can look at and see here. For those that follow rowing quite a lot, you'll look for the details of, are they clearing the puddles? That means, does the stroke seat get past the bow seat's puddles? Are their oars getting together in the water? Are their oars getting in the water together? These athletes have been working together all year, really learning to gel with one another, to be a team, to move as one. And you'll hear the coxswain calling for them to move together, calling out times where they need to apply a little bit more pressure and execute their race plan.
Yeah, impressive race. It looks so far from this MIT crew. Just really getting out in front of their pace at the moment. Not much check in the boat. Looks like they're really calm at the finish. Slow on the hands out, which is you know, a nice way to keep that boat set. It just looks like they're really comfortable rowing that along. And here's looks like potentially Colgate here. Colgate finishing up in the final couple hundred meters of the men's JV8 event.
Rowing at a 42.
Yeah, they're really pulling on this.
Really trying to get as much as they can out of these last few hundred meters, and they are through. Oh, there's a beautiful shot right there. You can see this crew is just nice and relaxed. Nice run on the boat here.
Yeah.
Really getting those hands away, legs down, pressing.
Something nice too about seeing the white boat, the white unis, and the white oars, or blades rather. It's just kind of a really, really nice shot here. This is unsure exactly which boat this is at the moment.
Rowing at about a 37. 36. We're watching the men's JV8 here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Coming into that last 250 meters, we have boat number 400.
Jacksonville, yeah, this is Jacksonville finishing up here. They were the 5th boat to go off in this event, so we've seen Drexel, LaSalle, Colgate, and Temple all finish at this point. Jacksonville now, MIT will be behind them.
So far, unofficial time, 5:38 for Temple, leading the way, and that followed by Drexel and LaSalle. I mean, I don't know who that crew is.
No, I don't either.
But they are doing some really nice rowing.
Yeah, they looked good. I wonder if it wasn't Marietta, but here's MIT. They're finishing up now. So you said Temple with the fastest unofficial time so far.
Yep.
Very interesting. Only a second ahead of Drexel there.
Yeah, and you know, once again, they are crews that have seen each other before.
Yes, most certainly.
Okay.
All right, give me a countdown.
And we're going to head to a commercial break right now as we finish up in the men's JV8. We'll be back very shortly.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Take off. The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
Ready? Can I count them down? All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Yeah, welcome back. We're still going down here with the men's JV8. It looks like they might have just finished up, and we were going to have our next event. And in fact, there at our start line, looks like the women's men's lightweight 4 rather, with Cox is started to get down. The race course here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And again, we want to thank our title sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University. Located in the greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey, Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create an unparalleled value. Here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, the men's lightweight 4 with Cox event. Coming down the race course now, starting with bound number 411, Fordham. Going to bound number 418, Long Island. So looks like 8 boats in this event, so 2 of them potentially getting left out. So this is important, this time trial. You want to finish top 6 to potentially move on to the final tomorrow.
Yeah, and a lot of these will depend on the depth of the race. So in cases where you have the 20 boats or something like that, 15 boats, you're going to have a semifinal. You're going to get a chance to race for that medal. But in cases where you have only 8 boats, you're racing for 6 spots to get into that final to be able to race. So it's an interesting ask for these crews, and you have different strategies for depending on the depth of each field.
Yeah, for sure. So it is definitely, you'd love to win. You'd love to go out there and win your time trial. Finishing top 6 is ideal for this men's lightweight 4 with Cox. If you can sneak in tomorrow, you'll get one of the outer lane assignments likely. They could change. I imagine tomorrow they might, depending on conditions, say that there's a really strong headwind. They might change lane preferences because there can be some advantages on this course in terms of wind protection, maybe when you're closer to the banks. But for the most part, they'll probably send the winners or the top finishers into lane 3 and 4, which gives you an advantage because you can kind of see the whole field next to you.
Right. Now, we've spoken a bit about, you did a great job of describing like the plus and the minus and the coxswain and
Sure.
the without coxswain, but we haven't really spoken about what it means to be a lightweight.
Right.
Now, lightweight rowers, in rowing, there's heavyweight rowers and there's lightweight rowers. And so the lightweight rowers have a weight restriction that they're allowed to that they can't exceed as a boat, and one that they can't exceed individually.
Yeah, so for men's college rowers, the max weight is 165 pounds. And I know for all my men out there, that's pretty light. So, generally some smaller statured guys in the lightweight events, but not always. You have some guys who are generally could, maybe fill out after their rowing days to 185, 190, who are slimming down to get to this 165. It's a tough proposition. I also believe that the boats have to average 160. So you can have a couple of guys who are a little bit heavier on the 165 range, but then you need some smaller guys as well in the 155 to 160 range to keep the boat average where it needs to be. So some tricky things involved with lightweight rowing.
Yeah, and one thing that you normally get to see, though, is that the lightweights are usually very technically proficient. And they have to be. So with this overhead shot here, you can see these guys are just getting out together, that they're moving the boat, that they're finishing together, those oars are getting in the water together, and really getting a great lever. You can see that V as they come down the course, and it's really great to watch. These guys really get on it.
Yeah, so some good length out of this crew, and with this overhead shot, one of the things to watch for is you see on the side of the boat there's they call them the gunnels there on the side. You want to get that outside hand just as far as possible. Akil was talking about it earlier. The length you want to send that oar as far back as possible. Just you'll have more time through the water with your blade at that time, and so you want to see that outside hand kind of get stretched out over the gunnel at the catch. you know, these overhead shots are a really good telltale sign to see who's got some length, who might need to get a little bit more flexible in the hamstrings moving forward.
Yeah, and another thing you'll typically see in lightweight rowing is a higher stroke rating. So they're if you're thinking about terms of like revolutions, they're actually trying to get more strokes through the water. And you know, as we spoke about, that's one way to get the boat to go faster. You get more strokes in the water, but the other side of that is the power application, and between that you get the efficiency.
So for a lightweight crew, what would be the point of trying to get a little bit higher on the stroke rate? There's obviously less weight in the boat. What's the benefit there of therefore rowing a little higher?
Yeah. So obviously more strokes in the water, you're displacing more water if you're not as powerful. So you know, with heavy weights, you can get more out of each stroke if you can generate more power. But you know, these days, some of the top lightweight crews, as you mentioned, are able to go really fast because they're very efficient, and their technique is really good.
Yeah, so another bucket rig here. I believe this is our Fordham crew. In the men's lightweight 4, they were the first crew we saw head out, and they're heading into the finish line right now. Yep, looks like 411 right there on the bow. So finishing up there in the men's lightweight 4 with Cox. So, you know, again, only 7 boats in this event, so that'll finish up fairly quickly here. I believe the last boat in that event is past us. It'll be tough to tell, as our next event down the race course is going to be the men's Varsity 4 with Cox. So we'll look out for that 423 Mercyhurst crew, who's going to be next up in the next event, as we finish with 418 Long Island in the men's lightweight 4. So still some lightweights out on the course at the moment.
Yeah, and there we go, 413 it looks like. So that is, we're still seeing
the lightweights.
Mercyhurst there. The lightweights is still out. Once again, you'll look over. I saw that stroke seek. Just give a peek over to say, are we done yet? Are we there yet?
Been there. Been there.
You know, and that's a telltale sign of a lot of exertion.
Yeah, so you're seeing it's, you know, a little bit in these 4s, the bucket rigs becoming a little bit more popular. A lot of 4s with the bucket rigs here coming down the race course. It looks like Iona there on that that Coxswain's uni.
I would agree with that. I think we got that one right.
I think so.
But you know, it's interesting to see here. You can see these guys are moving pretty well together. Even with that bucket rig, you know, the boat's setting up nicely. Their bodies are moving together. Bow seats just a little off, but like really just the rest of the crew is just really moving well. Getting those oars in the water, pushing those puddles down. You know, I think that one of the interesting things is that, you know, in rowing, that the oars actually stay in the same place. It's the boat that's moving. So when you're pressing, you almost think about it is that you're putting your oar like stuck in the mud, and then the boat's moving through the water. And that's why they're left behind you. Yeah. Right? As you take the stroke. So
that's very smart. And then
little fun fact for you here.
That is very interesting. And then, of course, as the boat's moving, oar placement on the recovery is paramount to make sure that the boat is set. You know, for people at home who may not be super familiar with the sport, you know, for these crews, it's probably not as big of an issue. They're a little bit more experienced. They've rowed together for a while. Setting the boat probably comes fairly naturally. But when you're starting out with a new crew who hasn't rowed together, they probably put these boats together back in March. But back then, they you know, it's a challenge to try and you know, figure out hand placement. It takes a couple of weeks of rowing together to really feel comfortable with the members of your boat. So it is a sport that the longer you row together, the faster you will get. It's a sport of comfortability, of knowing your teammates, of knowing their tendencies, and being able to feed off of that. You can feel the boat underneath you as you move up the slide, and you can kind of tell. Akil mentioned earlier rushing the slide, and that's not to say that this looks like this is a Drexel crew here.
Yeah.
It's not to say that they are doing that, but that stroke seat, if that were to be happening behind him, he would feel that underneath his legs. Like, he would feel the guys behind him, rushing up, and it would feel unnatural. You want to make sure that you feel the boat underneath you as you get up to the catch, and that you're not, going too quickly. You want to stay, have the same rhythm as the guys in front of you, and that all adds up to making the boat stable and balanced, and allowing you to put as much power behind each stroke as possible. So, it's a difficult proposition. There's a lot that goes into each stroke, to make sure that you're balanced, you're set, and you're getting as much power to the stroke as possible. Not to mention all the handwork that needs to go into the feather and the catch. So there's a lot that goes on in those quick strokes that you're seeing out there.
Yeah, I like to use the word synchronicity, and it really helps to sort of describe all of the things that need to go on in order for the boat to move fast. And so, definitely like moving here into this last 250, the boat has to be moving together.
Yeah.
And as you were speaking about the set of the boat, whether it's down to one side or the other, those things take time to build when you are a new crew.
Yeah.
But here we're seeing some really experienced crews.
Definitely.
You can see them moving through the water. One way to sort of determine if the boat is set is that you would see a little splash or a little tick down to one side. We saw that in some of the boats earlier today. In some of the 3V boats, we saw a little bit of bouncing around from one side to the other. And that really takes away from the speed of the boat. But here you can see these crews here, they're seasoned, and they're really just putting that oar in the water, and just the boat is set. They've got their hand levels figured out, and really focusing in on applying power as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, and as we move into the men's Varsity 4 with Cox event, it's important to note that later on we'll have the men's Varsity 8. Not every crew in this Varsity 4 event will be competing in the Varsity 8 event. So for some of these crews, these are the 4 best rowers on their team. So that's just something to keep in mind. Certain crews prioritize 8s, certain crews prioritize 4s. So for some of these teams out here, these very well could be the 4 fastest men on their rowing team. So expect some fast times out of these men's Varsity 4s. These should be very talented boats that we're seeing. And yeah, that looks like difficult to tell exactly. Potentially Oklahoma City there. 432.
Yeah. And it's wild because you say Oklahoma. Isn't that landlocked?
I think about it all the time.
But they've got a great rowing facility in Oklahoma, High Performance Training Center there as well. So here we see Drexel 422. We are seeing them finish up. Sorry, was that?
Yeah, unclear. It is definitely a Drexel boat. I don't see them on either of these heat sheets for the lightweights or the varsity. So that was a Drexel boat, though.
Okay. Just making sure.
It's tough with these time trials, folks. We're doing our best, figuring out exactly which crews are coming down. If you stick with us into the afternoon, we'll have semifinals, and we'll be a little bit more buttoned up on who's who. But we're trying to find bow numbers, and we got one right here, 433. That's going to be our Army Golden Knights from West Point.
Are you sure it's not the midshipmen?
I'm sure. It makes sense that the people on the ships are not. They belong to the Navy. I know that one. I learned that one early.
Yeah. So here we have it looks like 425. Embry Riddle.
Fun name for a college.
Yeah. These guys are getting out there, sort of putting the stick on it.
Yeah, it looks like they just finished up there. They were moving quick, probably above a 40 there at the end. Just getting their oars into the water real quick. And you know, one of the things that you might do in the sprint there, and it looked like that boat that we just saw was potentially doing it. You might shorten up that stroke, to try and get as many strokes as possible into the final couple of strokes there. It's not something that you want to do throughout the base of the rate. Like we talked earlier about how important length is. You know, but when you're sprinting at the end and you're kind of running on fumes, just shortening up that stroke a little bit to try and get as much blade in the water as you can is a bit of a strategy that you'll see these teams employ.
Yeah, and here we have Lafayette finishing up at around a 36 in that last 250 meters. Just really pulling. And here we go. You know, I really like the work that's being done here. This is a beautiful shot here. Once again, that bucket rig.
Yeah, I wonder if this isn't Rollins. I've been trying to get myself acquainted with the uni colors and oars colors. Rollins has those yellow and blue. It looks like that is 435 Rollins coming down the race course now. They look pretty solid here in this boat, pretty controlled. Definitely, they're not rowing too high of a rate. Looks like, is that a 36 there? You're saying?
Yeah.
So 36 there, very controlled 36 though. So nice shot here of a boat that looks like they know what they're doing. Oh, here we go. Here's some fun racing to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean in a time trial, can we? Oh, and it looks like they're going to nose right ahead there.
Yeah, wonder if that wasn't Fairfield and Rutgers or Delaware involved in that.
And here we go. As we go on, you'll hear probably the more experienced coxswain. This is 429. This is Rutgers. You'll hear the coxswains doing a little bit more yelling as the experience gets through. They are trained their vocal cords to yell at maximum shriek.
Yeah, so these varsity fours are finishing up pretty close together, huh? This is some fun racing going on here. You know, it's difficult to tell. We've been talking about throughout the day, where you stand in a time trial. Akil mentioned that what he likes to do is, put up a time. So these, depending on where exactly they're at in the boat, I believe that these stroke seats will likely have a little monitor in front of them. The coxswain as well, but I believe it in a 4 it has to be with the stroke. But they know how fast they're going. So in rowing, we generally base things off of 500-meter splits to give us an idea of how fast we're going. So these folks know how fast they rode that first 500, how fast they rode the second 500. So in their heads, they're probably saying to themselves, oh, we rode a really, faster than our first 1,000. Let's keep it up. Or, wow, we were dragging behind a little bit there in that first 1,000. We need to pick it up. But, it is important to try and win these time trials, to try and get lane assignments in the semifinals. And also, in this men's varsity 4, we're going from bow number 423 to 449.
Right.
So there will be a semifinal later today.
Yeah, the top 18 boats in this race will go to the semifinals, and so that means they're having three semifinals, and that will mean that the top 2 to the final, next 2 to B final, and then next 3 to C final.
So the seeding is important.
Yeah.
Because if you finish with the fastest time here, you're going to have a more favorable semifinal based on the boats and behind you and where they end up in their semifinal. So you won't have to face the second and third and fourth fastest crews in your semifinal if you finish in first place. So there are advantages to going out there and trying to put up the fastest times, especially when you have a semifinal later on.
Yeah, and one of the things that is important to remember, as we were talking about, like the depth of a Drexel or the depth of a Rutgers, but it's important for this varsity four. They might have a team might have just 4 guys that are good, and so I think what we'll see is a lot of different boats. Like right now, we're seeing so far Fairfield has put up the fastest unofficial time at 6:18, but right behind them, Loyola Maryland is at a 6:18.58. So 0.35 seconds separating them so far, separating the top 2 boats. So, as you said, this is I think that we're going to see that sort of tightness in the field with such depth, and also with crews maybe only having 4 guys that can compete.
Yeah, so it's it's at an event like the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, you see the kind of the differences. There's some big programs here. There's some smaller programs here. And this looks like Penn State out there.
Looking good, just they're nice and relaxed. Rowing together, once again we're seeing a lot, I would say, of that bucket rig, more than I'm used to seeing. But whatever floats your boat, I guess.
When I was here last month during the Connect Cup, I actually did see a 4 that was double bucketed. It was very, very interesting. It's very uncommon that you see
a 4.
Yeah.
Double bucketed.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. It's like a unicorn. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. You see it a little bit more in the 8s.
Yeah.
The double bucket, but 4 doesn't make a ton of sense. But in the 8, it's still a bit odd to see a double bucket in an 8, but it makes a little bit more sense in those middle 4 seats to do it.
So here we have rowing at about a 35 there. We were looking at that Penn State boat coming into the finish here. See this cruise taking up the...
This be the Merchant Marines here?
We're the 440.
Okay, so that's Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh is taking it up and coming through that finish line. Here we go, a view of the top of the course headed towards the starting line. We have some of those 8s.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the men's
varsity. We'll be looking
varsity
at the varsity 8s.
Carnegie Mellon now. So 440, Pittsburgh, 441, their crosstown rivals, Carnegie Mellon.
Rowing at about a 36, 37 to finish it up.
And Western Ontario.
Once again, our friends from the north, showing the full North American representation at this regatta.
Yeah, love to see the schools coming down from Canada competing here.
So far, Fairfield still holding on to that top time, unofficial time of 6:18.23.
Pretty good time there, 6:18.
Yeah, and it's really nice.
All right, and we're going to go to a quick commercial break as we wait for our women's varsity 4 to get started.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
3, 2, 1.
All right, welcome back, and we are getting started here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, again presented by Thomas Jefferson University. Thomas Jefferson University, reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. And we're getting started here on our Division II, Division III Women's Varsity 4 with Cox, heading down the race course, and it looks like potentially our first bow marker, Embry Riddle, bow marker 452 on your screen.
Yeah, and you know, as we said, as we move up in terms of from the JV and the 3V to the varsity, you're going to see an increase in terms of the technical proficiency. And so right here, this is a great overhead shot of this crew. They're moving together, really getting those oars in together, and putting on sort of like a really great show of what rowing looks like. You can see they're really doing a good job of clearing those puddles. The coxswain too, just steady down the middle of the course.
Yeah, so we'll have 11 boats in this Women's Varsity 4 with Cox event. This is Division II, Division III. And then we will have another time trial right after that for the Division I Women's Varsity 4. It's open event, so these Division II, Division III schools, if they would want to, they could move up and race against the open event. But, you know, for women's rowing, it operates a little bit differently than men's rowing. Some of these club teams in the men's events can compete against the varsity teams. Women's rowing has Division I, Division II, Division III, classifications. And a lot of that is in thanks to Title IX, which allowed for universities to make sure that they had the equal number of sports teams dedicated to women as they did for men. And another part of that is that a lot of these bigger schools have football teams, which are only for men, which have big numbers, 100 guys on those football teams. And that allows for these schools to have really big women's rowing programs as well, and they can bring on a lot of athletes because they need to offset the football team. So women's rowing kind of gets used as that other team because of Title IX. Yeah,
taking a look here at 455 coming down the course, and that is Tampa. And you can see it looks like the boat behind them is making a move, and I'm not sure if that's Rollins or Mercyhurst. I think what the referees try to do is to put opposite numbers behind each other, so that they could be getting. It's likely that Mercyhurst has passed Rollins as well, unless Rollins has really gotten out over Tampa
to the wrong lane.
Yeah. And so, once again, a nice overhead shot. You can see the oars getting out of the water together.
Yeah, so I think that is Mercyhurst there.
And got a little refusal to yield here.
Yeah, this is an interesting scenario here.
So, you know, obviously the crew being overtaken would yield over a little bit to the crew. But this coxswain has made an executive decision and is going to ride the oars. This is an excellent view of coxswain right here. She's got the oars right over the buoy so that her crew doesn't hit them, and she's riding right over those oars. The other crew is not really yielding.
Look how close their oars are
she's
there.
just like, we're going to do this. We've got to pass this boat. We've got to, get the time that we want for this time trial, given the depth of this field, the top 12 to the semifinals. And so,
what a fantastic job by this Mercyhurst coxswain.
Yeah, I mean that is top notch right there. Just getting those oars right over that buoy line.
And there's only a couple feet there between their oars and the crew next to them. It really impressive.
Yeah. And so they're going to keep moving through, and you'll see the coxswain will probably try to move back over into the center of the lane once she has passed the crew. Here we go, another view. I mean, and this is a great. If you look at that line of puddles, there's only like one little crook in there, and that gives you sort of an idea of how straight the coxswain is steering the boat.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be the crew from Rollins here, likely already passed by Mercyhurst, which is why you see another crew directly in the lane with Rollins behind them, because Mercyhurst was that odd crew out there on their left-hand side who has now moved past the crew in front of them, which was Tampa. So really impressive stuff, and that is, we got 456 there, Rollins. Yeah, just a nice shot there. Still doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's 458. That is Franklin and Marshall.
So that's the boat that we saw in that drone shot behind Rollins there, out in lane 3 at the moment. Yep, and here's Embry Riddle, our pole position 4. He's going to cross the finish line first.
Yeah, the red buoys, that last 250 meters.
Back to Franklin and Marshall at about just probably heading into the final 500 now. I think there are about 600 meters left to go. That canoe club over there is right before the final 500. This looks like Jefferson University.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Our presenting sponsor. And top left hand of your screen, you see that logo. Matches the logo on the oars of the boat coming down.
That's some excellent detective work by you.
Thank you, thank you.
You can see there in that last 250. Now, one thing that would be, this is where crews will have to figure out what comes next. How are they going to go about, improving what they have done in this time trial. Battling the wind is one thing. As the wind changes throughout the day, we'll see if the crews adjust their strategies in terms of the stroke rating that they use, in terms of how far they're laying back. There's a lot of different things you can do to compensate for the wind.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Like these are varsity rowers, so they're pretty experienced. They know how to row in different conditions. As we see this Mercyhurst crew still. It looks like they've passed another crew.
Yeah, that's the Uville. Yep.
Wow, Mercyhurst. Watch for them to have a really fast time there in that race.
Yeah, and we see Jefferson here again. Another shot of Jefferson. Some nice rowing being done here. They're really doing a great job of moving that boat. And here we go.
This boat looks quick.
This is a quick-looking boat right here. I want to say it is
difficult to tell. Potentially Nazareth.
Yeah.
Potentially Franklin Pierce.
But either way, the crew's doing a good job of really moving that boat down the course.
Oh, so you know what? This is Boston.
Yeah,
this is our women's Varsity 4 event now.
Okay, all right. So they switched up on us.
Yeah.
I was like, that definitely looks like Boston.
So this is the open. This is the open event. So these are the Division I crews and anyone who wanted to step up into that event. But so this is still the women's Varsity 4 event, but that is, you see there the 500-meter mark, the Boston University Terriers. Again, your pole position. So I keep mentioning that I was here last month for the Connect Cup, and one of the themes of that race, and a lot of these crews were here for that, one of the themes of that race is that the Boston University women were fantastic.
Yeah.
Just a really great program. They were competitive in pretty much every boat class, sculling and sweeping. So watch for that to be a theme throughout the next couple of days today. The Boston University women's team, really, really deep, talented team. And we're still up at the start here, you see.
This crew's striking at about a 36 beats per minute. Really doing a great job of getting good length here.
Lafayette.
68, yeah, Lafayette. Little lower on the rating here.
Looks very controlled though. They look like they're in sync at the moment.
Yeah, they're about a 32 right now.
little lower than you'd like, but you know, if they have the power, you don't hate it necessarily. 32 is generally what you can hit on a 2,000 meter piece base rate on a stationary machine.
Yeah.
It's generally a little bit easier to get a higher stroke rating in the boat than it is on a stationary erg. But yeah, that 32, 34 range is generally what rowers like to do on a test 2,000.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of it, as you said, depends on like the power. Maybe that is, maybe they're in their wheelhouse. Maybe their plan is to just go out and have a nice even time trial. Maybe they're confident in their speed. So sometimes it's kind of tough to know.
Yeah.
And here we have 469. We have Penn State, the Nittany Lions.
Yeah, nice to see the women from Penn State here this weekend.
And now they're a little higher. They're at a 35, but if you look, their stroke is a little bit shorter than what we were seeing before. If you look at that 4 seat, and you look at how far back those oars are getting to that bow, 470 here, Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Georgia Tech, and then looks like out behind them and potentially moving. That's going to be Western Ontario there in the lane next to them with the odd-numbered bow marker heading down lane 3. Looks like the evens are heading down lane 4.
We're figuring some things out.
Yeah, it seems like it. Gets easier as you go on throughout the day. And, you know, by the time the time trial's finished, we'll know what we're doing.
Yeah, and so that Western Ontario boat up at about a 35. And Georgia Tech wondering if they're going to try to counter, make a move, and just hold them off a little bit longer. It's rowing at about a 32, 34. We'll see, but that Western Ontario boat has really put some space on the crews in front of them, or behind them.
Yeah.
However you want to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, again, everything is backwards in this sport. And here's the nice shot of those two crews again, Georgia Tech and Western Ontario. So you saw just about 30 seconds ago how far back Western Ontario was on Georgia Tech as they crossed right in front of us here at the Camden County Boathouse. And yeah, really nice rowing from Western Ontario. They're not too much higher than the Tech crew.
Yeah.
But you can just kind of see there's less check in their boat.
Yep.
They're catching much cleaner.
A little bit longer as well.
Yeah.
So here we have 472. Was that right? Or
Yeah, this is
I
Pitt.
missed that. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
Yeah, we're kind of switching back and forth between these two drones at the moment. Looks like this pit crew is just slightly behind our first drone, which I see it now on the course, heading back up to catch a little bit further up.
And here we have that Boston crew moving into that last 250 meters of the race. And, you know, it looks like they've had a good race. They're rowing nice and strong. It looks like they may have brought the rhythm up a little bit. The rating is up a little bit more than it had been for the base of their race.
They're really squeezing those finishes. You see, just kind of yanking on it at the end there, just pulling really hard into their chests.
They're up at about a 37, 38 right now, finishing it out in the last couple of strokes here. Their coxswain will call it, going all the way through.
Yeah, so here's that pit crew again, that 472 crew on the left-hand side, and then probably 473 Merrimack just past them. Those two crews pretty close together. It's tough to say. I'm looking at them now out on the race course. Not too much between them, and then here we have
FIT
finishing up.
getting a little windy up here, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely,
You know?
the wind's definitely
That
picking up.
tailwind is picking up. Maybe we're going to see some faster times. I mean, the race will be over a little bit sooner for some of these athletes, but you know, it also requires a technical ability as well.
Battery level is low. The aircraft will go to the home point in 10 seconds.
And here we go. A nice overview shot here. Some pretty good rowing as well.
Yeah, so we're coming to the end now of our women's varsity 4 in the Division 1 event, and then we're going to finish up our time trials with a slate of varsity 8 events, the men's, and then there's 3 separate divisions for the women's varsity 8 after these 4s make their way through. But still finishing up here, it looks like Manhattan.
Yep.
It's 474. They're just past the 1,000-meter mark, so we're going to bow number 478, which will be Lafayette. So after Manhattan, we'll have TCNJ, William and Mary, and Robert Morris, and here's Penn State finishing up. So.
Yeah, and you know, as we spoke about with the time trial, different strategies. This is, you know, I think everybody's going to the semifinal. So this is mostly about seeding right here. And so what the crews are trying to do is just make sure that they get the best lane possible. And you know, for the semi, the best, you know, race possible, because this will be top 3 from the semi will go to the A final and be able to race for the hardware. And that's another interesting thing about this sport, is that you have the heats and the semis, and you know, you can do all of this racing, and you keep racing because all of it is about establishing a ranking for you.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's only that final top final where you're racing for that hardware.
Right. Yeah, and these are medal races, and you know, it's part of the tournament aspect of these large regattas, right? You have a couple time trials, you have a semifinal to try and make sure that you can be in that final 6 to have a chance at gold, silver, or bronze. And there's some cup races here too as well. So, you know, really fun racing throughout the day, and you know, tomorrow will be even more high stakes. And this afternoon we'll have some semifinals as well. But you know, it just kind of is a fun aspect of the sport to really, you know, when you're learning about the sport, get to know, you know, there's time trials, and then there's semis, and then there's finals, and you know, it's a common theme throughout most major regattas. You know, you'll have to row 2 to 3 races if you wanna win.
Yeah, well, and the other part about that is that, you know, you mentioned cups. Here we're looking at 477. This is Robert Morris University, and there's a cup. So you want to finish as high as possible to get as many points for your university or college as possible, so you'll be in the running for that cup. So like, maybe you don't win as many races as you want on top, but if you have enough boats finishing high enough, you're still in the running to get that cup.
All right, it looks like we've got our first men's varsity 8 out onto the course now. Drexel was supposed to go off 482. This doesn't quite look like Drexel, but maybe it is. Those oars do have the dragons on them. It's just a different uni, I guess, for this men's varsity 8, the Drexel boat. But yeah, it looks like that's Drexel, your men's varsity 8.
Yeah, and you'll see these boats now. This is where you'll see the power and beauty of the 8. You know, they're really moving together. These athletes have rowed for a number of years, most of them, and this is going to be, you know, some great racing. You can look at them sending the boat. You can, and by that I mean getting that run. And these guys are rowing at about a 36 right now. So right in there, this is where you're going to see the fitness and the training come out right here as these boats are racing. And in this boat, these guys are racing hard because this time trial means something. This is going to tell you who makes it into that top level semifinal.
Yeah.
You know, so
this is bow number 482 is Drexel there. There they are again. We're heading to bow number 500, Villanova. So 19 boats in this race. Do you know if it says there if it's 3 semifinals or 2 semifinals?
yeah, so this is going to be
Probably
for
3, I would guess.
Yeah, this is going to probably, this is the men's varsity 8, and this is the top 18 to semifinals.
So one crew is going to be left out at the end of this time trial. So everyone going to do their best here to not be the one crew that doesn't make it through. That'd be tough. As that's our crew from Collegiate there, currently coming up second. Another shot of them right there as they hit the 500-meter mark. And apologies, that's not the Collegiate crew, but potentially FIT or Marietta.
Yeah, rowing at a 37. We'll see that boat coming down. And then here coming into the view, we've got Temple.
Yeah, there's Temple, 484. The bow number for them. Trying to get an idea of exactly where they're at on the race course. They're past 1,000. I still think they are in the third 500. And yeah, there you see the canoe club right there, passing on the southern side of the boat of the race course there. And once you get through this canoe club there, you'll see the 500-meter buoys start to pop up.
So they just settled down as you were wrapping up there into sort of a base rhythm right around that 36, 35, 36. They were up at around a 38, I suspect higher off of the start. And so now we'll get to see, you know, these crews here, they'll make moves. Maybe they'll bring the rating up a bit as they make moves through the 500, through the 1,000. But what you really want to be looking for here is looking at the crews getting their oars in the water. You can see, as you spoke about a little bit earlier, they're getting those hands out over that gunnel. That's the side of the boat, which is going to make this sweeping V, like right down the middle, as the athletes get their bodies over and out as far as possible, really trying to get long and really moving that boat.
Yeah, so here's our leaders, or at least our first boat to go off in the time trial, the Drexel Varsity 8. And they're going to pass the finish line just now. Looked like a really strong race from them. We'll see how the time starts stacking up.
We'll get a few of the crew members up here.
I wonder if this is not the boat from LaSalle. As we see Collegiate here is going to be our next boat to finish. Really high stroke right there at the end for them. St. Joe's.
Looking good here too. I mean, like, this is a lot of quality rowing right here.
Yeah, these are going to be the fastest boats we see on the course today. Men's varsity 8s in the 1V. You know, 8s generally going to be the fastest boats that we see. The men's 8s obviously move a little bit quicker than the women's 8s. So these men's varsity 8s expected to be the fastest races of the day. As Temple crosses
at about a 46, finishing up the race there at about a 46. We have the geese agreeing with my timing of the stroke rate. So unofficial time so far, we have Drexel with a time of 5:25.67, and Collegiate with a time of 5:27. So we're going to see some interesting, I think, there's going to be pretty tight in this time trial.
Yeah, so here's LaSalle finishing up as well, and a friend of mine is a Drexel alumni. He told me to watch out for the LaSalle crew this year. He's a little bit worried that that Drexel might not have it this year. So he said LaSalle's got a good crew. This is Marietta now on the screen. Marietta, bow number 489.
Rowing at about a 36. and really looking good. Nice rhythm.
And here comes Jacksonville now. Jacksonville is the next boat to finish up here in the time trial, the 5th boat down the race course. So, you know, in these 4 events, we saw a lot of passing going on. It's very unlikely to see that in these 8 events. Just because the boats move so quickly, there's going to be a little bit less time probably between the boats. And, you know, they move so fast, they get out in front. So less likely to see boats right next to each other in these 8 events.
Yeah.
And next up to finish up here,
FIT.
Yeah, that's going to be FIT 487. As we see there, that's the 500, the first 500 meter mark. Unsure exactly who that is heading into that, but you know, nice shot there of our first 500 finishing up.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that's going to be telling here is that, like, right now we have Drexel still sitting with a 525, so you know, 0.66, and so right now looking at the times, there's maybe about a 4-second difference we'll see between maybe the top 6, which means that it could be a pretty much of a barn burner if that sort of you know,
those 8
distributions
races
continue.
When there's not a lot of time between 8s, those 8 races can be really fun in the 2,000 meter discipline because the boats, again, they don't move too much differently in terms of speed, so you'll end up seeing, you know, the point of these time trials, these semifinals, is to get the fastest 6 boats into that final race. So you'll see 6 boats across moving really, really quickly, and it's exciting as they change who's, you know, got a seat on who pretty much with every stroke. So 8 racing is really exciting. Pretty much every level.
And I think that as we go on throughout the regatta, you know, things are going to be, all of the little things that we were talking about earlier will become more important. You know, are the athletes getting their oars in the water together? Is the coxswain, you know, taking a straight course? What's going on with their bodies in and out of the boat, you know, and their overall fitness, and a lot of that has to do with their fitness. And you know, these athletes have been training all year. The Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta is maybe the final race for some of these athletes, you know, independent of any other championships that they have to go to. And so this is it. This is the time to bring it, you know. And so as we look at these time trials with you know, you don't want to be that one boat that's left out. So these guys are all racing hard.
And here's a nice shot of the Georgia Tech crew, side-by-side drone here. Nice piloting here by our drone to give you this nice side shot, just a different angle. We've seen a lot of the overhead stuff today. These side angle shots give you just a little bit of a different view. You saw there's a little bit of a bounce. Some of these blades are hitting the water on the recovery there, not ideal. That means that the boat is having a little bit of a trouble like being set by the rowers, but they still looked like they were getting some speed out of it. But you know, in a sport where, you know, we're doing time trials, so speed is obviously paramount. Anything that can cause drag, anything that can cause the slightest of hiccup is gonna decrease your speed. So, you know, rowing as perfect as you possibly can is on every rower's mind here. There's a lot of pressure to perform.
Yeah, and here's a great shot. I mean, these guys are moving the boat together. I really like how they're getting the oars in the water. And they're coming out the water together. So some really great rowing here by 497 Bowden. We'll see how that works out for them in terms of where they finish. It looks like that some of the, you know, when I was looking at Drexel and looking at Temple and LaSalle, looks like they were just getting the boat to run a little bit more, just a little bit more power. But that was some really nice rowing that we were just looking at.
Yeah, so finishing up here now, looks like that was potentially the Georgia Tech crew. As we move into the final few members of the men's Varsity 8.
Nice, some real nice rowing here as well.
Franklin and Marshall crew in the blue and white.
Yeah. A little bit off between stroke and 6 seat.
Yeah. Looks like the stroke might just be...
Sorry, stroke and 5 seat. They've got the old bucket going on there in 7 and 6. So yeah, a little couple of things that these guys will probably try to clean up if they make it to the next round, trying to execute a little bit more together. You can see this crew here is actually getting their oars in a little bit more together. They're getting their legs down, their bodies are swinging a little bit more together, and that's going to help because it's all of those little things that will come in to either cause the boat to go offset to the port or to starboard, and those are the things you want to minimize.
Yeah, so Franklin and Marshall was this crew that we were talking about. We were, this 5 seat here definitely having some trouble with his length, and he's definitely skying a little bit at the catch. He's likely, being in that 5 seat, he's likely one of the stronger guys on the boat, but just needs a little bit more flexibility as Villanova now. Yeah. Bow seat 500. They look a little bit cleaner, but maybe just not as much power as the boat. They're rowing at a pretty high rate for a base.
Yeah. The other thing is that you could see that coxswain was just over in the buoys a little bit, and you might want to get the crew out of there so that no one gets tangled up in those buoys. And in rowing, we call it catching a crab, and that's when your oar gets stuck under the water. And there's different types of crabs, some that may eject you from the boat, or some that just slow the boat down quite a bit. Well, they all slow the boat down quite a bit.
Yeah, sometimes, they're like Akil said, there's varying degrees of the crab. Sometimes it catches you and smacks you in the face, and other times it's just a little digger in the water. And we're going to head to a commercial here right now, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Okay, and welcome back to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta presented by Thomas Jefferson University, reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. All right, so we're going to finish up our slate of time trials this morning as the wind kicks up. Once again, a little bit of a cross tail at the moment, coming from south to north. Starting off in the women's Varsity 8, we have the Division II boats. This is just 3 boats in this event. Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, Jefferson, and Rollins.
All right, so this right here is just that race to get the cobwebs out here.
Yeah.
And effectively what you want to do is have the best race you can, maybe get into that middle position where you can see both boats on the side for the time trials here, and also get an idea of the speed of the crews you'll be racing again. Here we're looking at Jefferson, and they are looking pretty good as they come down the course here.
Yeah, Jefferson's still at about just past the 500-meter mark, and I see here Embry-Riddle passing us at Camden County at the 750, so about 500, just about the 500-meter mark for Jefferson. Embry-Riddle 250 out in front of them, so gives you an idea of how far apart these crews are getting off here in this Division II event. So, yeah, straight to a final tomorrow for them. Good to get out here, get a piece. Not the most consequential time trial in the world, but for these rowers, it could be big just to work out some kinks. Good to get a piece in the day before a big race. Practice 2K essentially. Go out there and get warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, I think the other part of this is that I don't know how much these crews face each other throughout the year.
Yeah.
And so this is an opportunity to sort of gauge the speed of your competitors.
Definitely.
What I really like, what I'm seeing right now, there's nice relaxed, movement coming up to that catch. And so this crew's really just out there right now, as you said, to get the work out the kinks. Maybe they've traveled a long distances to get here, and so it's a great opportunity to just sort of race down the course and get the lay of the land.
Yeah, so this is the crew from Rollins, and we're going to get nice shots here of all of them, as this is now the Division III event. This is Stockton. They're our first boat out in Division III, and you see Stockton on the left-hand side in lane 4, and then also in that drone shot there very quickly was Bryn Mawr College, the all-women's liberal arts school here in the Philadelphia area. But back to the Division III time trial, or Division II time trial rather, that was Rollins. This is Division III, Stockton. So just a bit of a separation point there from the Rollins crew to the Stockton crew, separate events.
So striking at about a 35 here. Stockton moving well, just looking good too. Clearing those puddles, maybe just trying to get a little bit more space. You can see that stroke seats or is coming right down in the puddle of that bow seat. If you can get like a little bit more press, a little bit more space between there, they might be able to get a little bit more run out of the boat.
Yeah, it looks like, as you said it, they kind of started to get a little bit more. But yeah, it's right there. They're right on it.
Yeah. But nice rhythm. Here we go.
And that's got to be the Bryn Mawr College ladies, 5'11" there.
Yeah, looking good here. Looks like they're a little bit lower on their rating, but once again, we'll see if that has an impact. Lots of different strategies that you can take in the time trials, and one of them might be, if it's just that you know that you're going to be in the finals, maybe you just want to go down and have a paddle and stretch it out. You don't really want to gas it out too much.
Yeah, and again, only 6 crews in this Division III event. Stockton, Bryn Mawr, Marietta Catholic, MSOE, and Simmons. So they'll go straight to the final tomorrow. But, again, it's up to the coaches and the coxswains to really decide how they want to attack it. Do they want to say, let's put the fear of God into our opponents and set a blistering pace, or do we want to kind of sandbag it a little bit and not give everything away just right away? So different strokes for different folks, quite literally.
And so on and so on.
Yeah.
One thing that I would love to see is that if the coaches get to see any of these races, is like, it looks like they can stretch out, get a little bit longer in that stroke, and maybe get a little bit more out of it.
Feels like coaches are always asking for just a little bit more length, though, right?
Yeah. Here we go. Now this is a nice relaxed stroke. They're plenty of time on the recovery, just moving right along. That's Emery Riddle.
Yeah, so that's the Division II event starting to finish up there in the final couple strokes.
Yeah, and it looks like they just had like a nice, solid, even race there. I like the way they got out, and it looked as they were finishing up that they were able to sort of maintain that same calm, that same rhythm.
Yeah, so this is Catholic University, again, the Division III event, heading down the race course. So that was Catholic, and then looks like MSOE here. Nice side-by-side shot of them. Yeah, so they're about 250 in there. You see that marker on the shore over there that says 250 meters. We have them at pretty much every 250-meter point on the course for the coxswains and the rowers to just know where they are.
Yeah, and they're rowing at about a 32, so a little bit lower than I would expect, but also just doing a good job of staying calm and really pushing that boat down the water.
So Akil, talk to me a little bit about how you break this race down. So for me, when I was rowing, I always like to break things down into 500-meter sections. You know, different people do different things, but you kind of say to yourself, okay, first 500, kind of middle 1,000, and then the final 500.
Yeah, I used to look at it a little differently, only because I thought that most people were doing a 500. So if I'm breaking the race down by 500, so I'd like to move either before or after people would take their move. So sometimes I'd like look at the races and say like, okay, at 450 I'm going to make my move, and then again at like, all right, I'll do something strange like at 800 I'll make a move, and that gets into the psychology of the single.
For sure.
But I think for some of these races where we're talking about the 8, a lot of people follow the standard script of, you know, get out, we're going to get out high, settle in, and race, and you know, at 500 we'll make a move, at 1,000 we'll make a move, and so it really helps to sort of break the race up in that way.
Yeah, mentally speaking, it can be really helpful. It's something that a lot of these rowers probably learn on the erg, on the rowing machine, is how to mentally break up, you know, their pieces, and then it can kind of transfer out into the boat. Obviously, it's different because you don't always know exactly where you are. The buoys help on a course like this, but that's not always the case.
Yeah, and here we're looking at Simmons from up north, rowing at about a 36, just coming past us here at the boathouse, and you know, really doing their thing. One of the things that you want to look at is what's going on with the athletes' heads, right? So you can see a little bit in that bow seat, maybe just a little bit of the head motion, a little extra. You want to be as efficient as possible, as few movements as possible to sort of conserve that energy and focusing it on those muscle groups that are really helping the boat go forward.
Yeah, so it looks like Stockton is starting to cross the finish line here to get started. The finishes on the Division III Women's Varsity 8. Again, that was Simmons was the last boat in that event, and this looks like now our open Division I event is out onto the course as the Boston University women set a blistering pace. They look really fast.
Yeah, and as you spoke about, you know, we've seen it, and that's a telltale sign. Like when you see crews like with fast JV boats, with fast fours, you know, with fast freshman boats, that's usually a sign that that top boat is going to be pretty speedy as well. Yeah. And so all year long, this crew has been pushed by those other crews saying like, I want to be in that top boat, and so you'll see the result of that here. I think in this time trials, they've been showing some real technical skill and proficiency throughout the regatta.
Got to give a shout out to the Boston University women. They look really good. Pretty much every time we see them, and this 8 is no different. A little bit of a quirk here that we haven't seen. We got a bucket rig in the bow 4, 3-seat and 2-seat there on the starboard side, bucketed. A little different. We've been seeing them in the stern a lot more in these 8s, but bow 4 bucket on this boat. But really nice shot here of our the first women in this open event for the Women's Varsity 8, Boston University.
Yeah, and they're holding steady at about 35 strokes per minute and really looking good. You can see, compared to the other boats that we saw, look at how far the, you know, we can look and see if the stroke seat is really clearing those puddles, if they're getting out farther, getting what we call a little bit more run. Yeah. You know, as I like to say, for me, I was a smaller heavyweight, so it was very important to make sure that what was happening when the oars weren't in the water were helping me to go fast.
Yeah, and that takes a lot. You know, I was speaking with another Team USA member recently just about that recovery and how important it is. And for folks at home who may not understand the terminology, the recovery is the portion of the stroke when the blade is out of the water. So they catch, recovery, catch, recovery.
Here we're looking at Georgetown. Looking good, too. Another boat looking strong.
And, you know, one of the way that conversation ended up going, it just kind of, when you talk about rowing, it's like what part of the body doesn't need to be strong, because the recovery is so core intensive, because you want to make sure that, you know, it's easy to, you know, rush the slide and get up, but you need to be controlled, and a lot of that comes from having a strong core and being able to not, you know, get ahead of yourself on that slide.
Yep.
But of course, your core is not the only part of your body that's engaged. Really, the legs are the main driving factor. Your back provides leverage as well, and then of course you squeeze the arms. So, you know, aerobic difficulty, anaerobic difficulty. It's truly a sport that tests all parts of your body, and also it's a mental struggle as well. So, a really tenacious sport that, you know, on the outside looking in doesn't look like much.
Well, rowing uses 86% of your, you know, large muscle groups, and so, you know, it really is one of those full body workouts. And here we go. We are here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, looking at the women's Varsity 8. These are the open time trials here, and
looks like Simmons there finishing up for the Division III event, and we'll start getting the Division I crews finishing up. So here's a slightly different looking boat than we've seen before. Slightly different on the gunnels there. They've got wing riggers as well. Just a little bit of a different look there on that boat.
Yeah, here we have there's a little bit more of a splay out with the gunnels there. That's the side of the boats.
That was Bryant coming down the race course right there, Bryant. And here's our leaders, Boston University, and by leaders I meant pole position. They went first in this open event. And yeah, they're heading into their sprint. Really, really strong squeezes at the finish. And just, yeah, one final stroke and paddle.
Yeah, so we have from the women's Varsity 8 Division 2, we had Emory Riddle finish first unofficially, Jefferson, and then Rollins. And so for that, we had the fastest time was 6:43.94. So it'll be interesting to see how that compares with the women's Varsity 8 events. And so, you know, a lot of this depends also on wind conditions change over. So you can't get a direct comparison. And it's also sort of what the race plans were for these races, whether it's like go out and we have to post a fast time. But you'll see Boston College unofficially laid down a time of 6:23.
Wow.
So
quick.
You'll see those differences.
So here's Bowdoin finishing up, and you know, it's interesting to talk about you know, time trials and conditions changing. You know, rowing by nature is an outdoor sport, so it's just kind of the nature of the game when you're doing time trials like this. You know, everyone's playing by the same rules. Sometimes you get favorable conditions, sometimes you don't, and that's just kind of the way it goes.
Yeah.
And it looks like we've got 525. That's Manhattan with these green unis coming down the race course now. So just Manhattan, UCF, Robert Morris, and Vermont to finish up our morning slate of time trials.
And so, you know, it's interesting to think about sort of all of the training that's gone into to making this race. You know, in the fall we train for longer races, but as we come into this spring season, the sprint season, 2,000 meters is the race, you know, the races that we're doing. So we really have to train those anaerobic muscles. We really have to be able to have our energy system switch gears from going sort of this baseline to all out. And it's really a testament to these athletes athletes that they can go and race 2,000 meters, 2 times a day, 3 times a day to try to, make it all the way to that final where they're actually racing just to be in the race. So it's really a testament to all of the training that they've done. Here we have 5:27 coming down the course.
Yeah, and there's a difference between, sometimes the southern schools and the northern schools, right? Because in the north, you can't row in the winter. So you get stuck inside on the rowing machines, and sometimes that can be a good thing because you can gain a lot of fitness inside rowing, because the coaches push you really hard. There's a stronger focus back on the weightlifting portion of your rowing, whereas like in the spring, you might just want to get out onto the water as much as possible to log those hours, because we've been discussing just how important it is to row together for a long period of time to reach, the fastest you can.
Yeah, and so one thing that that is like really important. Like here we have, so this is going back to strategy. So we had Robert Morris coming into the last bit of their race there, and sort of what was their strategy? All right, we're going to just even split this thing, or maybe they went out too fast. But it looked like they had a lower sort of rhythm than other crews going through that finish. So here we have 5:29, which is interesting because I don't have a 5:29 on my start sheet.
We don't.
But it is what it is, and so I think that maybe that is the. Oh, Western Ontario.
I was going to say it's a W.
It's a W. Western Ontario, 5:29. And so our friends from up north, speaking of having to train indoors. But what a lot of crews from up north will do is they'll have a couple of training trips. They'll go down south before the ice breaks up north. They'll think of ways that some of them have tanks so that they're getting in there and really logging those miles and getting that muscle memory to help them sort of get ready for that spring season to compete against those crews that may have been able to row.
Because it is different. It is different on the water versus the machine.
It is. I think the other thing that we have in our favor, though, to sort of equalize things, is that with college rules, you only have so much time that you can be on the water. So whether it's an advantage, but then you have I'm using bunny quotes here, captain's practices where you don't have the coaches there, where you can just go out and get some water time. So
which are, as everybody knows, non-mandatory. Again, air quotes. Because the coach finds out if you're not there.
I love those non-mandatory
practices.
Mandatory, non-mandatory practices. So here we go. This crew's striking really well, looking good. Once again, this is a great shot. You can see really getting those oars in together. And I think that, it's interesting if you haven't rowed before to think about the difficulty of actually getting 8 people doing the same thing. I'm coaching T-ball these days. I'm coaching my son's baseball team. Actually, it's called Bubba Bat. We don't have a T. But getting 8 kids to do things, is nigh impossible at this age. Granted, these athletes are older. They've had some time to mature, but even still, it's quite a different thing to build that synchronicity.
Yeah, and looks like you see there our spectators on the left-hand side of your screen. It's a really beautiful park here at the Cooper River Park. Just thrilled to be here this year for the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Glad that some spectators are able to get out. Luckily, we're not too far away from Philly. There's a lot of Philadelphia schools here at the event. There's a lot of New Jersey schools here at the event. So hopefully lots of family is able to make it out, as looks like Vermont, the Catamounts, just finishing up there. And we're just waiting now on Western Ontario.
And I gotta say, Western Ontario's looking pretty good. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out in terms of where they finish up in terms of the time trials.
Yep, and final couple strokes here now for Western Ontario. And that'll just about do it for our morning slate of time trials. When we come back later this afternoon, we'll be doing some semifinals. In the meantime, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back shortly with Brad Nygaard, who will be doing an interview with Don DeJulia from Solidarity. We'll have Brad and Don on here in just a minute. We'll be back around 12:52 p.m. this afternoon for a para rowing event before we get into our semis and some lower finals later on in the day. I
mean, it's really great to see these time trials. Excited to see what happens with the para rowing. I'm really excited to see that in sort of the whole breadth of collegiate sport now.
Really great stuff.
The inclusion that's being done there, giving athletes of all different abilities the chance to compete.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with an interview shortly, and then 12:52 p.m. we'll get the races started. We'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks for tuning in to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Landing.
I think we're on. This afternoon, during our lunch break, I have the honor of having Don DeJulia of St. Joseph's University with me today. It's so wonderful. You're at the 84th running of the Dad Vail Regatta, the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. It's so glad to have you here, Don.
Glad to be here, Brad. Now, I haven't been here all 84 years of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Neither have you.
I was hoping you were one of the ones.
Right.
Now, you've spent a lot of time with St. Joe's, first as an athletic director. How long were you in that position?
Been at St. Joe's for a while. I went to school there. I'm from the Philadelphia area, so I went to school there in the 60s, came back and started working there in 1976 in the athletic department. So I was the athletic director for 35 years or so. And then in 2018, stepped aside from that role and started working in the president's office as a special assistant.
Yes.
So have a little bit of
some history
with the university, and so it change and grow. At the same time, just like a Dad Vail organization, you have to keep your core and your principles the same. You can grow in size and grow in real estate and grow in academic programs, and we've done all of the above.
Yes.
But your core, your purpose needs to be the same.
And I think we were off air a moment ago about keeping people at the university that bridge the generations, bridge some decades in order to get some continuity. So when alums and friends come back, they can meet somebody they know.
Yeah, I think that's important. Continuity of relationships and not losing all the relationships only because people leave the university. So, some of our long-standing faculty, long-time administrators, long-time alumni directors and admissions directors, invaluable in keeping contacts in the community.
Well, the reason you're here today is we want to talk about your participation in the Solidarity Committee. Kind of go through that. Let's start off with just the definition. What is the Solidarity Committee?
Before I do that, if you don't mind, let me kind of say how come I'm involved in rowing.
Okay, let's start with that.
Not like you, who grew up as a participant.
I did.
And then a coach. So when I was a student at St. Joseph's, we would go to watch schoolmates row in the Dad Vail Regatta.
Okay.
So one event a year, that was it. Big social fun.
It was just the social fun, though.
Correct.
Yeah, there you go.
Correct.
You weren't participating.
Not participating, no. Just go root for our schoolmates.
Yep.
Then when I became my years in athletics as an athletic administrator with different groups, I saw this sport from a different lens. As an athletic administrator, I was a conference commissioner for a few years, so we had 8 or 10 schools. Some had rowing, some did not.
Yes.
So I got to know the sport a little bit. St. Joseph's dropped rowing as a sport right around the time we went co-ed in the 70s.
I see.
When I came back to St. Joseph's as the athletics director in 1988, the president at the time appreciated the value of what sport can bring, and we're looking at, are there any new programs we want to look at? We focused on men's and women's rowing. So it was there when we started Varsity rowing in like 1990, 1991. And then later, we started a plan to build our own boathouse because we were in an overcrowded space on Boathouse Row, which in another way, that limits the growth of the sport if people don't have enough space. So we partnered with local high school, St. Joseph's Prep, and St. Joe's Prep and St. Joe's University built our own boathouse in 2002.
Great.
2002.
A significant endeavor.
A significant endeavor and significant accomplishment. The first boathouse built in Philadelphia since 1898.
Oh my.
So, and none have been built since either.
Right.
So it's been, so that got me involved in rowing. So then our teams, then varsity participants, men and women, participated in Dad Vail, of course.
Sure.
And then after a while, either Jack Galloway, the chairman, or Jim Hanna, met them over time as an institutional athletics director and asked if I'd be interested in joining the board. So I've been on the board of the Dad Vail Regatta for a number of years.
Thank you for that.
And also, and I became very, appreciate the sport.
Yes.
I've said to a lot of people, sometimes it's anecdotal, everyone should learn golf or tennis and rowing. Because I've always called rowing to our other coaches and other sports the ultimate team sport.
It is.
Because it takes the perfect synchronization. You don't need that in football, it helps. Basketball, you don't need it. You can turn it over and fumble all day. You can't do that in rowing one time. No,
and you have to truly be matched in physiologically as well as mentally.
Correct.
Truly matched. What do you think of this?
So
what do you think of this race course?
Getting hooked on rowing, then and being on the board, then have been here many times at the Cooper River. Conference championships and NCAA championships, and love the venue and always have. It's very attractive. Today's a good weather day, so the people in Camden County created a wonderful environment for a couple of days, and the water is calm and good racing. It's a little bit windy, but not too much.
But the course is holding together really nice. It got a little bit of a tailwind. Speeds have been very good and very, very competitive, and I think very fair. I think that's the critical thing for this.
Yes, yes. So do enjoy the venue, and I guess going forward, the Dad Vail, what's traditionally has been in Philadelphia, need to look at and say, okay, what do we do now? It's back to Philadelphia, because we left only because of the challenge of the dredging that was delayed, and we didn't think it'd be finished in time for this May. So the Cooper River made this space available, so it's worked out great. So we'll talk to the coaches afterwards and see what we want to do. The tradition clearly has made a name for itself in Philadelphia.
Yes.
While this is a couple of miles away only, it is different.
So back to, how did you get into the Solidarity Committee? I kind of cut you off there and talked about the venue a bit.
Well, I guess a few years ago, the board started talking about different things. What are we doing? What are we not doing enough? And as what's happened, I think, across the country, the words diversity, inclusion, and equity started to come up. And that was caused, I think, by a lot of sad, tragic things that happened in America. But even on campuses, we started to talk about what was happening, and therefore, how can we work to ensure it's reduced or stops happening?
Correct.
So that's a lifetime commitment by a lot of people. So we decided to then form, in the sport of rowing, in the Dad Vail in particular, a diversity, equity, inclusion committee, and then had to set up, well, what's its charge, what its purpose. And I won't go through the long list, but one of which is that the institutions and organizations that have rowing, to talk to them about, are we being inclusive enough, diverse enough, and equitable enough in this sport, which has tremendous potential to help young learn and grow? Are we doing enough?
Right.
And then also looking at areas that don't have the sport and saying, are there ways that universities can partner with communities to teach people and get them interested in rowing, learn how to row, and maybe they'll ultimately then join a school or an organization that's rowing.
Yes.
And one of the more fascinating things to me is that it was once totally male-dominated years and years and years ago. But even if you look at the last 50, I think the data is, if the sport was 70 or 80% male 50 years ago, it's now 60-40, women, which is great, a good change. So we're including a more diverse population. And then the other fascinating thing to me is, with only a little bit of growth in the sport, because you need water, you need boathouses, and everybody's not near water and boathouses, so it's not like soccer or basketball on every street corner.
That's right.
It's hard, and people are overcrowded, and it's a tough thing to expand. But the expansion of people in America participating in row has increased significantly. And a lot of that is indoor rowing, that people have looked at the sport and said, wow, that is a great physiological, visual, and emotional and psychological thing to do.
Right.
So the numbers participating in rowing, even though it's indoors, are skyrocketing.
That's right. Yeah. So it's the new spinning. Instead of being in a bicycle situation, you're in a rowing machine.
There you go.
And you're in a room working out with a lot of people. And as you said earlier, it is the ultimate team sport. So everybody is an equal, and is counted on equally.
Correct. Yeah. And the saying, as an athletic director, we see different teams, whether it's soccer, basketball, field hockey, softball, baseball, rowing, track, that each of them have their own unique culture and way of going about business. And when you said that we watch them all ultimately get to the goal of being a team, to be unified, chemistry, spirit, their goal, their grit, their determination. At the same time, they're different. Soccer might go about it differently than rowing.
Absolutely.
So I enjoyed watching the different sports put together that ultimate team, and rowing, because of the nature of the sport, is the ultimate.
Yeah. Well, thank you
in terms of on a physical standpoint.
So give us some examples of what you're doing at the Solidarity. You've kind of spoke about what your goal is, but how do you get there?
Well, trying to different things. One, identifying organizations in the area, the greater Delaware Valley and Philadelphia, who's working with sport, youth in sport. Is anyone working with youth from a diverse background, underrepresented, students of color, and looking to speak to those groups and say, how can we, as a collection of universities, maybe help you encourage people to join this sport?
Yes.
Because we think it's a great sport. And giving them incentives and ideas about knowing you could continue it through school, through high school, into college.
And beyond.
So we're the end line in the schooling standpoint, and trying to make contacts with organizations and say, we'd like to be present in your world, not to interfere, but just as an incentive to let people know you can do this a very, very long time. And to intentionally then work with groups that do have underrepresented populations, so we can increase the diversity, inclusion, climate, and profile in the sport.
Yeah. Now, do you go out to different organizations and peddle your wares, I guess?
Peddle your wares, right. Yeah, have interested to learn about which groups in Philadelphia, and there were 3 primarily, that are dealing with youth. They're independent rowing clubs, variety of ages, and some are focused on trying to get people from diverse backgrounds involved. So yes,
all right.
Introduce ourselves representing Dad Vail to those groups, and then visit them a couple times a year in their space or lack of it, in terms of seeing how they're doing or the way college and universities can help. So they need equipment. So reminding college and universities, by the way, when you're ready to turn over your equipment, think about maybe going to a local youth club.
What a great idea.
And see if they might have a need to expand their program.
Absolutely. That's an excellent idea. Yeah. All the colleges, all the clubs, there is got to be a piece of equipment that they've got it on the shelf, not using it, and they could even loan it for a period of time to a starter program.
Right.
Now, how's your progress? I mean, do you feel like the rubber is starting to touch the road?
Yeah, a little bit. I think we're all in this impatient world that we're in.
Yeah, we want it now.
We like yesterday.
Yeah.
Not now, yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's this instant world that we're in, satisfaction and gratification. But I think the committee, headed by the former athletics director emeritus at Florida Tech, Bill Juergens, has us with some short-term and long-term goals. We want to stay in business, so some things are going to take longer to measure. How did we increase the participation at the youth level and collegiate level of the different diversity backgrounds of people in sport? So that's going to be a measurement. We know kind of a snapshot now, but say by 2030, will that move 5%? Great, if we can move the needle, give more people experience. But what can happen on a regular basis, just talking about the importance of, in your culture of this sport, in any sport really, to be sure you're inclusive, equitable, fair, diverse, listening to all sides of people with different views and opinions and different sizes and shapes that can help lead to different teams and quality of outcomes on teams. So that's kind of the immediate, just keeping the topic alive.
Yeah, and I think, if you're not familiar with, the rowing group, whether it's a club or a varsity sport, typically if you walk on, you're going to row. you're going to end up in a seat on some caliber boat, and you're going to be at a race like the Dad Vail. So it does not take prior experience. It does not take any kind of background. It's just a will to become a team member and work together to be the best you can be on a daily basis.
A great point. I love that point, and that probably was a factor in me getting so wrapped up in rowing also, because it really is the only team sport that maybe you don't need youth experience in doing, and try it as a high school or college. And I've watched novice rowers, students show up as freshmen. Oh, let me try that sport. Some have gone to be team captains. Some earn scholarship money. Some go on to be in the Olympics. We had a couple walk-on athletes over our time participate at the national, international level because they were skilled and put the time of work. So you can learn it at any age, and that's another wonderful thing.
You know, I have family members that, you know, really good at the sport of volleyball, and there was a team of 15, but you didn't play very often because there got 6 on the court. But in the sport of rowing, if you show up and have an interest and a dedication to be better than you were yesterday, you're going to race.
Sure. In St. Joseph's, after we then had the space to store boats and had the space to organize, our teams grew a lot.
Yes.
And we were very open to that. Let's expand men and women. And the ones that are interested in showing up to learn about it, they immediately were on the team. So we'd have 2 or 3 boats a year with each gender that were novice, never rowed before.
Absolutely.
And just learning how not to sink.
That was me. That was me 50 years ago.
Is that right?
It looked like a nice relaxing sport. Sat down, went backwards faster than some others.
Wow. There are other things we do backwards that we get criticized for, but if you do this backwards well, you're pretty good.
So what are your challenges to expand what you're doing in this sport? What are your challenges?
I think in terms of talking about it, just be sure it becomes common, so it's not a special case to talk about. You know, inclusion and diversity and fairness and equity. That should be part of our culture. Because in any successful organization, you're going to need these things to be successful, whether you're in the profit world of trying to sell widgets or you're in a nonprofit doing services. The better and stronger the team is, then the more chance you have to succeed. And include it in those perfect teams, you see inclusion, teamwork, you know, diversity, working it out. And so that is the challenge. The one. The second one is, and it's totally kind of out of our control, and a lot of it is geographic, that most of the country don't live near a river.
Right.
They likely don't have a local boathouse nearby.
True.
They don't locally have teams asking them be a member.
Right.
So it's only going to grow a certain way in a certain percentage. So I think just keeping pace with that, to look for areas that have it now and talk about how can you expand this wonderful sport to include more people, given the space and the structure that you have, and it's only going to grow in areas kind of where it is.
Yeah, I think, but one thing you mentioned back, and let's double back, I mean, there are a lot of indoor rowing. So, you know, and there are indoor championships. So you can have the indoor oldest male, you could have the, you know, 50s, 60s, 40s, 30s, 20s, you know, the best of all those age groups on indoor rowing. So you can start off just in at a gym or in a workout space near your home and start to progress at that level. If it really turns you on, then you go find a piece of water in a boathouse.
No, good point, because that's the area where it's grown exponentially.
Yes.
Indoor space.
Yes.
So that can happen anywhere.
Yeah. And I think the thing that I think that, you know, when I went to a university, I can say that what I brought away in life was the sport of rowing taught me. As much as I try to give back to sport of rowing, I cannot repay who I am because of this sport. It just dynamically, I said it 3 times, this will be the 3rd time, you try to be better than you were yesterday. And that is a lifelong tool that works really well. And if you can learn that somewhere, And that's something I said to my two sons, was if you can learn, find a passion, and then learn to be really good at it, then you're going to be successful.
Amen to that.
You know, and I think that's one of these things that this sport does provide.
And St. Joseph's, this isn't intended to be a commercial, but I have to mention St. Joseph's being one of the 28 Jesuit universities in the country, and its founder, one of his fundamental principles, Ignatius of Loyola. I don't know if he was a rower 500 years ago,
yeah.
But one of his fundamental principles, sic demagis, and that's a Latin word that means the more, the greater. Always striving to do it better tomorrow than yesterday.
Absolutely.
Sic demagis.
Awesome.
Good.
Well, Don, so good to have you here at the 84th. And I know you weren't at the first one. We made that clear. But I hope you're at the next one. And it's always good.
I hope we see each other at the 85th.
85th, and it's always good to have you here.
Yeah,
thank
good.
you very much.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Good. You made it easy.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible. are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Hey, good afternoon and welcome back to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta presented by Thomas Jefferson University. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. My name is Joe Leonard. I'm joined by Brad Negard at the moment. We are going to get geared up for our afternoon slate of races here at the Dad Vail Regatta on the Cooper River in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. First up on the race course for us is going to be our para rowing event. This is a PR3 event, and for those of you who may not understand what PR3, it is a para event, an inclusive event. Para rowing is formerly known as legs, trunk, and arms. It's a rowing classification where the athlete utilizes the full stroke when rowing. The category encompasses athletes who have physical disabilities, intellectual disabilities, and or visual impairments. So, Brad, we're looking forward to some fun racing out of these para athletes.
I'm excited to have the para racing we've been able to have at the Dad Vail Regatta, para racing, and we've had some that have limited use of some of their legs or their back as well. But this time they are full motion, legs, arms, and back. And I do know that one of the athletes is visually impaired. We have a mixture between men and women's athletes in this event. The women are racing against themselves and the men are racing against themselves. Each will get an award for their placement, but they are coming down the course together. And I know one of the women athletes was really excited about racing the guys.
Yeah, it should be fun. So we're going to have 4 boats in this event. 2 boats from Gordon College, Boat A and Boat B. A boat from the University of Delaware made up of men. And there it is on your screen there, the lane assignments. And then, of course, we're going to have a women's boat from Brock. So in that Delaware boat is Will Beardwood, who is our PR3 athlete. Joining him will be Ralph Wilkinson, who's an able-bodied rower. He'll be in the bow seat. Will is a full-time student at the University of Delaware. He was born with cerebral palsy and is in the stroke seat of the University of Delaware boat. Although he has limited use of his right side, he pulls a 742K. He hails from Wilmington, Delaware, and was a coxswain in high school at the Gauss School in New York. He started with the University of Delaware men's crew as a coxswain and led the lightweight forward to a victory over Harvard during his junior year. Although Will no longer coxes, he continues to train with the UD men's team every day. Last fall, he entered his first adaptive race in the PR3 Inclusion Double event at the Head of the Schuylkill Regatta and won. He now appears on the homepage for the Head of the Schuylkill Regatta, where he can be seen wearing his gold medal. He appreciates the opportunity to race and plans to also compete in the upcoming ACRA National Championship. He would like for more regattas to add adaptive rowing.
Yeah, so here you see the crews. There's three shells on the starting dock. The boats are held by the stern, by a coxswain, a stake boat holder, and the stern is held and the bows are moved forward and back slightly in order to create equal starting position. The athletes, because they're in a double, that would be 2 scullers together, will be in charge of steering using their oars going down the course backwards and looking toward the rear. So it's a challenge, Joe, to do that.
Yeah, definitely a challenge, and a beautiful shot here. We have a drone up in the sky kind of sitting idly. You see this is the start of our Cooper River race course here. Just kind of a nice little pond. We call it a river, but it is really kind of a cutout of a creek that has run through here for years, and off in the distance there is the beautiful Philadelphia skyline. So really just a 20-minute drive from the Schuylkill River, where this event, this Dad Vail Regatta, has traditionally been held for so long. But over here on the Cooper River, for the first time.
Yeah, we have the Schuylkill River is being dredged. There was silt that had built in, and it's been a year and a half process, and unfortunately there was no guarantee that this weekend that the dredging would be complete. So it was mandatory that we find a new home, and we have been really, really well received, and it's lovely to be here at the Cooper River Park.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful course. It's great for competitive rowing, and it'll be exciting to see how these para-athletes handle the course. Looks like right now that Delaware boat is gonna make their way into lane 2, and all the other boats look like they're just about ready to go. So
yeah, so we have that lane that is backing in is a terminology we'd use, and going to be what we call lock on, so that when the stern gets close enough to the person who is laying on that dock appendage, grabs onto it, and that will be, quote, locked on. There is a time limit for them to get locked on, and if you do not lock on within that window of opportunity, you actually are penalized with a false start, 2 false starts, and you're disqualified.
Yeah, so they're going to try and get this off pretty quickly, I would imagine. They had scheduled it for 12:45, and the first single event was scheduled for 12:52. It's 12:50 at the moment, so just a little bit backed up, but the para athletes are probably giving them a little bit of leeway here to make sure that they can get in on time. Also, we're starting right back up after lunch. It's expected to have a couple delays early. Surely the referees will get them back on time fairly quickly here.
Yeah, we have a really, really good group of referees. These are USRA certified and licensed referees, and they one thing I will guarantee, they will be on time come the end of the day.
Yes, that's for sure.
They are very good at what they do.
And they're off here in the para rowing event. Again, in lane 2 is Delaware, in lane 3 is Gordon A, in lane 4 is Brock, and in lane 5 is Gordon B. So just a little bit more athlete. We told you guys about Will in the Delaware crew. He's in lane 2. In the Brock University crew, in lane, well, let's go down the line. In lane 2 is the Gordon, or in lane 3 is the Gordon A boat. In that boat is Morgan Pierce and Aiden Perez. Aiden is a 5th-year senior at Gordon College and will be racing in the PR3 men's single this year at the ACRA National Championship. And in bow is Morgan Pierce. She's collegiate eligible and is currently a junior.
All right, so as we come out in the first couple hundred meters, we have lane 2 on the right-hand side, 3 in the center, and the leader in lane 4 very, very closely challenged with lane 5. Lane 5 being Gordon B. And Gordon B and Brock side by side now as we are about 300 meters into this race.
Yeah, so in that Brock University boat in lane 4 there out in front is Mia Biancaniello and Kara Scott. Mia is a freshman at Brock University. She's in the stroke seat of that lane 4 boat, where she's studying child health. She works part-time at a daycare and does not let any challenge slow her down. Last year, she won in the PR3 mixed double at the Royal Canadian Henley. This past fall, she competed for Brock University in both the varsity lightweight 8 and double.
So we have Gordon on the outside lane 5 at a stroke rating of 36, in the lead slightly by about half a length over Brock in lane 4. Brock also at a rate of striking of 36, followed by Gordon in lane 3, Gordon A, and Delaware on the far right-hand lane.
Yeah, so, a couple hundred meters into this race, looks like we were off to a really good start here out of that Gordon B boat. Maybe give them a couple seats on top of the women out of Brock there in lane 4 next to them. In that Gordon boat B, the athletes are John Dowdy and Caleb Presley. They're both PR3 athletes. So that's the one boat in this race where both athletes are PR3. This boat is purely PR3. In stroke is John Dowdy, a current sophomore at Gordon College. In bow is Caleb Presley, who is not a student but has been training with Gordon's collegiate team for many years. Both John and Caleb have been formally classified and have seen much success in their rowing careers. Just a few weeks ago, John finished 7th overall in a collegiate double event, not a para event, at the Connect Cup, where he overtook 3 crews. As for Caleb, not only is he the defending champion, Caleb is in the bow seat of that lane 5 boat. Not only is he the defending champion in the PR3 men's single event at Dad Vail, he also earned 2 first-place finishes in the inclusion double events as well. He also won Crash B's. This will be the first time John and Caleb will compete together in a proper PR3 boat.
Yeah, you can see both these crews. We have a male in lane 5 in the stroke seat and a female in the bow closest to us, and the other boat has 2 females. So really, really competitive racing, and it's just great athletes doing a really good job of moving these boats down the race course.
Yeah, so I wonder if that isn't the Gordon A boat that we see there on the left with Aiden and Morgan in the bow, and I wonder if the other Gordon boat isn't John and Caleb there in lane 3. So we might have had that flipped, but because it does look like that is Morgan in the bow seat for Gordon on the left-hand side there.
Right, and they're maintaining their stroke rating, and this is really, really exciting. And you know, they're side by side. They can hear each other. You know, they can hear the blades of the other crew, the oarlocks rolling up and the blades snapping into the water, and they're just a few feet apart. So it's pretty exciting racing, especially if you're in this position together as athletes.
And again, this race is PR3 for those of you who may be unfamiliar with the terms. That is legs, trunk, and arms, which means that they're doing a full rowing stroke. So in some of the other para events where folks might be slightly more physically disabled, there's different events such as arms and shoulders where they only use the arms and shoulders, and then the trunks and arm where they don't use any of their shoulders.
All right, so we have Brock making a really nice move there. They increased their rate of striking from 31 up to 33, 34, and you can see that they have moved really significantly on Gordon B in lane 5. So as our drone goes up in the air, you can see on the right-hand side, way in the rear, that was Delaware trailing in lane 2. Gordon A is in third place in lane 3. Brock now the leader at a rate of striking of 32, and what a great shot from the drone as Gordon to the left of them in lane 5 is currently in second by about a half a length, 2/3 of a length advantage by Brock.
Yeah, and Mia, the athlete in that Brock University boat, she is visually impaired. She's sitting there in the stroke seat of that Brock University boat. She is the PR3 athlete in that boat. So.
And what's interesting, you use the word inclusion, and that's an interesting statement, that they do pair someone who can see with someone who cannot see, so that Mia's not out there literally without vision. Yeah. So, and this is a cool dynamic, that you have an able-bodied person rowing with someone with some adaptive needs, and it is a really, really significant partnership.
Yeah, so this is pretty good. You see there now the Brock boat with just about 2 seats on top of the Gordon College boat at the moment. So those are your 2 leaders, and again, also in this race is another crew from Gordon with John and Caleb, and a crew from Delaware, which has William and Ralph.
And both crews are now at a rate of striking of 32. So that means the oar is hitting the water and propelling it 32 times a minute. As the race comes down, generally they start off with a little bit of a sprint to get going, then they'll settle down into what they call their base, and that was, in this case, they were around 31, 32. Now, Brock made that move to go from second into first place, increasing its rate of striking or stroke rate up to 34, took advantage of that moment at about the halfway mark, and now is leading by a full length at a rate of striking of 34 again.
Yeah, they've definitely moved up their stroke rate here and began to open up a little bit of water here on the competition. Really impressive race from these young ladies as they come into the final couple hundred meters of this race. You see the race course kind of start to open up on that right-hand side there. They know they're in underneath 500 meters, and then you'll see as we get closer here, the buoys will turn from yellow to red, signifying that they have 250 meters left to go in just a short while here. So coming to the end here for our leaders, you see there now really kind of opening it up here from Brock as they enter into the final 250, about a length of open water now on top of the Gordon College boat.
Yeah, it's a long race. I mean, we're talking 2,000 meters, which is just a little bit over a mile and a quarter. And, you know, it is the second half that is the grueling part of the race. You know, you go out the first half, and then you start to manage what energy you have left and what it takes to finish it. So the first place crew has increased its rate of striking and has moved more efficiently through the water the entire 2,000 meters. Brock, the leader, and Gordon currently in second in the outside lane 5. Gordon A is still in third in lane 3, and Delaware a trailing 4th in lane 2.
Yeah, and so our leaders now from Brock are about to cross the finish line here in our para event, the inclusive double. Great racing here from Mia and her partner Kara in the Brock boat. And here are the Gordon athletes. Meanwhile, now on the race course is our first final of the day. We have our men's open collegiate single event. This is the final. So 4 boats in this event. We have Brandeis in lane 1. Or in lane 2, we have Brandeis. In lane 3, Fairfield. In lane 4, Merrimack. And in lane 5 is Georgia Tech in our men's open collegiate single final.
Yeah, and at this point, Joe, we have seen in our drone here 3 boats. We have this one boat. There we go. We have all 4. Whoa. So it's lane 3, Fairfield. It's way out in front, and that drone got really close and personal there for a moment.
Yep.
And that's Fairfield crossing the line there, and followed by the other crews.
Yeah, so there's our leader from Fairfield. This is final 3 for the men's open collegiate single. We do have some semifinals later today for the men's single event.
Yeah, so this is a sculling event, and we spoke about that a minute ago. But each athlete has 2 oars, one left, one right. We call that port or starboard. And so they are in charge, and they're going backwards. You can see this pretty good shot here. That boat is about 25, 27 feet long. It weighs about 27 pounds, and it's only 9 inches wide. So the athlete is sitting on top of the boat, and that is the leader in lane 3. That's Fairfield, I believe, and they were at a stroke rating of about 32.
And there you see our rowers, Will and Ralph from Delaware, just finishing up here in our para event. Really nice stuff there from Will, rowing with just his starboard side there.
Yeah, and had obviously one hand on the oar, and he has some wings to provide some stability, kind of like training wheels on a bicycle. Obviously, their stability is a little bit questionable, so they provide that safety of having those pontoons on either side of the boat.
Yeah, so again, final 3 in the men's open collegiate single: Brandeis, Fairfield, Merrimack, and Georgia Tech in this event. And it is Fairfield there in lane 3, your leaders. Merrimack there, also on your screen in lane 4. Currently covered up by the Jefferson logo there on your screen is Georgia Tech, and then in lane 2, kind of far off in the distance there, is Brandeis. So those are your 4 schools in this event. Fairfield looking strong as he continues to pluck his way down the river.
Yeah, and he's at a 28.5, which, sculling tends to be a little bit lower rating. The more people in the boat, the higher the rating it tends to go. So you'll see an 8 rowing at 36 to 40 strokes per minute in the body of the race, which is 40 being very high. But in the sculling here, we have a lower rating of 28.5, 30 is kind of a normal for this situation.
Yeah, so just under 500 meters now for our leaders from Fairfield. You see that red buoy there, the large out to the side is the 500 meter mark, and you'll see the race course kind of open up to there, and there's a little bit of a park where our spectators are located for this event.
Yeah, and again, this is the men's open collegiate single. Lane 2, Brandeis. Lane 3 is Fairfield, and that is the leader. Merrimack is in lane 4, and Georgia Tech on the outside lane, number 5. And right now, the Fairfield is out of our view, you can see a trail. We're kind of looking at the second place crew. So here we go. This is the leader in lane 3, Fairfield out in front over Merrimack in lane 4.
And the leader from Fairfield just now entering into those final 250 meters as signified by the buoy color change from yellow to red. So now this is generally where crews, if they haven't already, will begin to sprint, and the stroke rating, as Brad mentioned, will begin to rise. The rower from Fairfield may choose not to do so, as he's comfortably within the lead here. So he might just kind of, take it calm into the finish, but he might also just want to put up a personal best time and really go for it.
Yeah, well, and it is, and you don't want to do anything too unusual. If you are behind, you certainly make every effort at every level. But if you're out in front, you just kind of try to get it home in the lead and go for that.
Yeah.
It's a good shot, very good shot. You got the bow number that it signifies the lane they're in, and again, you can see very clearly that he's looking out over his shoulder to find where those orange balls are, floats to signify the end of the regatta, end of the race there.
Yeah, and it looks like our next event had gotten started on the river there, as we saw our rower from Merrimack finish up. We'll wait just a little bit longer for Georgia Tech and Brandeis, but out onto the race course now is going to be the men's freshman novice 4 with Coxon final. And in this event, we have in lane 3 there is St. Thomas, and then out there in lane 4 is Delaware. So 2 boats in this event, final 5 in the men's freshman novice 4 with Cox. And I'm once again joined on the broadcast by 4-time U.S. national team member and rower at the 2004 Athens Olympics, Akil Abdullah. Akil, how's it going?
It's going well. Happy to be back here in the hot seat with you, watching a little bit of this recap from the single here, and ready to see some good races going off.
Yeah, so we're on the men's freshman novice 4 with Cox final. Should be pretty exciting stuff moving forward.
Yeah. I mean, we've got, we had some great time trials this morning. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as we go into these semifinal races.
Yeah, and there you see the rower from Brandeis just finishing up in that men's collegiate single final. But again, St. Thomas in lane 3 here, and Delaware there in lane 4 in this 5th final for the men's freshman 4.
And it looks like St. Thomas is holding a nice, even pace, really, in command of this race here. So not a lot to talk about in that regard. But what you do see is that the crews are both, this is it, as we spoke about before. This is the race for them. This is what they've trained hard for all season, and they're really working hard here. And I'm pretty sure those guys in the Delaware boat are working as hard as they can to really see if they can claw anything back.
Yeah, so their coxswain is probably telling them at this point just how far they have to go. There's not too much time left in this race, but just about 600, 700 meters left to go for these 2 crews. So the gap isn't insurmountable, but St. Thomas just has to hang on here and hopefully row mistake-free, and they should be okay. But Delaware still looking strong there out in the outer lane. Maybe a little bit further out than they would have liked, but now they're straight.
Yeah, and as we stated this morning, going back to sort of like why these athletes are here. What have you been training for all year? Those are some of the things that the Delaware coxswain is probably telling her team, and it looks as though the St. Thomas crew is maybe they're just a little bit, Delaware's a little bit outmatched in this race. And, that's not necessarily, any knock against the Delaware team. They've put in their effort. They've put in the work this year. And, sort of the one thing that you can't control as an athlete is what your competitors do.
Yeah.
And so, so much of this rowing game is about the psychology. If you can get out and establish that lead, it's and the other crew has to pull through you.
Yeah.
There's two parts to that. One is that you're just trying to hold them off, and the other is that they can find a chink in the in the armor. They're going to take it.
Yeah, definitely, and quick turnaround for these crews. So this is the 5th final in this men's freshman novice 4 event. We did see the time trial for this event earlier this morning. So quick turnaround for these crews. We'll see more of the men's novice 4s in a couple hours. The grand final, and of course the second and third finals, or I'm sorry, the semis. But straight to the 5th and 4th final for the crews that were not able to advance to the semis later this afternoon. But quick turnaround nonetheless.
Yeah. So pulling into the last 250 meters here, we are seeing here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta the men's freshman novice 4 with coxswain. This is final number 5. So these crews have tested their mettle, and right here, as we spoke about before, why this is important, why these races all the way down to the last final, why they are important, is because there's also a cup at play here, and maybe St. Thomas or Delaware are in the mix because other crews will finish higher, and they really want to get the best position they can so that they can stay in competition for that cup. You can see their 3 seed looking for that finish line. Where are you? Where are you? Come on. I know you're there.
Yeah, they were struggling there at the end for sure.
Yeah.
And here comes the Delaware crew just finishing up here in this 5th final for the men's freshman novice 4 event.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then next up on the race course, we're going to have final number 4, the 4th final in the men's freshman novice 4 event, and it looks like they are off on the start here. In lane 1, Massachusetts Maritime, and there you have the results right from the 5th final right before St. Thomas and Delaware finishing 1-2. But again, it's Massachusetts Maritime in lane 1. In lane 2, Carnegie Mellon. In lane 3, out in front at the moment, is Long Island. In lane 4, Fordham. In lane 5 is Villanova. And in lane 6 is Manhattan. Again, right to left on your screen is lane 1 to lane 6. So really nice start here from all 6 crews. Looks pretty even so far. Looks like Long Island and Fordham with really good jumps off the start. Not too far behind them are Carnegie Mellon and Villanova.
Yeah.
Massachusetts Maritime also in the mix, and then Manhattan just slightly off the pace at the moment in lane 6.
Yeah, both Long Island and Fordham a little bit closer to the buoys than I would prefer to be if I were in one of those boats, but we'll see if their coxswains sort of guide them out of there. Sometimes a strategy is, if you get ahead of a boat, is to scooch over as far as possible to give them a little bit of the afterburners there.
Toss those puddles back into their oars.
Yep.
But you see here, it's starting to, in the first 500, kind of take shape in this 4th final. For the men's freshman novice 4,
Yeah, sort of a classic strategy in racing is to basically get out of those blocks fast and then settle into your base pace. And so it looks like these athletes are coming across that 250 there, and they'll be settling into a nice rhythm. Really, at this point now, the coxswains will take a look over, sort of see where they stand, and sort of make any corrections that need to be made.
Yeah, so the Long Island, the lead crew there, looks like they just missed a stroke. Bit of a, looked like one of the oars got caught and a couple of guys missed some water. So we'll see if Fordham can't capitalize on that. So at the start of these races, there's a specific way that teams start, right? Akil, like there's a way to stop from a starting a completely still position that helps you get up to speed quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, what I'm seeing now, it looks like we have Carnegie Mellon, Long Island, Fordham, and Villanova all sort of in the hunt there. And I thought Fordham was looking a little bit stronger, but it looks like Long Island has gotten back on its bike there and is moving back into it.
Really, to me, it really looks like Villanova's making their way through them right now. They were definitely in third at the 500-meter mark. Fordham and Long Island out in front. All crews having a really difficult time at the moment, staying connected. So now it's kind of touch and go as Fordham pops back out in front, and Villanova just had some bad strokes there, kind of falling off.
Yeah, and this is what I like to see. Right out there in lane one, we have Mass Maritime. They're still in it, as and they're really like everyone's still within a boat length of each other. And that's enough time. They have enough time and enough sort of space to really work to see if they can push that bow ball just a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, really tight race, all 6 boats right now. Manhattan still maintaining contact with Massachusetts Maritime as they head into the halfway point here. 1,000 meters left to go for our leaders in Fordham.
Yeah, Fordham's making a move here. It looks like they've said, all right, it's time to see if we can really put the pedal down and see who's going to answer the call, right? So a lot of times in racing, that's what happens. One boat will make a move, and then the question is who's going to respond, who has the toughness, the grit to come along with us or to push back and to counter. And if you can do that, if you're one of those boats that's behind, it can really have a psychological effect on the boat that's just tried to break away from the pack.
Yeah, so Fordham with a really well-timed move there. Looked like Long Island missed some water as Fordham, raised their rate a little bit, and Fordham now opening water on the rest of the field. Meanwhile, it did look like Carnegie Mellon was going to have a chance to stay connected to Fordham there as they started to pull away. The referee did come up behind them and tell them to get over into their lane, and the adjustment by the coxswain caused a whiffed stroke on their port side, so Carnegie Mellon unable to stay connected to Fordham as Fordham continues to open water on the rest of the field. A really impressive middle of the race for them.
Yeah, I'm surprised here. I thought Villanova was really making a strong show there, but it looks like Carnegie Mellon is really going to push to make it into that numbers 2 spot. Long Island is battling to stay there, and Mass Maritime is just hanging on right there, right there at the edge. So we'll sort of see. This is it looks like first place may be decided. You never know what can happen, but that race for that second spot is on.
Yeah, Fordham in good position here to row the rest of this race. They're heading to the final 500. They should see that 500-meter buoy ball very, very shortly. If they row mistake-free, they should be able to finish in first place here.
And there you go. Carnegie Mellon has made a move. They said, we are going to be second in this race, coming through that 500. We'll see if Mass Maritime can hang on it. It looks like Long Island may have done its best work at the start of this race. They are starting to fall behind, and cruisers starting to eat them up a little bit. And so this is an exciting race to see who's going to come in that second spot out there in lanes 1 and lanes 2.
Yeah, so Fordham continuing after they kind of opened up a big chunk of water in that third 500, and now it looks as though they're maintaining that lead, and they're content to kind of just bring this thing home at the moment. And the race still is on between Carnegie Mellon and Massachusetts Maritime. Long Island not out of it yet, but you have to imagine their lungs are burning after going out at a really fast pace.
Yeah. It looks like they may not have had the wheels. And once again, this comes down into all of the training that they've done all year, all of the work that they've put in to really sort of come to this, this regatta, the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and establish themselves on the national scene in terms of the rankings after this regatta. And so Carnegie Mellon is moving there, trying to hold on to that number 2, and Mass Maritime is putting a little bit of pressure on them.
Yeah, here's a nice shot of our leaders from Fordham as they come into the final couple 100 meters. Only a few more strokes left at the moment.
So nice shot, a little look over the shoulder from bow seat there. How many strokes left? You know, you're always told not to look out the boat, but you know, inevitably they do. A little stop before the races, before being called there, but well rowed. Carnegie Mellon coming through, and it's going to be tough. Long Island and Mass Maritime battling it out for the third spot in this fourth final, and finishing up with Villanova and then Manhattan out in lane 6.
All right, and there are the results as they come in real time from that event. Really close there between Long Island and Massachusetts Maritime. Unofficially, Long Island with the faster time. Fordham, obviously, way out in front. Villanova just finishing with 8:28, and Manhattan will finish not too far behind them for 6th in this men's freshman novice 4. Fourth final. So we'll wait to see exactly what's up next on the course. We have scheduled the women's freshman novice 4 with 2 boats. So we'll see exactly who comes up next on the race course. As you see our drone following back up the Cooper River course, the Philadelphia skyline just off in the distance. Again, not too far of a drive into the city.
Excellent chance to check out those that starting block, that starting system as they have it up there. The boats are being held in by volunteers, and it's really a testament. You know, all regattas are really, you know, their backbone are those volunteers. And the judges and the referees, you know, they're doing such a great job out there, keeping everyone safe, making sure that the regatta stays on track.
Yeah, so, we'll get closer to see exactly what boats these are, but if I had to wager, I would say that it looks like we might have some doubles out there at the moment. Tough to tell exactly what's going on. These are we're running through some of the lower level finals of the teams who were unable to make it to the semifinals this afternoon. So we have semifinals coming up. These are so this is the men's collegiate double third final, and it looks like we have Delaware in lane 2, Penn State in lane 3, and Fairfield in lane 4. The men's collegiate double, final number 3. So these are the 3 boats who were unable to advance to the semifinal based on the time trial. So this will be the last race of the weekend in this event for these young men.
Yeah, and it's really great to see sculling finding its place in collegiate rowing, and I'm really excited. You know, the sculling is 2 oars per person. Sweep is 1 oar per person. Traditionally, you see the 8s. That's what we see in the movies and everything. Oxford Blues and all of those old movies. But Boys in the Boat, all of those coming out, all of those things. So it's nice to see some sculling represented here, and it's dear to me because that's sort of where I did most of my international rowing.
Yeah, it's a different discipline. It's fun to watch, but it is just slightly different, right? A lot of programs, specifically, not a little bit less in college, but a lot of high school programs will often focus on one or the other for their rowers to try and keep it simple. But it is recommended, at least I couldn't recommend it enough, to try and learn both disciplines, as it can be really beneficial just to help you learn how to row both sides of the boat, and it gives you more opportunities in the future to continue your rowing career.
Yeah, and the one thing about it that's really neat is that it gives smaller programs the opportunity to compete, right? Maybe you can't field a 4, maybe you can't field an 8, and so you have the chance to race in these smaller boats and at a highly competitive level, and that's what I really like to see.
Yeah, it looks like we're just waiting a little bit to get started here. Here at the Dad Vail, the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta for our our third final for the men's collegiate double.
Yeah. Hey, here we are.
Yeah, here
back
we are.
Back in the studio. Back in the studio.
Yeah, so we've moved inside from our morning. We were outside on the balcony. It was a little bright out there. You couldn't see our beautiful faces.
Yep.
So we had to come inside and let everybody see the real us.
Yeah. It's actually kind of interesting because a lot of times you have that view, and we're sitting here. We're watching the race with you. Mm-hmm. We're giving you the play-by-play and what we see, and providing our insight. So it's a lot of fun to be able to do that, and so, but it's not as much fun to look at ourselves as it is to look at the races.
Yeah, we just have a screen of our own faces just staring right back at us at the moment. But rolling with the punches. Yeah. People need to see us.
Yeah. The one thing though I will say is, so I said it before. This is the first time I've been back to the Cooper River since Olympic trials in 2000, where I lost by 33/100ths of a second.
Wow.
Yeah, and yesterday was just this moment of, I don't know if it was cathartic or what, but Brad Nigard pulled in to the finish line, and I got out, and I was just like, oh, I had shivers because I hadn't been there in so long. And though, I think that I was able to talk to one of the commissioners last night, and he said, don't worry, it's not the same water as it was back then. So it's been a lot of fun being here. This is a place that has a lot of history for me.
Yeah.
Even going back to other races here as well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful race course.
and other races.
Beautiful race course, and we are going to take a quick break here, just for a quick message from our sponsors, and we'll bring you this collegiate double race right after this.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
All right, welcome back to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Joe Leonard. I'm joined by Akil Abdullah. We are bringing to you some commentary for our races today and tomorrow. On the race course now is final number 3, the third final in the men's collegiate double event. Again, in lane 2, it's Delaware. Lane 3 out in front is Penn State. And in lane 4 is Fairfield. Those are the 3 boats here in this third final.
Yeah. And this has got to be, this is definitely Penn. They're out pretty strong. And so it is, it's, as I said, you have to continue to race because you get points. You're racing for a trophy as well. And so there's no telling how your finish is going to impact the rest of the team. And so you want to make sure that you stay focused. And even in these races, these final races, you want to make sure you're still pushing, still competing. So yeah, shaping up, we have these boats. It looks like it's sort of sorted itself out here. We have Fairfield out in lane 3, and we have Oh, is that or lane 3?
Lane 4.
Lane 4.
Yeah, lane 5 is Fairfield at the moment. My apologies.
Yeah, and then we have Penn pretty much out ahead, and just at this point, they've had their race. They did their best to make it in through the time trials, and sort of this is just one of those races that hopefully will keep them hungry and be like, we got to get back next year. We've got to qualify. We've got to make the time trials a little bit faster. And who knows? Maybe we'll be watching them in the finals next year.
Yeah, and we have about 1,000 meters left to go for Delaware there as they kind of crab a bit.
Yeah.
They were able to get back into it, but that was a bit of a scary moment there for Delaware. Just trying to try and get back into this race.
Headed over to the buoys a little bit and to see if they can get back into the middle of the course.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to course correct here. And again, this is the third final. Tough turnaround for these crews who have to do these early finals, who didn't make it to their semifinals. The time trials were only just a handful of hours ago, and they probably were able to get back to their teams, maybe get a little bit of rest in, a cool down on their ergs, and then not a long turnaround before they're back warming up again and into the boat, back onto the course to row another 2K. It's not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, and I think the tough thing for Penn State at this point is that they were effectively about 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds out of making it to the semifinal round. And so, it's kind of tough. I'm sure it's a little bit bittersweet from there, being right on that cusp, right behind Iona, and not making it into that semifinal round of 12 boats.
Yeah, so that's the tough part about rowing. You miss out on the time trial by just a couple of seconds, and you end up missing out on the semifinals later on in the day. So next up on the race course, we're going to have some more finals, just a few more finals before we head into our semifinal racing for the day. The men's JV4 final coming up next, the third final coming up next, followed by some men's Varsity 4 fifth and fourth finals, and then we'll move back into our championship racing with semifinals for the rest of the day. Just a couple more lower level finals to move through before then.
Yeah, and as I said, you've got to stay focused even in these finals, so that if your team is in contention for one of those points trophies, that you are finishing as high as you can.
Yeah, so doubles, a bit of a longer race, right? So especially these lower finals. So, finally into the final 500 here for these doubles. I'm sure the fours are getting lined up at this point. I think we're back on schedule at this point. It is 1:31 at the moment. The JV4 is scheduled to go off at 1:32. So, looking like we're just about back on schedule. After a little bit of a late start. It's to be expected coming back from lunch.
Yeah, and here we go right there in lane 3. Those Nittany Lions bringing it home in that last 250 meters. Doesn't look like they've taken it up too much. It looks like they might have brought the rating up a little bit, but for the most part, they are well ahead of the field, and basically got to get this boat across the line, maintain this position, and keep points alive, hope for points alive.
Yeah, so just a couple more strokes here for this leading crew in this men's double final number 3, Penn State. The schedule for the day is we're sending races off every 8 minutes or so. It shouldn't take too many of these crews more than 8 minutes to finish the 2,000 meters today. Specifically, not the doubles. They should be right around that mark. As Penn State finishes up here, we should soon see the rowers from Delaware and Fairfield as well. Again, next up on the course is the men's JV4 event.
All right. Yeah, like this is going to be, it'll be interesting to see once again. We have those boats. The top-seeded boats will be in lanes 3 and 4, and we'll, 2, 3, and 4, and we'll see how they do. If like that Fordham race, it's going to be tight. When is someone actually going to make that call that we're going to break away and we're going to pull through? So a lot of exciting races to come, and it looks like the races are off. Races are off, and we have the results.
Really quick on these results. It's really impressive to see the boats cross the finish line, and we're getting unofficial results right away.
Yeah, brought to you by Regatta Timing.
Yeah.
No less.
Yeah. Listen, it's great.
All right, we are in this race. It looks like the men's collegiate junior varsity 4 with coxswain. Final 3. That's a mouthful.
Yeah, that's the third final in this JV4. We're going to see some semifinals later this afternoon, in this event. But right now it's the third final. The boats who were unable to make it to the semifinal finishing up their weekend. In lane 1 is Georgia Tech. In lane 2, Washington College B. In lane 3 is Pittsburgh. Lane 4 and your leaders at the moment is Stockton, and in lane 5 is Penn State C, who's fallen back just a little bit. But the other 4 crews at the moment, all remaining pretty much in contact with each other. Penn State might just be hanging on to the bottom of that Washington College boat as we enter into, we're just about 500 meters into this race. This is where these crews start to settle down and enter into that rate that they're going to be rowing at. However, Stockton looks really high at the moment. We were watching the Stockton crew earlier. We noticed that the stroke seat really likes to pull on it, and they were just a little bit disconnected. So we'll see if they're able to maintain this lead throughout the race today. But a little bit more control there out of the Pittsburgh crew at about 600 meters now. So Pittsburgh at a much lower stroke rate than Stockton, but looking a little bit more controlled. Yeah, and you see here a nice shot of how the crews are breaking down. We'll say Stockton still out in front, maybe give them a length over Pittsburgh.
Yeah, rowing at a 38, that Stockton crew.
It's pretty high.
You can see a little bit lower there. Rowing at about a 35, 36, that Pittsburgh. But we'll see. Some crews are able to maintain that high rating throughout the race. And so we'll see if they have the fitness, to maintain that. You don't want to get into a point where it's called spinning your wheels, where you're basically just moving up the slide, but not really doing a lot to move the boat through the water or, push through with that oar. And so that'll be the test there for Stockton.
Yeah, so this race is kind of starting to turn into 2 races within itself. The top 3 boats have moved away now from Penn State and Georgia Tech, respectively. But it still goes Stockton. Give them a couple seats on Pittsburgh. Maybe looks like Pittsburgh's made some inroads recently. And then Washington College is just about a length down on Pittsburgh at the moment. But Pittsburgh's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, what I really like about what I'm seeing in that Pittsburgh boat is they have a little bit more patience on that recovery. They could do with trying to get a little bit more length. It looks like the Stockton boat, even though they're rowing higher, they've got a little bit more length. So if they can maintain that pace and keep the efficiency at that higher rhythm, they may be able to hold on to this. Pitt's going to have to do some work. So if they bring it up here, it looks like they might be trying to make a move.
Got some maintenance going on in the in the ballroom here at the Camden County Boathouse.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if Washington College can perhaps make something to change to really press that Pitt boat. Yeah. And then you have that downhill effect where the Pitt sees Washington College come and they feel like they've got to move. So anything can happen here to sort of change the dynamics. You got to do something. If you're an athlete in that boat, you're thinking, what can I do to change the dynamic of this race? If you're the coxswain, you're thinking, what moves can we make? All right, we've got to get an inch. Give me an inch. Sometimes you'll hear the coxswains call out, give me an inch. All right, I've got an inch. I've got 4 seat.
Yeah.
I've got 3 seat, and that's the coxswain moving down the boat, and that really charges the athletes up. It looks like we've got a move from Pitt here. It looks like they may have brought that rating up just a tad.
Yeah, Pitt definitely came back. Washington College starting to fall off the pace. They were remaining in contact with Pitt there. Washington College with a bit of a point adjustment here, so we'll see if Pitt can take advantage of that. But you see Stockton kind of going diagonal across their lane at the moment.
Yeah, and they're still at a 37-38, and I think that at some point it's going to come time to sort of to pay for that, and we'll see if Pitt can capitalize on that, if they have anywhere to go with that rating to bring it up into this last 500, whether or not they'll be able to affect any change in the way the race stands.
Yeah, and there you see a shot of our leaders with 500 meters left to go. That orange buoy at the right of your screen is the 500-meter mark. You see that the docks over there, that little canoe club, that's about 600 meters left to go on the left-hand side. So within 500 meters left to go now, you imagine that these crews will start taking their sprints. Stockton still looks like they're at a really high rate, which is just pretty impressive stuff to row that high for 2,000 meters. Takes considerable fitness, but just about 400 meters left to go now. Tough to tell exactly from this angle. It does look like Stockton has maintained a little bit of a lead, though.
They're still at that 38, and it still looks like Pitt is a couple of beats lower. So if they can bring it up, I think that they might have a shot coming into the last 250 meters. These athletes are starting to feel that lactic acid build up. They're fighting against that pain, trying to make a difference, trying to hold on, trying to do something that will change the dynamics of this race.
Yeah, Stockton looks good, like they're just hanging on here. It's again, it's tough to tell from this angle. Try and maybe base it off of the buoys. It does look like Stockton's up by about a length here.
Yeah, I think Stockton has been able to hold on. Like, this is it for Pitt. They have to do something. They have to make a move here. They have to bring up that rating. I think Stockton has been able to hold on. They didn't go into a point where they were just moving up and down this slide, spinning their wheels. And now I think it's going to pay off. The strategy, get out in front, high rhythm, hold on all the way down the course. There's just like no response from any of the other crews.
Meanwhile, as we kind of get a dual box going on, as we see in our upper left-hand corner, we're going to have the men's JV4 finishing up, our leaders on Stockton. In the bottom right-hand, okay, and it's gone. I will wait. But you see there, Pitt just coming up a bit short. They finished within a length of Stockton there, but never really were able to get the pace to finish them off. But there again, in the bottom right-hand screen is the men's Varsity 4 with Cox final number 5. In lane 2, there on your screen all the way to the right is Georgia Tech. In the middle there, your leader in lane 3 is Massachusetts Maritime, and next to them is American in lane 4. 3 boats in the men's Varsity 4 Cox with final number 5. Just about 500 meters into that race now.
And there we have the finish for the previous race. Really interesting stuff going on to see a crew hold on to that 38 throughout the race.
Yeah, especially just kind of looked a little disjointed at times in that boat, but they got the job done.
Yeah. And on to the men's Varsity 4 with Coxon final 5.
Battery level is low.
Yeah, so there are the results from that JV4 final number 3. Stockton just finishing in front of Pittsburgh by about 3 seconds. Really beautiful drone shot here. You got the Camden County Boathouse, and then off in the distance, yeah, you see the Philadelphia skyline. As we have this men's Varsity 4 final number 5 make its way down the race course. Just a really picturesque scene of rowing here on the Cooper River. But again, that is the boat from Massachusetts Maritime, just passing the 1,000-meter mark there, halfway through the race here in final number 5 for the men's Varsity 4.
Yeah, striking it at about a 32 here, 33. You can see that this is one of the things that we have in rowing, where it's just the boats are just so completely mismatched that you get one boat that's really far out, and they have to find the motivation to just have the best race possible. And for the race, for the boat that's in the back, still executing your plan, still finding that motivation to row as fast as possible as well.
Pretty epic drone shot here as we wrap around our leaders in Massachusetts Maritime. We'll get a nice view of what's going on behind them as well. Not too far behind is American, but Massachusetts Maritime, if they are able to row mistake-free, they should have no problem winning this race, and maybe even could afford a few mistakes here and there.
Yeah, I mean, as we spoke about, athletes sometimes catch crabs. That's where your oar gets stuck in the water. And there's different variations of that. There's ejectors, where the oar hits you so hard that you get thrown out of the boat.
Yeah.
And there's just boat stopping crabs as well. And you see it in many different regattas, and we've seen some today. But I think as we get into these higher level races, we'll see them less and less.
Yeah, definitely the varsity rowers you'll see less mistakes as it goes along. Just more experience, and also the higher we go in the semifinals and the finals, they've already had a time trial to get them into that point, so they've already had to row one race to get there. So again, these boats finishing in the bottom of the time trial this morning. Quick turnaround, only a couple hours between races for them.
Yeah, and I think unless there are some geese or buoys, they're going to be there. They've got a great command of this race. Really just taking it home now. Doesn't look like too much of a strain at this point. Still a lot of the race course to go, but I think that they will be able to successfully hold on and win this fifth final.
Yeah, just about 250 meters left now for our leaders in Massachusetts Maritime. American, you see there in lane 4 in second, and then just on the right-hand part of top of your screen there was Georgia Tech for a moment in third. Again, this is final number 5 in the men's varsity 4.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing about this race, as we spoke about. Like, this is a race with a lot of depth because a lot of universities and colleges can field a 4, and so the question is, as we asked, do you put your 4 top rowers in the 4 if you have a shot of winning, or do you take those rowers and put them in an 8 with 4 other guys and try to see if you can do it in the varsity 8? So there's a lot of thought that goes into from coaches to try to figure out what's the best way to maximize the success for their athletes.
Yep, and just our final few strokes here for Massachusetts Maritime as they finish it up. Nice race from them. And they cross. Shouldn't be too long before we see American following them. And next up on the race course after this race will be the 4th final in the men's varsity 4. So likely to be a little bit more competitive than this 3rd final, as these are the six next crews in the standings from the time trial. So likely closer to the median in the event, but still just off the top 12 or 18 headed to the semifinals later this afternoon. But again, Carnegie Mellon will be in lane 1. In lane 2, Penn State. Lane 3, Western Ontario. In lane 4, William and Mary. In lane 5, St. Thomas. And in lane 6, the Merchant Marines.
And we're getting a look at that start right now as the boats get aligned. The coxswains are having the athletes take a stroke to make sure that they're pointed. And when they're all set up and ready, the coxswains will raise their hands to let the judges know that they are straight and ready to row.
So what's going through the rowers' minds here as they sit ready to wait?
Yeah. So right now, I think a lot of what you're thinking about is trying to stay calm, trying to stay loose, because when you go off of that line, you're hitting it hard. You're jumping right into pulling as hard as you can to get the boat up and moving. And so, like, what's our race plan? Just thinking about those first 20 strokes, those first 30 strokes, like, how executing those before you can get into that rhythm, because there's that nervous energy that you have, right? When you're on the starting line and you're just trying to stay loose. We can see lane 2, the coxswains trying to still adjust the point. They're pointed over into the buoys. Penn State's trying to make sure that they are, straight and ready. Okay, and they're off.
Yeah, so Penn State there with going to have to get adjusted on the fly. And luckily for them, their rowers were ready, and they actually had a pretty good start there.
Yeah.
But again, here's the lineup in this one. Carnegie Mellon, Penn State, Western Ontario, William and Mary, St. Thomas, and Merchant Marines from right to left on your screen there. Nice start for all crews. So bring me through the anatomy of a start. What do these crews generally do in these first 20 to 30 strokes?
Yeah, so the boat is at a standstill. So normally you start with a shorter stroke. Maybe you'll start with half stroke. Maybe you'll start with quarter stroke or even 3/4 stroke. And the goal is to really pry against that oar to get that boat moving and up to speed. So you'll have a short stroke, another short stroke. It get longer and longer, and then finally you're at full stroke, but you're still up a little bit higher than you're going to be at your base pace. So you've got maybe like 15, 20, or maybe even sometimes 25 strokes at a high rhythm in the 40s, You'll see lightweight crews in the 50s sometimes. Yeah. But what you really want to do is you really want to get that boat up to speed, moving, and you want to stick and be there with the rest of those crews. So right now it looks like we're starting to level out. We're starting to see what's going on. Penn State looks like they're in a good spot right now, along with Western Ontario and William and Mary. So those boats seem to be out ahead. And over in lane 1, Carnegie Mellon is right there as well.
Yeah, so good start from all 6 crews. Looked like Western Ontario just with a slower start. Maybe they settled down a little bit earlier than the other crews. They're not out of it by any means. It's only been 500 meters, but slightly back from the other 5. Does look like Penn State, the first one to the 500-meter mark, followed closely by William and Mary there in lane 4. Here's a really nice shot to tell us what's going on. There's Penn State in lane 2 and William and Mary in lane 4, your leaders. Maybe give the slight edge to Penn State, but there's not much between them. Let's say 3rd place there to St. Thomas in lane 5. 4th at the moment is Carnegie Mellon in lane 1. Western Ontario, though, really making a nice push back into this as the Merchant Marines start to fall a length behind 5th place Carnegie Mellon. Western Ontario really starting to creep back up into this as it looks like William and Mary now out in front over Penn State, who just might have just had a really nice start, but starting to fall back to the pack a little bit here. But William and Mary looking really strong.
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing here, like once again, we talk about the fitness that's required. This is, that start is all about power, about strength, about getting your boat up to speed and running. And we're really seeing a good job by all the crews to really try to establish themselves in this race. But obviously, there's always going to be those that are a little bit faster, and so we're seeing that now. They're down to their base rhythms now. You'll see that they're striking a little bit of a lower rate now. And this is an excellent shot right here. This shows you rowing in all of its glory.
Yeah, I mean, these 5 crews there's really not much between them. Probably from the leader to the person in the team in 5th, it's probably about 4 to 5 seconds, if that. Not really that much between them. It does look as though St. Thomas is just starting to fall back a little bit here. William and Mary looking really strong. Western Ontario starting to try and move through Penn State here. They want to stay connected to William and Mary, though. Yeah. That's the team that is currently got the most speed, and they're going to try and pull away. They're about 1,000 meters through here. This is where they want to say, okay, we're up in front. Let's open up some water on these crews and make it really difficult for them to get back into this race moving forward.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Western Ontario wants to let them go.
No.
Along with William and Mary, they're hanging around, and this will be interesting to see. Like at what point does William and Mary say, "All right, let's try to drop these guys. Let's try to really see if we can break them."
Yeah.
And that game of brinkmanship is just played out throughout the race, and so I'm really excited to see here what the plan of attack is going to be. It looks like Western Ontario has creeped back even a bit more, and we'll see what they can do through the middle of this race here. I mean, this is the time where you've got to make a move. You've got to decide whether or not you're going to go, whether or not you're going to try to hold on, and so it looks like, oh, here we go. All right, let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, so Penn State with a really nice response there. It looked like Western Ontario and William and Mary might just kind of walk through Penn State there, but Penn State hanging tough. I will say William and Mary really tight to their buoy line there, which is probably intentional by that coxswain, as they know that Western Ontario is their closest competition at the moment. So just trying to maybe get over there, getting their heads a little bit. But look at this, Western Ontario back to only maybe 3 seats down on our leaders, William and Mary. Penn State has now fallen back just a little bit. They made a move there to try and keep up as we head into the final 500, but now they have fallen about a few seats behind Western Ontario. And you see there both crews
bringing it up, and then the geese try to make a play to have a role in this race. But we'll see how that goes. I don't know. It looks like that William and Mary crew looks strong, but this Western Ontario crew is just inch by inch tried to creep up and make a little bit of difference, and that's what happens. Like those little inches that you take back, gets you to the canvas. And now we'll see what'll happen as they come into this last 250 meters. Can they sprint? Is there anything left in the tank? Has William and Mary done too much in the beginning to hold off this move by Western Ontario?
Yeah, really exciting race here to the finish line. Just about 300 meters, 400 meters left to go now. And there you see 250. It is 250 left to go. Maybe a bow deck for Western Ontario, a seat. Maybe.
It looks like Western Ontario is moving just a little bit. But the question always at this point is there enough race course left? Right. Is there enough time? Have we waited too late to make a move? And so that's what we're about to find out, is whether or not William and Mary can hold off, answer the call, bring the rate up maybe 2 more beats, and really get something out of that boat.
All right, and we come down to the final 100 meters. Only a few strokes left for each of these crews. We're going to know, just as you do, as they come by this vantage point, what it looks like. And it looks like Western Ontario may have just not done quite enough to get back into it. William and Mary with a really gut check
lungs burning, and
really tight. Naked eye. William and Mary just edged them out there.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
We'll see. You get those surges, and that's the difference there. When you come down to that last bow ball, who's surging when, whose oars are in the water. Yeah. Those are the type of finishes that are truly exciting. And having experienced a photo finish myself in the 2004 Olympics, I know how nail-biting it can be, how frustrating it can be to not know the results of the race.
Yeah, so these rowers very likely don't know themselves. They're sitting there. I mean, that was the close enough finish that they really don't know. But luckily, our times have been coming up pretty quick. So, and there it is. It was William and Mary by 0.2 of a second over Western Ontario. That is really like not even half of a bow deck. It's a couple feet really is the difference there between those two in that fourth final. Really fun racing there between William and Mary, Western Ontario, Penn State, Carnegie Mellon, St. Thomas, and the Merchant Marines finishing out that fourth final. Meanwhile, now onto the race course are our singles in the semifinal. So that was our final of the afternoon, and we're back into some championship rowing. So we're going to have 2 semifinals here in this men's open collegiate semifinal for the single. The top 3, we're going to be moving on to the final tomorrow. The next 3 will be moving on to the petite or final or the second final. So again, you're looking to finish top 3 here in this men's open collegiate. So in lane 1, we have Clemson in lane 2, Colgate in lane 3, Brock in lane 4, Oklahoma City, and in lane 5 is Pittsburgh. So look at this, only a few hundred meters into this race, but really tight still in these singles. You know, one thing you'll see in the singles, they're the smaller boat classes. As the race elongates, you'll start to see some distance open up between the crews. But at the moment, these singles are really tight together.
Yeah, one clarification I need to make from early if you were with us earlier this morning, I think that we incorrectly said that Brock University is from London, Ontario, and the truth is they're from St. Catharines, Ontario.
So an easy mistake to make.
Well, you know, maybe for you, but here we go. So let's get back to this action. This is the single scull. This is what I like to call the gladiator race.
Yeah.
This is just like, you know, one man, one boat, or one woman, one boat.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is where you can see it's important to sort of establish a great rhythm. So right here we have out here Oklahoma City A is really pressing hard here, is out in the lead and just sort of holding on. I mean, that's a great place you want to be in the single.
Yeah, so Oklahoma City looking good. Their teammate from Oklahoma City also looking good there in lane 4. You know, some fun racing going on here in the single. So tell me about the mental preparation needed to row like a 2,000-meter race in a single.
Yeah, so it is, I mean, you know, it is grueling because this is the opportunity for you to be prepared for whatever comes, right? Mm-hmm. You never know who's going to get out fast. You never know who's going to get out slow. And you really have to be able to press at any point. And so right now we can see the rower from Brock really pressing a little bit. Maybe he heard me correctly say St. Catharines, and now he's like, yeah, for St. Catharines. But whatever you do right here, you know, in the single, you have to keep pressing. It's a race where you just can't let up. And so as these rowers, you know, really try to establish where they're going to be, I think the key is going to be to see if Oklahoma City A can really hold on. Looks really good, looks really in control, nice long stroke. The boat is really running. It looks like his competitors have a little bit of a shorter stroke and are expending, maybe rowing a little bit higher.
Yeah, so after that initial push, so we saw the first 500, these crews were pretty even. That second 500, that the rower from, Oklahoma City
A, yep.
Yeah, he started to open up a nice lead, and then, you know, in that middle, now we're into this middle 500, we're 1,000 meters in, the lead is kind of stagnated there. So he made a nice move to open up that second 500 to really open up a bit of space between him and the rest of the crews. And now it looks as though the chase is on, right? They're the other two crews, they had faster times, or at least the crew in lane 3. Brock and likely the crew in lane 2 had faster times in time trials this morning.
Yeah.
So that's Brock and Colgate. You know, so they know they have the speed to potentially track the rower from Oklahoma City down.
Yeah.
They just need to go out there and.
So this is the brinksmanship of the time trials, right?
Yeah.
Do you go out? You know, like how do you, if you know what you're capable of, how do you play that game? But right here we have, this is a semifinal. So
yeah.
These athletes are trying to make it to the final. They want to do well enough so that they can race in that A final, race for a medal, have the opportunity to be the men's open collegiate champion at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And so their plans might be a little bit different than if this were a final like we saw in some of the previous races. Right now they're trying to calculate, okay, I can make it. I got to go fast enough so that I can race one more time for that medal.
So we do have our top 3 here have pretty much cemented themselves as our top 3, but what happens between them now is really anyone's guess, as we have about 600 meters left to go. It looks like the rower from Brock has overtaken the Oklahoma City rower, as has the rower from Colgate, or at least pulled even. So
yeah, and what I'm saying here is the Oklahoma City A has just sort of looked over and said, okay, yeah, we're far enough ahead. I'm checking out, which is it's an interesting strategy because, you know, come down to lane assignment for the final, you never know, like, the impact that can have. So it sort of looks like they've, you know, Oklahoma City A has shut down.
Yeah.
You can see how low the rating is.
Really slow hands.
Whereas the rower from Brock is still on it, still rowing at a reasonably high rate, and just sort of rowing through the whole race. So I don't know. This is the shenanigans that you find in the single.
Yeah. I mean, that's a really interesting race by the Oklahoma City rower, right? Because he went out at a blistering speed. Yeah. And then at about 1,000 meters was like, okay, I qualified. Yeah. And has kind of sat down.
Well, the question is did he empty the tanks trying to just establish that, to build a psychological buffer for all of the boats that are behind?
Yeah, so it looks like Brock now going into the final 250 meters. Brock and Collegiate are racing for lane position here. The Oklahoma City rower, he looks comfortable to finish third. The other Oklahoma City rower there in lane 3 has fallen pretty far back in 4th place. So our top 3 again are going to move on to the final. And it looks like it's going to be Brock, Collegiate, and Oklahoma City, barring any major changes over the next couple hundred meters.
Yeah, for a while I thought that Oklahoma City A had the Steve Prefontaine approach to racing, which is always run out front. But I see that even in this race, he shut it down a little bit, which is, we'll see what happens. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and a really nice race from the rower from Brock either way. He went out there, he executed his race plan. He looks like he's definitely slowed it down now as he approaches the finish line. But he'll finish first after finishing first in the time trials this morning.
Followed by Collegiate and what will most likely be Oklahoma City A, although he's keeping us in suspense now.
Yeah, he really shut that down in an impressive fashion. Yeah. Almost paddling his way up the course.
Yeah. Even just looking as he just glides through the finish. There.
Doesn't look too tired.
Not a technique that I would have chosen, but hey. Whatever gets you to the final.
Yeah, he's in there. He's into the final, and then we're gonna wait now to see the other 3 crews as Oklahoma City C crosses in 4th, and we'll likely have Clemson and Pittsburgh rounding out the 5 crews or the 6 crews in that race.
Yeah. So coming up next will be the second semifinal for the men's open collegiate single, and we'll have Oklahoma City B, High Point, Temple, George Mason in lane 4, Gordon in lane 5, and Stetson in lane 6. There we go. Finishing up in lane 6, we have the Pittsburgh in that first round, and the next race is off.
Yeah, so they're actually about 600 meters into this race already. Again, just repeating Akil from earlier, we have Oklahoma City, and you see the results and the times from semifinal number 1, the top 3 moving on to the final. But again, we have Oklahoma City, High Point, Temple. Temple had the fastest time in qualifying this morning. George Mason, Gordon, and Stetson. So semifinal number 2, and it looks like that's lane 4. That's George Mason out in front at the moment.
Comfortably, too. And with, at the 750 here, looking around to sort of check in, where am I in the race?
Yeah, you just saw there the rower from Gordon out in lane 5. He's in 4th place right now, but he's looking across, he's checking. He sees Temple and he sees High Point. They're not completely out of his reach just yet. He sees them going now, and he says, all right, it's time for me to, if I want to stay in this race, I can't let them go right now. So George Mason maintaining just a tad bit of open water on Temple, who's pretty much locked right next to High Point, although outstroking him by quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that the problem that the rower from Gordon may have is that he's a little bit higher than everyone else here right now. And so the question is, can he maintain that high rating and stay efficient throughout the rest of the race?
Yeah, so based on the time trials this morning, Temple and George Mason, you'd expect to move forward. High Point and Gordon likely had very similar times, and so you'd expect them to be close together, and it does seem to be playing out that way, as Temple may have just moved, and we'll see if he has any issue here with this gaggle of geese.
Oh, yeah, and there they go. Always trying to.
Here we go.
Again, oh, my goodness. This is that's why I come to these races, is so that I can watch the geese run afoul.
Oh man, they're really out here on the Cooper. It is pretty funny to see, and this race is shaping up. Not much has changed. It does look like Temple has moved ahead of High Point by just a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe reeled in the George Mason rower just a bit. But it's interesting in these single races. You can see the leads kind of swell like we did in that last race, but also they're a little bit more manageable than when you're in an 8 because the speeds are slower, and you can kind of manage the race in a certain way to come back into it. It's not. Leads aren't so insurmountable in these smaller boat classes as they are when you get to the larger boat classes.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing here is the rower from George Mason has decided to pick it up a little bit as well. I think that he got out to sort of a comfortable lead, and he's been able to watch the race develop behind him.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not the rower from Temple will be able to continue to pressure him, or even want to continue to pressure him, given the fact that this is the semifinal race.
Right, top 3 moving on, and it looks like Gordon has fallen off just a little bit here. High Point still looking in strong position, but he's not out of it yet there, the Gordon rower in lane 5. George Mason and Temple looking in strong position to move forward as they head into the final 500. We'll see that buoy approaching in just a moment, and they are in the final 500. George Mason with just about a length on Temple, and then some open water to High Point, and then more open water to Gordon there in lane 5, who has some work to do if he wants to try and get back into this race and make the final.
Yeah, and so coming in, they'll be at that last 250 meters, and that'll be the question of how these two that are out in front want to manage this race. They've got options. I think that it looks like the rower from George Mason doesn't really want to give up that lead position, so he's sort of responded to all of the moves that the rower from Temple has made. So this will be interesting to see, and High Point and Gordon, it's kind of tough to see from this angle. I believe that the High Point rower is ahead, but it's as you said, like a phenomenal sprint here. Just laying it on the line could make all the difference.
Definitely, they're not out of it yet, especially in these single boats where speed kind of changes stroke to stroke based on the one rower in the boat. George Mason, though, really putting it on now at the end.
There you go. I think that as I said, the rower from George Mason deciding that yes, I do want to win this race, putting a little bit more on it, given the pressure from the Temple rower. A little look over the head. That's how you know when an athlete wants the race to be over. They give that little look over the head and sort of say, "Where am I? What do I have left to give?"
Yeah, and that Temple rower not making it easy for him there at the end.
Yeah.
And it is Temple. High Point came back into it, gets third. Yeah. Gordon just finishing short.
So the Gordon rower will go to the B final.
Yeah, gutsy race though.
Gutsy race, and I think that'll be great. Make it into the top 12 and make it your goal to be number 7 and to say I had a great race. And so,
Yeah, there's nothing to hang your head about on that one. He finished just short, but it was a really, really good race, and he clearly executed a race plan that he had. It just fell up a little short. All right, next up on the race course, we'll have the men's pair with Alcock semifinals. In the meantime, we're going to head to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after this.
Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and we're back here and out onto the race course now are the men's pair without Cox. Again, I'm Joe Leonard here with Akil Abdullah, bringing to you the coverage of the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, brought to you by Thomas Jefferson University. And again, in lane 1 here we have Manhattan, lane 2 is Fairfield, 3 Iona, 4 Brandeis, 5 is Jacksonville, and in lane 6 is Penn State here in this men's pair event.
Yeah, it looks like Iona's got off to a pretty good start in lane 3 and pretty much established the pace for this race.
Yeah, it looked like some difficult steering there for Brandeis in lane 4, has them in the back. Or at least in 5th place. And again, so this one is a top 3 to the final as well, just like our previous semifinals. And then the next 3 will be going to the second final tomorrow. But Iona looking really strong through 500 meters. Second, Fairfield at the moment. And then the race for third is pretty tight between what looks to be Manhattan and Jacksonville. Brandeis just off the pace at the moment in 5th, but not out of it at all.
Yeah, I really feel for that Brandeis crew. It looks like they're having some real steering difficulties. Basically, a little bit of pinballing back and forth between lane lines, and it makes it really sad to see that because you're basically covering more of the course.
Yeah, and they're still kind of going that way. They can't get straight. And it looks like it's tough because it does look like they have some speed to match the crews next to them. But if they can't stay straight, it's not going to mean much.
Yeah, and that Iona crew has basically just said, we're getting out of here.
Yeah.
They didn't wait around for anyone. And so coming through 750, they've got a pretty nice lead. And it'll be interesting to see how they manage the rest of the race.
Yeah, they look strong, these two rowers, as they pass our vantage point here. Just looking pretty good. In sync with each other, in these pair boats, which can be a real struggle as it's just you and one other person trying to row the boat. They can be a little bit difficult to set and get comfortable with. You really need to understand your rowing partner and have a lot of trust in each other to make this work.
Yeah, and the crew from Fairfield looking equally good, if not as fast. Basically looks like they are saying, okay, we're in second here, and doesn't look like they're willing to, looking to do anything. Although this Iona crew looks like they're even putting on a little bit of a press here, like just really moving well, moving together, great course. Moved over into the buoys a little bit, but looks like they're correcting that now.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just a little adjustment here, I mean, you can see the wakes of all of these crews are pretty sinuous at the moment, and none of them are really that straight. It's difficult to keep a pair straight. I mean, just by the nature of it, the bow seat has more leverage on the point of the boat than the stroke seat because of his, because he's so much closer to the bow. But, they adjust, and, it takes time, it takes practice, but, man, they look fast. Looks like they took another move just right there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, so they are sort of deciding to maybe lay down the gauntlet and say, we're going to be the boat to beat.
Yeah.
So it does a couple of things. One, it puts a bullseye on your back, but two, it sort of lets people know, like, we've got the speed.
Yeah, definitely. A strong race so far from Iona. And again, top 3 moving on. Brandeis still in 4th at the moment, struggling to find that point. Looks like second place is Fairfield in lane 2. And Jacksonville currently in 3rd position to move on to the final. But Brandeis hanging on to them. And then Manhattan in lane 1, not completely out of it yet either. Penn State's fallen off the pace just a bit in lane 6. But Manhattan still kind of hanging in there. If there's any mistakes out of Brandeis and Brandeis and Jacksonville, then you could see Manhattan try and make a move moving forward. But there's Fairfield. They're in second place at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for the crews sort of that are in this back group here.
Yeah.
Fairfield will have to make a serious mistake, but right now it looks like the race is on for that 3rd position third and final position into the A final.
Yeah, it looks like Jacksonville with a strong middle second, third 500 there to set them up for, to move on to this A final. And man, Iona just really way out in front, not too worried, and it does kind of look like they're executing a sprint as well. So, as you said, laying down the gauntlet here in semifinal number 1 in the men's pair.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I'm not sure what their time is, but if it's any indication, this is going to be one of the teams to beat. They're going to be racing for that medal to become Jefferson Dad Vail champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And final 250 here for our leaders out of Iona. Looks like just about 300 left for second and third, Jacksonville and Fairfield. We'll see exactly how that shapes up as they come by our camera. But Iona with over a 10-second lead at the moment, just really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it was wild to just see the distance that they had put on the cruise by 750, and to have continued to step through, despite the fact that they have, they've still got a medal to race for, is an indication of like the speed that they have.
And it does look like they sat down on it. Maybe they started their sprint. But now in the final couple hundred, no reason to empty the tank totally, and they'll just cruise in. Yep, they look calm, exhausted but calm as they cross the finish line there. And we'll sit here and just wait for a second.
Yeah,
to see who finishes second, third.
So we'll see if Fairfield was able to hold on to second place. Whether or not they shut down. If they maintained the lead that they had, then they probably shut down.
And it is Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, there you go, and Fairfield. Yeah, so probably Fairfield decided to turn it off a bit and save a bit for the finals.
So Brandeis never really able to get themselves back into it after those steering mistakes in the first 500. They finished 4th. And we will have finishes from Manhattan, and then eventually Penn State as well.
And there's Manhattan coming through in lane 1. So yes, we are here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, the 84th running of this regatta.
Yeah, and we have our semifinal number 2 in the men's pair without Cox out there now, and Iona likely in that first semifinal, they likely had the fastest time in the time trial, so maybe we might see a bit more of a competitive semifinal number 2. Remains to be seen, but really, really nice time there, 7 minutes 33 seconds from Iona in that pair. But on the race course now is in lane 1, Catholic. Again, this is from right to left on your screen. In lane 1, Catholic. In lane 2, Rollins. Lane 3, Fordham. They're out in front, but just by a bit. In lane 4 is Lafayette. In lane 5, the Merchant Marines. And in lane 6 is Massachusetts Maritime. So the way this race is broken down in the first start, 300 meters in, Fordham, give them about 2 seats on top of Rollins there in lane 2. Looks like Catholic in lane 1 is currently in 3rd place, but Lafayette there in 4th, followed closely by the Merchant Marines, and then Massachusetts Maritime just off the pace at the moment in 6th. But overall, a pretty tight race.
Yeah, I mean, I think as you stated, Iona likely the fastest qualifier, but it looks now like Fordham is really trying to get out and establish a lead, and you tend to see that in semifinals if a crew can get out and others can stick around. The packs separate, and you sort of see that down the course. Now, this is a race to see who will be able to race for a medal, so there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah.
So you'll see, over in lane 5 there, we had the Merchant Marines, a little bit of a staring bobble, but we'll see what impact that has on the rest of their race plan. Right now, we have Fordham out in front with Rollins in second, and looks like Lafayette in third.
Yeah, Lafayette making a nice push. They were in a pretty distant fourth after 500 meters, but in the second 500 have made a really nice push back. They've overtaken Catholic, who's now in fourth place, and they've started to move into Rollins a little bit. Fordham striking at a pretty high rate. They are definitely in a position similar to what we saw from Iona. They're not as far ahead, but they are in a position to kind of, keep this lead where it is. They're in control of this race out in front. They can kind of look at the race course next, at the boats next to them and decide exactly how they want to play this out over the final 1,000 meters.
Yeah, it looks like Lafayette was trying to make a move there. It might not have resulted like they wanted it to. So Rollins still just hanging on. Maybe, like trying to get back into contact with the Fordham boat.
It does look, though, in terms of that move, like you said earlier, the dominoes kind of falling. It looked like Lafayette pushed up on Rollins. Rollins pushed up on Fordham as well. So it tightened up a little bit there after Fordham looked to push away with it, but now look at Fordham.
Yeah.
They kind of waited. They had the lead. They sat. They saw those moves being made, and they said, okay, we'll wait. And now they've gone and they've opened up their lead again as Lafayette starts to reel Rollins in.
Right, and that's sort of the what I like to call the gladiatorial or pugilistic nature of the sport, because you have someone that's like tries to take a punch and tries to really establish a bit of dominance in the race, and then someone counters, and you have that play. And when you see that at the top crews with really thin margins, it's a thing of beauty to watch.
Yeah, it really kind of shows you the razor-thin margins of the sport and how, when you get to the final couple hundred meters and the race is close, it really can be anyone's game. It's just a matter of who's kind of, got the better technique, who's got a little bit more speed coming into the final couple hundred meters. It does look like Fordham is still out there in front, as this drone's gonna head back up the race course most likely.
Yeah, and while we're looking at this beautiful water, just want to thank our title sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University, located in Greater Philadelphia, in the Greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey. It's reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. Also like to thank our presenting sponsor, Merit Health, Liberty Coca-Cola, and Pico. Yeah. Pico gas. Pico.
Philadelphia Flyer fans will know the Pico Power Play.
Oh.
It's the Pennsylvania Electric Company.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here we are into semifinal number 2. Is that?
Yes, this is semifinal number 2 in the men's pair. Under 500 meters to go. It does look like our top 3 has been decided, but they're still fighting for lane assignments at the moment. It's Fordham, it's Lafayette, and it's Rollins. Tough to tell exactly from this angle how they're shaking out. It does look like it's Fordham, Rollins, and then Lafayette. Lafayette made that push at the 1,000-meter mark to kind of draw even, and now you're seeing Rollins respond and move their way back into Fordham. 250 meters left to go now for your leaders from Fordham.
And sort of, I don't imagine any of the crews really making too much of a show to try to gain much advantage at this point.
Yeah, it looks like Rollins just had a bit of a potential,
bobble?
Maybe a steering adjustment that caused them to dip down to port. And maybe Lafayette was able to take advantage of that. That could be important tomorrow in terms of lane assignment. Could come back to bite Rollins if they end up finishing third here. But Fordham's going to cruise to the finish line now, and they're just going to take a couple more strokes, and they'll be in lane 4 tomorrow in this men's pair event.
Here you go, looking good. Nice rowing together.
And they'll cross, and our camera will hang on. Rollins.
There we go. Rollins did maintain with Lafayette in third.
All right, and that is your top through. Moving on to the final.
The A final.
Yeah, the A final. The second final tomorrow, Catholic, Merchant Marines, and Massachusetts Maritime will be joining Brandeis, Penn State, and Manhattan in that second final. All right, now into our starter blocks is semifinal number 1 in the men's freshman novice 4. We just saw about an hour ago final number 5 and 4 in this event. These are the boats that made it to the semifinal from this morning. This is going to be a little bit different than what we've seen in our semifinals so far. This is a top 2 moving on to the final. 3rd and 4th place will move on to the second final, and 5th and 6th will move on to final number 3. So we have 3 semifinals in this event coming up right now.
Yeah, and you can see there as the crews try to align, they'll use different techniques. Sometimes they'll hand their oar off to a rower in front of them so that they're able to, basically we call it scull the boat over a little bit. Other times the coxswain will just call for them to give them a tack, and it looks like they are aligned. And this is my favorite part right here. As they get ready, I like to go to my golf voice so that they, to build the anticipation. Build the excitement.
We'll see here.
We'll see here.
All boats squared now.
Yeah.
Sitting ready. Lane 3's got to get squared up.
Yeah, it still looks like lane 4 is a bit off on their point.
Lane
but
2's
maybe that's
still
just
sculling.
me. Yeah.
Lane 2's still sculling it. That 2-seat is rowing the bowman's blade.
Yeah, you may barely be able to see it, but what'll happen is there's a referee in that tower behind them. And when that flag goes up, they'll know that it's time to race. All of the coxswain's hands will be down. All right, looks like that flag is up.
Yeah, they're squared. And they're
off. There we go. That's all I wanted to do there.
All right, and in lane 1, we have Rhode Island. Lane 2, Rollins. 3, Western Ontario. In lane 4, Pittsburgh. In lane 5 is Brock. And in lane 6 is MSOE. So a little bit of a rough start there from Pittsburgh in lane 4. They were probably one of the favorites coming into this semifinal, but looks like they caught a couple of, down on starboard side for a couple strokes and just got caught up there. In the meantime, it's really opened the door for Rollins in lane 2 to get out to a blistering start. So Rollins out in front, Rhode Island.
Ontario.
Rhode Island there in lane 1 is currently in second. Western Ontario, though, they had the fastest time out of these crews in qualifying. That's why they're in lane 3. So look for them to kind of take it easy on this first 500 and then really come in. Something to keep in mind. We've seen Western Ontario already in the men's Varsity 4 final number 4. They were in. They came in second in that race, but they were a little bit further off the pace and then started to come into the race. So maybe it might be a program-wide philosophy to kind of take it a little bit easier on those starts and then really dominate the middle portion of the race, as you see now.
Yeah. Some crews do negative split, try to get faster each successive 500. Some crews even split. So we'll see what happens here. They're right there with Rollins, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that Rollins has much of an edge over them, and it looks like they're right there, and they look strong. Both crews really working hard, separating themselves because 1 and 2 are the only ones going through to that A final to race for a medal.
Yeah, so based on the time trials this morning, you'd think that Pittsburgh would have some speed out of lane 4, and it does seem like after that shaky start, Pitt has started to cement themselves in that 3rd place. Now they're down. There's about 1,250 meters left to go. We're going to see the 750-meter sign pop up on the shore in just a little bit. Pitt is down. Maybe give them an edge on Rhode Island in 4th there. But if they want to get back into this race, they need to start moving onto Rollins now.
Yeah, and it looks like Western Ontario is right there. They got off to a bit of a slow start, but they are right there racing and making their move. Either Rollins has decided to shut it down, or they're fighting to stay with that Western Ontario boat.
I think for Rollins right now, the big focus should be don't worry too much about Western Ontario to your left side. They clearly have a fair amount of speed. Worry more about rowing so that Rhode Island, Pittsburgh, and I believe that's Brock there. Don't make a comeback on you, but don't get too tied up in trying to keep pace with Western Ontario and then burn yourselves out before that final 500. But Rollins still looks good. 1,000 meters left to go now, and really not much between Western Ontario and Rollins.
Well, this is the exciting part about all of this is that we look at these three boats here, and this is to see who goes to the B final, right? So this is a very important race. Are you going to be in the top 12 or are you going to be in the top 18? So still a lot on the line here for these athletes, and I'm looking to see what's going to happen out in that outside lane with Brock. Are they going to be able to pick up the pace? Are they going to be able to stay in this race? So
Brock just kind of trying to remain in contact there. Their bow ball just touching the stern of Pittsburgh and Rhode Island at the moment, and impressive stuff out front by Western Ontario and Rollins, kind of maintaining that difference between them. As we head into the final 750 meters for our leaders. And again, the race for the B final is a compelling one as Brock tries to see if they can't push their way into the top four to make that second final.
Yeah, and here we have a shot of these two crews, our leaders, Western Ontario in lane 4, and did I get that right? Yeah. And Rollins in
Rollins is in lane 2.
Rollins in lane 2, so Western Ontario in lane 3.
So Rollins outstroking Western Ontario right now pretty handily. Western Ontario just maintaining a couple seats lead. Rollins, their base rate just a little bit higher, so Western Ontario probably in pretty good shape here heading into the final 500. But Rollins may want to try and get that lane 3 assignment tomorrow, so they'll have a chance. But as they enter the sprint, Western Ontario is going to do what they can to hold them off.
Yeah, it looks like Western Ontario is going to hold them off. I think it looks like Rollins may have come off of the pressure just a tad. Yeah. Western Ontario slipping away from them just by inch by inch. And
yeah,
so,
this is a really interesting shot here. As you saw, Rollins kind of pulled back even. We were talking about those punches that teams take earlier, and now Western Ontario kind of took a Rollins punch. They got it to within 2 seats, and now Western Ontario is going to go on to win this race potentially by open water.
Yeah, I mean, and it has a psychological effect as an athlete. It's like, oh, this is the semifinals. We got to make it through. Also, it takes the wind out of your sail, and it's about momentum sometimes. And so as we move into this last 250, we'll see sort of if there's any decisions that is being made by the coxswain. How the crew, a lot of it is dependent on how the crew feels. They've already had one race today, so sort of, let's sort of be prepared for tomorrow's race.
Final few strokes here now into the final 100 meters for our leaders. As you see them come through our finish line camera, just want to row mistake-free now. A little bit of missed water there for Western Ontario, and you can see stroke seat turning his head around, trying to see when they're going to finish up.
And the thing to remember that these are freshman novice rowers, meaning that, this could be their and there you go, going through the finish, a little crab.
Yeah, you want to be disciplined even through the finish there. Yeah. You don't want to get hurt
there you
after
go.
The race is over.
Or, I don't know, maybe, kids these days maybe did it for a little steez. Like, check me out. I know how to do this. I can catch a crab. Yeah, bam. I don't know, hardcore or parkour. All right, and there we go.
Wow, look at that. So Pittsburgh finishes in 3rd.
Yep.
4th was in lane 1 there, Rhode Island. And Brock, with a really valiant effort to try and get into that B final, just comes up about a couple seconds short there, and they will be into the 3rd final tomorrow, along with MSOE, who will finish 6th shortly.
Yeah. So as we said, this round of semifinals different from the previous ones that we watched, because in this only the top 2 go to the A final. So where you finish, really important here if you want to be on the line racing for a medal.
And there are the results from that first semifinal in the men's freshman novice 4 event. Western Ontario finishing 5 seconds ahead of Rollins. And then you see how close it was between Pittsburgh and Rhode Island. And then Brock just finishing a few seconds behind, about 1.5 seconds to be exact.
And here we have the men's freshman novice 4 with Coxon semifinal number 2, with Rutgers in lane 1, Bowdoin in lane 2, Catholic in lane 3, Collegiate in lane 4, Oklahoma City in lane 5, and Army in lane 6.
Yeah, so as we get to about 500 meters into this race, they'll be approaching that mark soon. Bowdoin out of lane 2 with a nice start, giving them a lead. And again, top 2 will be moving on to the A final to join Western Ontario and Rollins. So Bowdoin out in front at the moment. Looks like Catholic to their left in second, but tight on Catholic is Collegiate. And then about a length back of Collegiate at the moment is Oklahoma City. And then Army and Rutgers currently in 5th and 6th. But at the moment, a really good race for this A final. And again, as you move through the semifinal number 2 and then semifinal number 3, you're more likely to see closer races, as the first semifinal number 1 almost always will have the top qualifier. So these crews are a little bit closer together from the time trials as you move through the semis.
Yeah, and it looks like Bowdoin and Collegiate are pushing out a little bit, and we'll see if Catholic can sort of keep their sort of nose in the hunt.
Yeah, they're right there. I mean, it does look like Bowdoin has slowed up a little bit after that first 500, and Collegiate starting to move out in front. Again, this angle isn't 100% dead on, but it does look like Bowdoin is maintaining a few seats of a lead. Collegiate right there with them. And there's a nice shot to show you exactly how it's kind of breaking out at the moment.
Yeah, and the tough things about these races where you may get out ahead in your racing for a spot in the next race is that you don't want to have to turn it back on. So if you're going to shut it down, you want to make sure that you're shutting it down, and that's going to be it. Right now, it looks like all of these boats are still in it, still racing as if they're going to, be in that A final. But right now, it looks like Bowdoin is still ahead, but Collegiate is really trying to make a case for itself to be the winner of this semifinal.
Yeah, it looks like Bowdoin and Collegiate kind of just moved away from Catholic there a little bit. Catholic now a length back in 3rd place. Again, maintaining contact. There's just under 1,000 meters left to go, so there's still time for Catholic to get back into this. But at the moment, both of the other crews are outstroking them and are out in front. So a lot of work to do for Catholic. And currently in 4th, Oklahoma City, about a boat and a half length down on Catholic, comfortably in 4th place at the moment. But they could feel Rutgers a little bit there in lane 1 to try and keep them out of the B final. But again, at the moment, the A final is Bowdoin and Collegiate in position to move on. Catholic just slightly off, currently in 3rd.
Yeah, and we have Rutgers in 5th and Army in 6th. Mm-hmm. So not much happening. I don't think that there's a shot of them getting back into this race. But if Catholic just decides we're going to bring up this rate and we're really going to press hard, they could make a press, but I haven't seen anything yet that gives me an indication that might happen. But what I do like is all of the crews it looks like they're continuing to press. So here we go. It looks like a little move. Here we go from Catholic. I see they brought the rate up. They're really trying to see, can we do anything to get back into this race?
Yeah, Catholic really desperate at this moment. They want to be in that A final tomorrow, right? They want to race for medals. Yeah. And it looks like Collegiate now also making a move. They've pulled much closer to Bowdoin. Bowdoin has had a very dominant race so far. They've maintained a lead. Colgate now just kind of eating away at that just a little bit. Catholic could be too little too late for them as they continue to fall behind the leaders.
Yeah, and this is sort of where you get an indication of the powers of the crew. Like the race has been hard, and this is where your coxswain is asking you for a little bit more. I need a little bit more. And can you respond, and that's the as an athlete right now, there's lactic acid. That means burning sensation in all of your muscles, trying to get, the energy that it needs, converting, sugar instead of using oxygen. You're going anaerobic. You're in this last 250 meters, so.
Yeah, their heart rate is jumped up into that anaerobic zone. They're burning off fat reserves. This is why you train really hard so that you can tap into those reserves late into a race. And it does look like Colgate just inched out in front there, so they're going to be in position to take one of the better lane assignments after finishing first in the semifinal. We'll see if Bowdoin can make any kind of push back, but this late in the race, it's unlikely. After leading all that way, it's tough after you get past to recover, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to, as Colgate will finish first. Bowdoin, though, will make the grand final. Catholic into the petite.
There's a term I haven't heard in a while. The petite final.
Oh, the second final.
And so there we go. We had Oklahoma City. You can see it's kind of tough too. It's one of those rough races. The stroke came through. His head was down, bowed over. These races take a lot out of you.
Yeah, second race of the day. They've already rode 2,000 meters, as you see there.
Rutgers crossing the line.
So they're tired. A lot of recovery goes into just trying to make it, your body recover from the first race into the second race.
And there goes the Army.
Because a lot of times when you're practicing, you'll race at 2,000 meters and then you'll keep your body warm before going back out and doing it again. On the race course, you don't quite have that luxury.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break at the moment before we return with semifinal number 3 in the men's freshman novice 4.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, back out onto the race course now. Semifinal number 3 in the men's freshman novice 4 event. In lane 1 is Fairfield. In lane 2, Marietta. Lane 3 is Lafayette. In lane 4 is Temple. In lane 5, Clarkson. And in lane 6 is Georgia Tech. Again, my name is Joe Leonard. Joining me on the broadcast is Akil Abdullah. We've been excited to bring you all these races so far today. And, we're not done yet. We got a couple more hours of racing, some semifinals to bring you. This is our final semifinal in the men's freshman novice 4 event. Again, top 2 move on to the A final, 3 and 4 to the B, and 5 and 6 move on to final number 3. So in this semifinal number 3 at the moment, really tight race. Looks like 4 crews still vying for those top 2 spots at the moment.
Yeah, we've got Marietta in lane 2, Lafayette in lane 3, Temple in lane 4, and Clarkson in lane 5. And right now, all of those boats look like they could actually make a case for themselves.
Yeah, Lafayette and Marietta just trying to pull away at the moment. Those are your two leaders, not much between them. But still maintaining contact are Temple and Clarkson, who are also just about even themselves. So it's breaking out into twos this race at the moment, but really still not much between first place and fourth place.
Yeah. And so we'll see as we're here in the body of the race, who's going to make a push first to try to get some separation or to push back into the lead.
Yeah, so about 600 meters in now, 700 meters. Yeah, there's the 750 meter mark. And it does look like we have Lafayette here out in front, Marietta hanging on to second, but it looks like Clarkson and Temple have made up a little bit of ground after that initial 500. Not much. It does look like about a length lead still for our leaders, but Temple and Clarkson well within striking distance still with just over 1,000 meters left to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the difference here, Lafayette is looking very strong, very good rhythm, nice swing. They don't look like they're exerting themselves too much. Looking here at the Temple boat, you see it's a little bit more chaotic. You'd like to see if they could sort of take a breath and sort of get that boat running. You know, I've spoken about that before. That's how much spacing can you get between your puddles, you know, before you put the oar in the water again. Let the boat work while it's out of the water. Yeah, looks like Marietta's actually starting to press a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like lane 2, Marietta now out in front. Give them about a seat, maybe 2 on Lafayette. Lafayette looks still very much in control. As they reach the 1,000 meter marks, Marietta decided to take a move, put them up a couple of seats, and now they're kind of sitting on that lead at the moment. Temple firmly in third place, Clarkson firmly in fourth place at the moment. Temple doing everything they can right now just to try and nip at the heels of Lafayette, who misses some water there and now has to get back up to speed quickly. Temple trying to take advantage.
Yeah, and we'll see. So what I sort of classified as a laissez-faire approach could come back to bite if it's not in fact that Lafayette has the ability to sort of just hold off or shift to another gear.
Yeah, Temple with a really impressive middle of the race here after being down for much of the race. They've come back pretty much well into contact with both of our lead crews here, and they're putting themselves in position for a sprint. 600 meters left to go now as they head into the final stretch of this race. It's Marietta, Lafayette, and Temple. Kind of just taken seat by seat at the moment. Lafayette had a bit of a slip up at about the 750 meters left to go mark. Lost them some speed. They are now back up to speed and look to be holding off Temple. And it'll be interesting to see. For Lafayette, the question is, we've got to hold off this crew that's looking to make it into the A final, make it into the medal round. And so the question is, did they leave a little bit too much on the table for them to come after? Did they give Temple a little bit too much hope that they could actually come back and make it into the next? And it's a tough proposition, right? And again, they just missed some water. Sometimes when that happens, your brain starts to move really quickly and you start to panic a little bit. And panic can lead to further mistakes.
Yeah.
So missing water, it's one of those things that you have to mentally prepare for. It says, okay, we don't want to miss strokes, but when it happens, as it inevitably will in a 4-boat class,
and you can see here, Lafayette has to respond because Temple has taken it up, and they're making a hard press here. So this is going to actually come down to the wire right here, and the question of whether or not too much was, like I said before, you can't shut down and then start up again. It's very hard to do. It looks like Lafayette is holding them off, but it looks like it's costing them a little bit.
Yeah, it didn't have to be this close, and Temple's really not too far down. Again, they're going to run out of water here at the end, but there were 2 times there in the final 750 where Lafayette pretty much lost all their speed, opening the door for Temple to make this as close as it's going to finish. And it is close.
Yeah.
Really a 2-seat lead there by Lafayette, and it should have been much more.
Yeah.
But Temple moves on to the B final along with Clarkson. Lafayette survives by the skin of their teeth, and Marietta and Lafayette will go on to the A, and it looks like Fairfield and Georgia Tech will go to final number 3. All right, and next up on the race course will be the women's freshman novice 4 with Cox semifinal, and this is back down to just 2 semifinals. So again, top three finishers, as we see Fairfield finishing up in this freshman 4 event, men's freshman 4 event. But top for the women's freshman 4, it'll be top 3 to the first final, and the next 3 to the second final. As finishing up was Georgia Tech in semifinal number 3 for the men's freshman novice 4, and there are the results from that race on your screen. You see Temple finishing just about a second behind Lafayette there, so not too much between them. Disappointing finish for Lafayette, but they survive and they will make it into the final tomorrow.
All right, up to the start we go here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And we are having a great time here, getting to see some great racing, and so we're getting ready for the start of the women's freshman novice 4 with Coxon. This race has in lane 1, Bryant, in lane 2, MIT, in lane 3, Rhode Island, in lane 4, Lafayette, in lane 5, Stockton, in lane 6, Army.
So this Rhode Island crew was pretty impressive this morning. They were in the middle of the pack in the time trial, and Akil noticed throughout that time trial just how solid they looked, and they ended up finishing with the fastest time in qualifying. So look for them to get off to a pretty good start here. We were impressed with them this morning.
Yeah, I think that what I really liked that I saw, it can be tough in time trials, but what I really liked what I saw this morning, and they were off, was just their control, but also you could see them just stroke after stroke moving away from the pack. Mm-hmm. And right away here off the start, you can see already, these boats are at top speed right now, trying to get up to that top speed, and they're already starting that inch, that slow churn, that chug out, like to establish a lead. And so we'll see how this turns out for them.
And it is Rhode Island off the start, just 100 meters into this race now. Rhode Island already with a length of lead on the competition, and then 3 boats across are MIT, Lafayette, and Stockton for second place. And again, only top 3 can move on to the final. Lane 1 there, Bryant not out of it, Army not out of it yet. Again, they were the slower times in qualifying this morning, so expect them to maybe drop back a little bit as the race goes on. But Rhode Island really impressive in this first 500 with open water on the rest of the crew already. This is a strong crew.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the way they row. They're nice and long. They're getting out there, and really moving that boat, trying to push away, get past those puddles. And so really syncing up nicely together.
Yeah, and then again, it's a top 3 moving on to the final. So MIT, Lafayette, and Stockton all looking pretty strong through the first 500. We'll have to keep an eye on that race for second and third as Rhode Island continues to push open this lead, and already 500 meters in a really strong position.
Oh, and did we mention that this is the freshman novice race and they're doing this?
Yeah.
Be on the lookout, for the future of Rhode Island women's crew. Like already, it looks like they're just like, okay, we've got this now, and are just going to continue to maintain. And I think that that's telling in itself, right? Here we have the top 12 boats out of the boats that have raced today, and they are fast enough to be able to just get out established and go into like a nice rhythm.
Yeah, they don't need to press too much. They've got the open water lead. They've it does look like it's stagnated a little bit here. That's probably not an indictment on them. It's more that they've lowered their rate as they know they're comfortable in this race. In second place now, it does look like we have some movement. Lafayette there slightly out in front
of Stockton.
Yeah, Stockton, and then MIT potentially in fourth at the moment, but MIT and Stockton look very, very close. Give the edge to Lafayette, though, for second. And again, it's a top 3 moving on to the final.
Yeah, and this makes the race, I think, a little bit tougher for Lafayette, because now you've got 2 boats in MIT and Stockton that are like, we can make it to the final, whereas if you're in a race and you don't have a boat that's as far out as Rhode Island, then it's like, okay, we just got to stay in this top 3 here. But right now the race really is to make that a final, and Lafayette is going to have its hands full here.
Yeah, it looks like MIT might have just edged out in front at a lane 2. Maybe MIT now into second place. Stockton only a few seats back of Lafayette for 4th to 3rd there, respectively. So really still tight between all 3 of those crews. And also Bryant in lane 1, kind of hanging on to the pack. They're about a length back, but they are still in contention with 1,000 meters left to go. Rhode Island, though, just really dominating this race at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we can, we've talked about them rowing really well. But right here, this is just like a nice swing rhythm. They're putting the oars in. You can see they're really, what I really like is that they're loading up really well when those oars really getting a good connection and then stepping right through.
Yeah, it's calm, it's collected. They're still pushing hard on it, but they're rowing at their own pace, knowing that they kind of don't have anyone else around them at the moment. So just really impressive stuff as they're going to approach. They're about 750 meters left to go for them. And that race for second and third is still really tight. It does look like Stockton has just fallen off a little bit. MIT and Lafayette maintaining a pretty close balance at the moment.
I mean, it's incredible. They're spot on. They're still rowing at what looks to be like a 35.
Just in their base rate, just plugging along.
$34, $35.
Yeah.
So they're and they're just tapping it along. I mean, what's incredible is they make that 35 look easy. And I was like, I had to double check the rating because I was like, take it a couple of times. But that's a testament to them effectively moving the boat, letting it run, and really letting the boat do work when the oars are not in the water.
Yeah, here's a nice overhead shot. Kind of, might be nice for their coach later if he wants to break down a little technical stuff there.
Yeah.
But, tells you a lot. It gives you a lot of information in that overhead of exactly what's happening in that boat.
Yeah. I mean, and once again, these young women, freshmen, novice rowers, to really establish themselves in such a way early on in the regatta is really impressive. Yeah,
and it's been all morning. We saw it in the time trial. They looked really good. They walked through a bunch of crews, and now it's showing up again in their semifinal. And don't be shocked to see them again tomorrow in their final with a really impressive race. But again, that race for second and third is still really tight. We're going to get more information on that as the boats get closer. But your leaders from Rhode Island with just about 300 meters left to go now. You see those big red buoys. The buoys will change as they head into the final 250. Just a few hundred meters left now for our leaders. But again, top 3 moving on. And it looks like MIT and Lafayette are currently in second and third, respectively. Stockton in fourth, just off the pace. Stockton has some work to do if they want to make this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we'll see how this plays out for that second place. Looks like there's still a possibility for all of these boats, depending on what decision each member of the crew decides to make coming into this last 250 meters.
All right, and finishing up here with just a nice easy swing are the women freshman novice 4 from Rhode Island. And they will cross the finish line without so much of a challenge in semifinal number 1. All right, and we will sit right here and wait to see exactly what's going on. We believe that Lafayette and MIT are in second and third, and Stockton is in fourth.
And we'll know with 10 meters left to go.
Yeah, yeah. All right, and it is
and here
MIT.
we go. It is MIT.
MIT finishes in second with a bit of a distance between them.
Yeah.
And look at Stockton.
Oh, yeah.
They just missed out, and you see it now. They pass Lafayette as they go through the finish line. We'll double check once the results come up, but it did look like Lafayette
had that one,
and we'll move on to the grand final. Semifinal number 2 already out onto the race course, and again, Rhode Island was the fastest time in qualifying, so expect this semifinal to have a little bit more drama involved in it. In lane 1 is Tampa, that's on the right side of your screen. In lane 2 is Carnegie Mellon. Lane 3 is Catholic. Lane 4, Long Island, 5, Rollins, and 6, Robert Morris. So you see there just 0.3 of a second between Lafayette and Stockton to make that grand final.
And yeah, so we have here, it looks like out our Catholic and Long Islander seem to be out in front right now.
Yeah, so Catholic looks to have just a bit of an edge, not much on Long Island. And then those two boats currently looking pretty good. Looks like Carnegie Mellon is a little bit off the pack. Tampa in lane 1. Tampa in lane 1 looks good, along with Rollins in lane 5. Pretty tight there for third. Carnegie Mellon not far off the pace. So again, 2 crews out in front. You want 3 crews moving on to the final, and a tight race there for that third position.
Yeah. Oh, and our drone just hit a tree.
We're good. We're good. Survived.
We survived. Did we survive that? The question is, did the drone survive it?
About 500 meters in now for our leaders from Catholic. Catholic starting to open up a little bit of space between them and Long Island. You wonder if Long Island will maintain that second, or if the rest of the pack will start to reel them in as we get further along in this race. But at the moment, it's Catholic out in front, Long Island in second, and looks like third place is Tampa in lane 1.
Yeah, I like the way that both Catholic and Long Island look this morning. It'll be interesting to see if they can just sort of establish themselves a little bit more from the pack, and what that race for third could wind up being. But there's still plenty of race left to go. And so it looks like, both Catholic and Long Island have a little bit of open water on the other crews.
Yeah, so Tampa still looking good there in third. Looks like Rollins is making a strong push as well. Carnegie Mellon is not out of it. Their stroke rate is really low, as compared to some of these other crews. Maybe they're just going to start to bring it up a little bit now. But it is much lower, and they're kind of lurking there in 5th place at the moment, trying to make it into that top 3. So really, really tight racing at the moment.
Yeah, and so we'll see what happens as they come through the 1,000, and is there a push that's going to be made? This race for third is hot. It's on. We'll see the Rollins crew out there trying to make a push.
Man, you see it there. This is really tight. So there's 3 boats right now, and there's 1 spot for each of them in the final. And there's really not much between the 3 crews. Maybe give the edge to Tampa still. Rollins looks like they're pretty close there with them, and Carnegie Mellon has really drawn back into this race. So as they approach the 1,000-meter mark, it is Catholic and Long Island out in front, and then the race for third is between Tampa, Carnegie Mellon, and Rollins. And again, only 3 boats can move on to the final later tomorrow.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that of all of these boats, that Rollins looks like it has the most chance of making it through. I think that the Tampa boat looks a little bit rushed on the recovery, meaning coming back up to that catch position where they're closest to the stern. It's that the Rollins boat over there, they look like they're a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more calm. And it's important that you're relaxed and you're calm when you're rowing, so that you don't have a lot of inefficient, that you're not wasting energy.
Exactly. Yeah, and this Carnegie Mellon boat, they look good. They're just a little short on that stroke. And just they don't seem to have the stroke rate to try and stick with those crews, and it does look like they've fallen back yet again. Tampa, though, they pushed back forward. Rollins and Carnegie Mellon keep kind of coming back up on Tampa. Tampa keeps pushing away.
Yeah.
Still not much, though, between them as we approach just about 600 meters left to go now. That 500-meter buoy ball just off in the distance as they come through this canoe club on the right-hand side. And, yeah, really nice race so far. Catholic and Long Island, after getting out in front, have both kind of maintained those 1-2 positions. Not too much between those 2 crews. Expect them to be competitive again tomorrow in the final. But it looks like Tampa is currently ensconced in that 3rd position. It is a tenuous position, though.
At best.
Yeah.
You see, yeah.
Because, Rollins is right there. And Carnegie Mellon is also right there. It is important to note there is just ever so slightly an angle on this course, so that lane 1 finish line comes up just a hair before that lane 5 finish line.
Yeah, and I think that what we're going to see here into the last bit of this race is sort of, this is where the training comes in. This is where the fitness shows up, because you really have to be able to manage the pain that comes up as you're forcing your muscles to do something that they may not want to do.
Yeah, every part of your body is screaming out against you at this moment. Your lungs are gasping.
And it looks like the Carnegie Mellon may have fallen off the pace here.
Just don't know if they had the ability to raise the rate to where it needed to be. Tampa's been rowing at a high rate the entire race, and they are currently looking pretty good. Rollins falling back just a tad. And here comes Carnegie Mellon, though.
As we never count them out.
Yeah.
We'll see. And this is the power, too, of the coxswain, right? The coxswain's there. She's calling for moves. Like, come on, ladies. Like, you've got this, I've seen you do this, So this is where you get into what's in the bag of tricks of the coxswains.
Yeah.
How do they motivate their athletes? How well do they know them? How much can they get them to do things that they don't want to do?
So we're going to lose sight of that 3rd place race for a moment here as we finish up the final 100 meters for our leaders in Catholic. And looking strong from Catholic and Long Island at the moment. Not much left in the race for both of these crews, who will cruise to the grand final tomorrow.
I like what you did there. These 2 crews will cruise to the grand final. I had to call that out. I'm a dad. Like that those jokes are priceless.
I'm doing my best. As Catholic crosses and Long Island just behind them. Nice racing, ladies.
Yeah, well done. And now here comes the exciting part, to see who was able to hold out. Was Tampa able to hold out? Could Rollins make a move? Was Carnegie Mellon able to pull it together?
We'll find out in this last 10 meters, and it'll have. Oh, there you go.
It is Tampa.
It is Tampa.
Rollins and then Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah.
Good stuff, as Robert Morris will finish up in 6th.
Yeah, and not a lot. And on to the next race, which is the men's Collegiate 2X. So we have 2 semifinals here. Top 3 go to the finals, A final, and the bottom 3 go to the B final. We have Dominican in lane 1, St. Thomas in lane 2, Gordon in lane 3, Brock in lane 4, Oklahoma City in lane 5, and Iona B in lane 6.
Yeah, so let's call it at the moment. It looks like Gordon with a nice solid start. We're about 600 meters into this race. They're going to approach the 750. Right there, there's our leaders passing the 750 meter mark as we have the results from that semifinal number 2 up on the screen. But there are your leaders in Gordon in lane 3 out in front. Again, top 3 in this one moving on. So this race for 2nd and 3rd is really tight at the moment. Looks like St. Thomas in lane 2, currently in 2nd. Not far behind them is Iona, rather. Right? Yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. That is Oklahoma City in lane 5 in 3rd. And then in 4th is Brock in lane 4. So Gordon, your leaders at the moment. And then looks like St. Thomas, Brock, and Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and that Gordon boat really doing well, really just moving quite nicely and establishing a really dominant lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and they don't look like they're letting up much at all at the moment in this second 500. In fact, the lead continues to grow as lanes 2 through 5 are just about even. And again, we're kind of shaping up similarly. Last race, we had 2 boats out in front, and the race for 3rd was on, so 2 boats ended up falling just short. In this one, we have 3 boats racing for 2 spots. So looks like one of these boats in this second grouping here is going to end up coming just a tad short. And it looks like Brock has pushed out in front of both Oklahoma City and St. Thomas.
Yeah, and we'll see. It sort of looks like it was shaping up. Brock seems to be able to continue to press a little bit and gain a little bit. It looks like St. Thomas is trying to wind up that rating a little bit, use that as a way to sort of stay right in touch with Brock, but at this point it looks like Brock is just pulling away, just with a little bit more power understroking them.
Yeah, and it looks like Oklahoma City is stuck right there with St. Thomas. So St. Thomas still looks like they're up on Oklahoma City, but not enough to call it a top 3 clearly yet.
Yeah.
But Brock definitely pushing forward, taking claim of that 2nd place as they come into the final 700, 600 meters of the race.
And that's what, as an athlete, that's what, what's going on in your head right now. Obviously, the Gordon guys are like, okay, we've got a nice lead established. Let's have a good race and just swing down the course. Farther back, you have Brock saying, okay, we've got 2nd place. Let's see if we can push out, get a little bit more comfortable. And then you have St. Thomas and Oklahoma City, and they're basically battling to try to see, we've got to get into that 3rd place spot.
Yeah, so Gordon is going to cruise here to the finish line. They set a really nice pace throughout the race and haven't really looked back. And only a few hundred meters left for them. It does look like Oklahoma City may have overtaken St. Thomas there for that final position in the grand final. It's really tight though. Brock comfortably in 2nd place. They're going to row the rest of their race and be comfortable finishing 2nd at the moment. But that race for 3rd is still tight, and it looks like Oklahoma City continues to pull away from St. Thomas right now. St. Thomas is going to try and do everything they can to get back into 3rd place. Again, top 3 finishers moving on to the finish line, to the grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, and sort of coming into this last 250, that Gordon boat looks really good. They've even taken it up a couple of
a couple of beats there to sort of just finish out nice and strong. Impressive stuff from these two young men. And you know that Brock boat is just sort of saying, okay, we're in second, and we're going to the show tomorrow. So I think they're happy with that. And right now, as you stated, it looks like Oklahoma City is in a very strong position. Yeah, and it's going to take it would take a lot of work for St. Thomas to overcome.
After running fourth for much of that race, Oklahoma City just kind of sneaking into third at the end there. And you see there's the finish line. Brock's going to cross second, and it is going to be Oklahoma City just losing their point a little bit there at the end. They're going to run right into that bow ball, but or that finish line bow.
Are they going to finish in a different lane? Almost.
Yeah, at the end they didn't really care.
Yeah.
And St. Thomas will finish in fourth and head to the petite final tomorrow, the second final.
So that was the first semifinal of the men's collegiate double sculls.
Yeah, so next up on the race course will be semifinal number 2 in this event, and it looks like it is underway out on the race course as it just peeks over the trees there at the 500-meter mark. In lane 1 is, this is the results from semifinal number 1 on your screen. But again, in lane 1, in this one is Merrimack, lane 2, Iona, lane 3 is Alabama Huntsville, lane 4, William and Mary, in lane 5, Lafayette, and in lane 6 is Pittsburgh. So the Pitt Panthers there in lane 6 are at the top of your screen, it appears.
Yeah, and it's kind of tough to tell. It looks like maybe Iona A.
There's Alabama. William and Mary. William and Mary has those yellow and green jerseys there, or unis, and then next to them is Alabama Huntsville. Looks like Alabama Huntsville is potentially your leader. We'll wait to get a better view, see if Iona doesn't poke through. There they are. Iona might be up there with our leaders, potentially just a little bit back.
Yeah.
Again, top 3 moving on to the final to join Gordon, Brock, and Oklahoma City. A little bit of a tighter race here. 2 boats out in front, William and Mary and Alabama Huntsville. And then it looks like Lafayette and Iona tight here for third. Pitt and Merrimack, though, not too far off the pace at the moment. 500 meters down in semifinal number 2.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if Alabama, Huntsville, and William and Mary can continue to just press out on the rest of the crews, and what decisions they'll make about their race management after that. It looks like they're both in a very comfortable lead. Now the question is, do we want to continue to duke it out, or are we sort of happy with where we are, and we'll save the rest for the finals tomorrow? It looks like it's kind of tough to tell with this angle, but maybe Iona A has sort of gotten itself up and running again and is starting to move out a little bit and establish itself as the third place boat.
Yeah, so Alabama Huntsville looks like they've just got about a seat on William and Mary. I expect those 2 crews will try and just match each other the rest of the way up the course, and then maybe we'll see a sprint from them, or maybe we'll see one of them try and egg the other into a sprint. But I imagine you'll see the stroke seats kind of looking across at each other to get their cadence and stay stuck to each other for most of the race. Iona, meanwhile, in third pretty comfortably. It looked like potentially Merrimack in lane 1 with fourth, but look at Iona there. Yeah, we don't see the outer lane, so they might be up there, but Iona definitely comfortably in third at the moment. Merrimack, and you just saw the gap between Iona and Merrimack, but Merrimack is in fourth.
Yeah, so Merrimack, Lafayette, and Pittsburgh B currently looking like they'll be in that B final.
Yeah, so you're seeing something interesting here. They're definitely closer, these boats, than they were in semifinal number 1. At least the leaders are closer together than they were to Gordon, but still a pretty large disparity between the top three and the rest of the pack. So a little bit less drama in this semifinal number 2.
Yeah, and I think that part of that is sort of the play and how you decide, where your top athletes go. It's great to be able to row small boats. It gives opportunities for universities that may only have a couple of people who can row to participate at the regatta at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. But it also shows like there's a disparity as well.
Yeah, definitely. And we see here on our screen our lane 3 leaders, Alabama Huntsville, just kind of plodding this one along. They've taken over the lead pretty comfortably at this point. William and Mary still there with them, but Alabama Huntsville definitely looking the stronger crew at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like William and Mary's not doing too much to really counter Alabama Huntsville. It looks like they're they're pressing a little bit here, trying to squeeze out, make it a little bit more comfortable for themselves, maybe.
Yeah, get a lead going into the final 500, and see if they can't sit on it and allow William and Mary to come to them if they want to.
Yeah.
As you see here, we're going to get a nice wraparound as they go into the final 500 from our leaders. It's Alabama Huntsville, followed by William and Mary. And you see there are spectators in this Cooper River Park. We're so delighted to be here in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. This park is really beautiful. Outside of the rowing that's going on, you'll see a lot of recreational activity throughout the park. A lot of runners, a lot of people walking, taking in the sights and sounds. The conditions have changed a little bit here out on the race course. It still does look like we've got a bit of a tailwind out there, but the sun is no longer out.
Yeah.
We've got some cloud coverage, which is nice for these rowers. Not
makes it a
hot.
little bit less hot, out there, and the sun beaming down on you. So, as an athlete, you always enjoy a brief respite from the heat.
Yeah, it's still pretty warm out there, but with the cloud coverage, the sun less intense, less reflection off the water, so definitely a little bit easier to see and a little bit less hot than it needs to be. But final 250 meters for Alabama Huntsville, your leaders. Iona maintaining third place. It doesn't look like Lafayette's going to be able to push themselves back into this out there in lane 5.
Yeah, and looks like William and Mary has just said, okay, Alabama Huntsville, you go. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Live to fight another day.
Yeah.
Yeah, final couple strokes here for this double from Alabama Huntsville, and they will cross the line and go to the grand final. So it'll be Alabama Huntsville and William and Mary. We'll see whether or not Iona joins them. But again, from the first heat, it was Gordon, Brock, and Oklahoma City. They're now joined by Alabama Huntsville and William and Mary, and likely to be joined soon by Iona. And directly after these men's races, we'll move into the women's double semifinals as well. And there is Iona crossing in third. Not looking too stressed as they cross the line. No one dropping to their knees or anything like that. And there is the Lafayette boat crossing.
All right. And the women's collegiate double scull semifinal number 1 is off with St. Thomas in lane 1, Long Island in lane 2, Boston in lane 3, Gordon in lane 4, Tampa in lane 5, and Brimoire in lane 6. So coming out of the blocks, it looks like we have another Gordon boat out in front, and Boston tight with them in that second spot. So right now the boats are still in that start sequence. They're still up a little bit high, getting those boats up to speed. We have Long Island still in
contact with BU, holding on, trying to establish themselves, not let those lead boats get away.
Yeah, so for those of you who may have watched the time trial this morning, you remember us talking pretty extensively about this Boston University double. Boston University throughout the day has been pretty impressive, and now you see Boston University is passing Gordon and is out in front and will likely pass the 500-meter mark in a couple hundred meters with the lead. You see their stroke rate is high, just as high as Gordon's, if not slightly higher, and the power with which they're rowing is definitely noticeably different. But yeah,
go ahead. No, I was going to say, for those of you just joining us, my name is Akil Abdullah, and I am joined by my co-host Joe Leonard.
Yeah, it's good to be here with you guys here at the 84th Jefferson Regatta on the Cooper River. First time it's ever been held here on this prestigious rowing venue. Out on the race course now are the women's collegiate doubles, semifinal number 1, top 3, moving on to the grand final tomorrow. And there you see Boston University. Boston University, very impressive in the time trial this morning and continuing that trend here. Off the blocks, they were probably in 3rd or 4th place as the race was getting started. Not too worried about getting off to a super hot start, likely because they knew they had the speed to have a performance like this.
Yeah, and if you can look at the difference here, the Boston College is striking at a higher rate than the Gordon College boat, and it's probably like these boats have already gotten open water on the field, so we're going to if we keep to our game plan, we'll be in that grand final. We'll be racing for a medal. And so, although, well, maybe I spoke too soon.
It is a top 3.
Yeah. Long Island is definitely right there. And we'll see whether or not they decide to press Gordon or whether they say, okay, we're in this 3rd spot. We're happy with that. And we'll sort of save our reserves for the final.
Yeah, but at the moment, it is a pretty clear top 3. Again, top 3 move on to the final tomorrow. We have Boston University there all the way out in front, followed by followed by Gordon, and then Long Island in lane 2 are your 3 leaders here. The other 3 will row again tomorrow in the B final, but a lot of the drama of this race has been taken out. Now, lane assignment still definitely in play for Gordon and Long Island. Boston University seems to have sat down just a little bit on this lead after, in the first 1,000 meters, really going out pretty strong. And now entering into the second 1,000, we'll see how they attack it.
Yeah, and it seems to me, like you said, even for St. Thomas, Tampa, and Bryn Mawr, that they have to race for the lane that they'll be in their final. So even though it looks like these top 3 boats have pretty well established themselves, there's still something to be decided for the boats that are in that second tier.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things about the way the regatta is set up and how it provides opportunity for everyone to row. Everything matters. Your time trial time matters. The where you finish in your semifinal matters. And it all has a purpose. No one here is rowing without purpose, which is nice to see.
Yeah, this reminds me of some of the races that I had in the single. Going from the time trial into heats where I was either one of the top seeds or the top seed, and trying to figure out what I wanted to do in the semifinal. How do you, as I said before, race management is important, because at the end of the day, you want to get to that final race. You want to be ready. You want to feel fresh. You want to make sure that, all cylinders are firing. And so it's interesting to see that BU boat, they didn't go out really fast. They didn't try to get out ahead, but they just worked and worked and worked. And then through that sort of second 500, they were able to just establish a lead. And then now they're just
swinging along.
Yeah, 500 meters left to go now for Boston University. Gordon will follow them not too far behind, maybe about a 10-second difference between first and second place at the moment. And nice shot here as they pass by some of the spectators hanging out in the Cooper River Park. But Boston University with a really nice row here. They've definitely sat down on this lead in the final 500. They're still pushing the boat at a nice clip, but they have another race tomorrow, and they're going to be confident in themselves to win that race tomorrow. But maybe just take it easy here. You've cemented your place in that race. Go home. Recovery starts now for a lot of these crews. Once they finish, it's about hydration and rest and eating the right foods. A lot of that comes into play in these 2-day, 3-day events for some of these rowers. You got to take into account hydration, muscle recovery, and things of that nature because they have another race tomorrow.
Yeah. And so we are coming into the last 250 meters of this race, and Boston University is going to be our winner in this semifinal, this first of 2 semifinals. 3 boats to move on to the grand final, the bottom 3 to move on to the petite final. And so what we're seeing here, it looks like Gordon actually brought up the rating a little bit. They decided to press just a touch, maybe like, all right, BU, you're fast, but we got some speed too. So I always like to see that in the finish. I don't think that there you can see the bow from BU turn around and look to see how many more strokes we have left. I'm sure if they had to, they could turn it back on. But it looks like this race is well decided, and it looks like Gordon's just let up on that press that they were making there.
Yeah, it definitely tightened up there at the end, though. Boston really sat down in that final 500. Yeah. Gordon didn't sit down right away. We'll see how they react as they cross. They're a little bit more exhausted. They laid down there at the end. Boston looked pretty comfortable through the finish. But semifinal number 2 is out onto the race course as we wait for our final boat to qualify. Long Island does cross, and that's your top 3 from the first semifinal. In lane 1, Oklahoma City in semifinal number 2. In lane 2 is Pittsburgh. In lane 3, and well out in front, 500 meters into the race, is MIT. Georgetown in second place next to them in lane 4. Georgia Tech in lane 5. And Brandeis in lane 6. So again, top 3 moving on to the final. They're looking to join Boston University, Gordon, and Long Island, who have already punched their tickets. And it looks like MIT in a good position at the start. Following them is Georgetown in second, and then Pittsburgh in lane 2. Currently in third. Those are your top 3 in this semifinal number 2.
Yeah, and once again, we have a race where it looks like things have sorted themselves out early on. And so right now it's just a question, again, of what do these athletes want to do with this opportunity to row down the course. And so, maybe they want to take a couple of moves at different places and practice sort of what's going to happen when they're in the final tomorrow. And so, you can't take any opportunity to sort of row down the course lightly. Even if you're out in front, you want to try to get something out of it. So my guess is that even though this MIT boat is out far, they're thinking, okay, what's our race plan like? What are we doing if this happens, or what are we doing if that happens? And that's sort of one way to sort of try and get the most out of these races.
Yeah, and 1,000 meters down for our leaders and now our second place boat as well. Really nice looking race so far from MIT. MIT, another program along with Boston University, practices on the Charles in Boston, a deep program, men's and women's.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see, how close the MIT and the BU boats are between their races, and how many times they've met already this year. That's a little history that I'd like to get.
Yeah, definitely. Not only how many times have they met, but but how many times have they snarled at each other across the the practice course?
Yeah. Well, I'm out there on the Charles too. There's not a lot of snarling going on. Maybe evil eye, but like no snarling.
Yeah. Sounds like the Charles and the Schuylkill don't have as much in common as I thought. But
a bit of that New England prudishness. We like to keep things in check.
Yeah. So the Charles, of course, one of the most beautiful courses our country has to offer. Just a fantastic, fun race course up there in Boston.
Yeah, a little bit different. Mostly, in the fall, the head races are longer races than our sprint races here in the spring. So
yeah, different type of races.
Yeah.
They tend to move and have curves and things like that. This is straightaway 2000.
Yeah, and to be honest, what an amazing view you're getting here.
Yeah.
Of Philadelphia. You get that's one of the things about racing here on the Cooper River. It really is like an amazing place to race.
And it's a great place. The whole Cooper River Park is really a great place for sports. You see there's a full 400-meter track in the background there, a couple other boathouses on the race course, a great area for spectators and other sports to take place. You see the flags of the United States and New Jersey and a few others there up in that flag, in that little island cut out there as we watch our leaders here enter into the final 500 of semifinal number 2 in the women's collegiate double. MIT well on their way to the grand final tomorrow, along with Georgetown.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this is that with Title IX and the rise of women's rowing, a lot of these athletes this is one of the races they're gearing up for national championships. They want to do well here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta to sort of when the seeding happens for NCAAs, are they going to get the call up? Are they going to get the invite? And so this is a very important race for a lot of these young ladies out here.
Yeah, you're definitely if you're MIT, you're Boston, you're looking to get that invitation further your season. You want to keep rowing.
Yeah.
A lot of colleges, are probably finishing this week. It's probably their last week of school, last week of finals. Something to keep in mind for a lot of these rowers. This is a big race this weekend. They're probably in the midst of finals as well. So really, really high pressure for them. All right, and our leaders from MIT are just finishing up as they head into the final couple strokes. Nice shot of them as they cross the finish line, and they'll join Boston, Gordon, and Long Island in the final. Soon to join them will be Georgetown, who'll cross in just a few moments.
Yeah, and there's something that's interesting, like the battle from down south, my hometown, Washington, D.C., against the New England boats, and how many times they see each other throughout the year. It was interesting to watch in the pairs racing, and also to see, to watch the sculling races as well. So. These ladies not unfamiliar with each other, but maybe not as familiar as, say, the Boston, why am I blanking here?
The crews that row in Boston.
The crews that row in Boston.
Yeah, you get these different separations, right? The different universities in these East Coast cities that are, have rowing kind of ingrained in them. DC, Philly, Boston. They have multiple universities in each of those cities that constantly compete at some of the bigger races. Your alma mater, George Washington, we used to see them a lot at this Dad Vail Regatta. That program has kind of upped itself over the years and is now, a competitor at IRAs and Eastern Sprints. So, George Washington, one of the better crews out of DC. But we've still seen some DC crews here at the Dad Vails, the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah. So we are off into the Collegiate JV4 with coxswain semifinal number 1. Here we have in lane 1, Penn State A, lane 2, Fordham, lane 3, Temple, lane 4, Drexel, lane 5, LaSalle, and lane 6, MSOE. And out of the gate, here are the results from the women's doubles here. MIT taking the win, and Georgetown right behind them. So back to the men's JV4. We have a nice little battle going on between Drexel and Temple out in front. And we have Fordham and LaSalle right on the flanks there. This is, once again, top 3 to the finals. Looks like Temple is starting to edge out, make a move, and assert themselves, coming in, past 500 meters into the race.
Yeah, Temple definitely out in front as we head into about 500 meters. Drexel with a really nice start, but as they kind of settle down into their base rate, Drexel not quite the same speed as Temple here, as Temple continues to kind of push away, and just a really nice looking stroke there from that Temple crew. Drexel just a little bit of a slower stroke rate and not quite as much speed as Temple there. Fordham maintaining 3rd place at the moment, so a top 3 has emerged about 600 meters into this race. Temple, Drexel, Fordham, with LaSalle in 4th. Not out of it yet, but with some work to do to catch up. And you see there a nice shot of our leaders in black, the Temple Owls.
Yeah, rowing at about a 35.
And they settled down. And maybe it might have taken them a little bit longer to settle into that rate than Drexel did. Drexel settled down pretty quickly. Temple pretty high for a while there. And you see here the difference between the two crews. Definitely
it looks like Temple has shifted down even a little bit more now.
Yeah, smart move there by the coxswain. They're out in front. They did their work in the first 500. So get your guys down to a slower stroke at the moment, and let the race come to you. Again, it's the semifinal. You don't want to expend everything you have, but you're fighting for lane assignment. You want to finish top 3. And in Temple's case, you want that lane 3 again tomorrow.
Yeah, and what a beautiful shot here of these athletes racing.
Yeah,
Their bodies moving together.
Should be some pretty quick races for the remainder of our slate here today. 2 more JV4 semifinals in both the men's and women's event, and then we're going to move on to some 8s and Varsity 4 races. So. Expect some pretty quick racing in the larger sweeping categories here to finish up our semifinals on day 1 of the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And you see here Temple continuing to increase their lead over Drexel, the crosstown rivals, putting up a nice fight here for us in semifinal number 1 in the men's JV4. Two crews who have undoubtedly rowed against each other already this season, likely multiple times, as they both row on the Schuylkill River every day.
Yeah, and once again up top, if you're looking and wondering why the boat in lane 1 looks a little bit different, it's because they have that bucket rig that is 2 athletes rowing on the same side in sequence.
Yeah, so in that Fordham boat, you've got a port stroke, 2 starboard rowers, and then a port bow seat. And Fordham, after what looked to be a pretty strong start in 3rd place, is now getting a really strong challenge from LaSalle out of lane 5. LaSalle had dropped back a little bit there at the start, but started to reel Fordham back in, and they're pretty far apart from each other, so it's tough to tell exactly the lead, but it looks like it's just about a length now for Fordham after they had open water on LaSalle earlier in the race. But just a really nice high shot here of the crews out in front. Temple continuing to open their lead on Drexel. Their stroke rate is higher than Drexel's at the moment.
Yeah, and one thing to look at here is once again, we've spoken about the spacing of the puddle. So where is the stroke putting in his oar compared to the puddles that they're leaving behind? So it's nice when your boat when we talk about a good run, when the boat's running out underneath you, you're really getting a good spacing there, being efficient with every stroke.
Yeah, really just kind of just a beautiful shot of that Temple boat. You see the waves that they're creating with their oars, and just kind of the grace of the boat as it moves down the race course. But really impressive second half of the race for Temple. Drexel, they had a lead on Drexel for most of the race, but in this second half have really opened it up and looking really strong, and they're likely to be the favorite tomorrow in the grand final as they finish up the final 100 meters here.
Here you go, pressing hard, looking good, pressing with those legs. You'll see the athletes want to get those oars in the water and establish a connection and really pull through, having that suspension in the lats that really is an indication that their legs are connected and that their legs are doing the work. A lot of people, when I talk to them about rowing, they say, "Oh, with your arms, yeah," and I'm like, "No, it's with your legs. That's where the power is coming from."
Yeah, these side-by-side shots give you a really nice view of that. You see how bunched up they get at the catch, and then just kind of an explosion with their legs at the finish. As LaSalle does end up finishing in fourth there, Fordham sneaking in to the grand final tomorrow in this men's JV4 event. So LaSalle just finishing off the pace in fourth. And it looks like we are off and underway in the second semifinal in this event. In lane 1 is TCNJ. In lane 2, Vermont. Lane 3, Fairfield. In lane 4, Loyola, Maryland. 5 is Jacksonville. And in lane 6 is Washington College. So just to jump off the start here, looks like a strong start from Merrimack in lane 1. And if I'm looking correctly,
like
it seems like, it looks like there's only 5 boats in this race, so I guess that's Jacksonville. Or Lafayette B there. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. TCNJ was in lane 1. Vermont was in lane 2.
Yep.
But it does look as though there might only be 5 boats in this race. So that is Vermont there in lane 2. Out in front. Yeah, so TCNJ potentially with a scratch here, unless Vermont scratched and TCNJ moved over into lane 2. So we'll hold out on that. But currently rowing in lane 2, Vermont, your leaders, followed by Loyola, Maryland there in lane 4 in second. Lane 3 in third place is Fairfield. So that makes sense. Fairfield with the red boat, the red oars, Loyola, Maryland with the green oars in lanes 3 and 4, and then Vermont there in lane 2 out in front. Again, this is a top 3 moving on to the final. Top 3 move on to the final here. So it's a really tight race at the moment. 4 boats vying for 3 spots to join the boats from Temple, Drexel, and Fordham. And Loyola, Maryland now at about 750 meters, starting to pull away from the rest of the group out of lane 4.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see right now. It looked like Fairfield might have lost a bit there, and the question is whether or not it's the move from Loyola Maryland, or whether or not Fairfield is starting to lose a little bit of steam. We've got Vermont that's really trying to edge out and establish itself in those top three there, and then out wide, it looks like the Jacksonville. Yeah, Jacksonville is holding on. But the question is going to be is whether these two crews, Vermont and Fairfield, can sort of keep the position that they're in. And right now, it's really anyone's race.
Yeah, so Vermont went out really fast. We saw them. They had the lead at about the 500-meter mark. Loyola has the speed now at 1,000 meters left to go. Loyola clearly out in front. Vermont now is in a tenuous position, right? So they went out fast, and now Fairfield has caught them and passed them, and Jacksonville is really only about half of a bow deck behind. So Vermont, with 1,000 meters left to go, likely holding on for dear life.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they can't kind of move back, and it does look like they have a little bit of fight left in them as they push back out in front of Fairfield there. I half expected Fairfield to kind of just walk through them, and Vermont said, nope, we're still in this. So Vermont fighting to keep pace with Fairfield, and then Jacksonville just slightly behind as Loyola continues to look impressive out in front.
Yeah, Loyola Maryland striking at a 33 there, 33-34. We'll see if that's the pace they hold tomorrow, but it looks like that's a rhythm that they're comfortable and that they should be able to hold down the race course.
Yeah, it does look like Fairfield has made some inroads into that Loyola Maryland lead. Looked like they had opened up some water. Now Fairfield just kind of nipping at their stern. Vermont maintaining third. Jacksonville still very, very close, though, with just about 600 meters left to go.
Yeah, and so Fairfield striking at a 36 right now. It'll be interesting. I think that if needed, Loyola Maryland has a place to go. They can go up if they need to, or sort of just hold off. And it looks like Fairfield is either easing up or Loyola Maryland is taking a move. It looks like Loyola Maryland is actually taking a move. You can see the athletes give a little bit more surge to the bow of that boat as they take each stroke.
Yeah, you can almost see it in the swing of the backs of the rowers when they start to kind of really press on it. Those hands start to come in harder. Those backs kind of just really start to pull back. But Loyola Maryland looked with a really strong race here. And as I said, Vermont was hanging on for dear life. Jacksonville has passed Vermont now. Jacksonville into a position to make it to the grand final. Vermont is going to have one more final push here to see if they can't get back into contention. Fairfield looking strong, Loyola Maryland looking strong. The race for third between Jacksonville and Vermont is really where this race has come down to.
Yeah, it looks like Vermont has picked it up. They were rowing at about a 34-35 while Washington was up at Jacksonville was at a 36, and now it looks like they brought it up and tried to make a move to eat back into that lead. And sort of this is the exciting. This is it, right? They have to make a choice. They have to make a decision. Are they going to go? Do they want to be in that grand final?
Yeah, 250 meters left to go. Loyola Maryland's got their ticket punched. Fairfield's looking strong. Jacksonville also looking good. Vermont kind of tried to make, with 300 there, tried to make a push. I don't know if it's going to be enough. They really need to go now as we get to our final camera, our finish line camera here. We have our leaders, Loyola Maryland, with just about 10 strokes left in this race. As they come to the finish line, Fairfield's going to try and make a push at the end. It's going to be probably not enough to catch Maryland, will be enough to maintain second. And it does look like that Jacksonville boat has some pretty serious speed there in lane 5. So we'll see how it all shakes out as Loyola Maryland crosses Fairfield in second. And there it is. You see Jacksonville will cross third. Vermont just about a second behind them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times what happens is you got to ask yourself as a crew, is 250 meters enough? Can I still, do we have enough runway? Can we make up what's left? And what we saw there in the end between Jacksonville and Vermont was that whole battle. Like, Vermont pressed, Jacksonville responded. And so that's sort of really the excitement that you get to see in the regatta.
Yeah, so that was some great racing there in the men's JV4. We're going to take a quick break and come back with the women's JV4 right after this.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Take off. The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
And we are back here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, watching the women's JV4 with coxswain semifinal heat number 1 come down the course.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, my name is Joe Leonard. I'm here with four-time Team USA member and Team USA representative at the Athens Summer Games, Akil Abdullah. Akil, how's the day been going for you?
We have seen some great rowing, some excellent display of skill, and now we're sort of in the back end of the semifinals to see who will be racing for medals tomorrow. So this is almost the penultimate, if you will, moment of this regatta as these semifinals go down the course.
Yeah, so in this first semifinal for this women's JV4 event, in lane 1, Penn State, in lane 2, Fordham, lane 3 is Temple. They look like they're dead even with lane 4 there is I am looking at the wrong event. In lane 1, Iona. In lane 2 is Vermont. In lane 3 is Bowdoin, who looked like they were about even with Deauville.
Yeah.
And then in lane 5 is Pittsburgh, and in lane 6 is also Pittsburgh. You see those two yellow boats at the top of your screen.
Kind of nice when you have the two boats that you've been battling against in the same race. You sort of know a lot about them. But here we go. It looks like this race, a lot has already been decided in this race. If we look out, we can see there's two boats out in front there. That looks like Deauville and Bowdoin are out there in spots 1 and 2, and Vermont in lane 2 are 1, 2, and 3 right now. I think Pittsburgh's going to have a lot of work to do if they're going to claw back into this, but Deauville is definitely at 750 in the lead.
So again, it's top 3 moving on to the final here. Two semifinals rather, to go in, and you see there that drone moving out to catch up with our leaders there. We've been bringing you some camera action on the banks of the Cooper, and also trying to provide as much drone coverage as possible to tell the full story of the race. And there you see that's the drone we just switched to. Deauville with about a full 4 seats and they're a length on Bowdoin with about 1,000 meters left to go in this race. Those two firmly ensconced in qualifying positions, and just a little bit further back was Vermont in third place. So those three crews looking to maintain after 1,000 to move on to the final tomorrow. And you see there Bowdoin just about starting to make some inroads there on Deauville. We'll see with 1,000 meters left to go if Bowdoin has anything to throw at Deauville, or if they're comfortable kind of sitting back on this one.
Yeah, it looks like at times it's looked like Bowdoin's trying to make a little bit of move. At times it looks like the Deauville is sort of taking off. So there's been a little bit of back and forth where it looks like maybe Bowdoin's eaten back into that lead, but like right now it looks like the Deauville might have said, okay, you know what, we really do want this top spot into the grand finals.
Yeah, sometimes it's funny. You come into the race with a game plan. The coxswain, has a plan from the coach. It's like, hey, if you get out to a lead, we're going to sit on it. Don't sprint. And then sometimes pride gets the better of you.
Pride, yeah.
And you want to win. You want to win.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, these athletes have been doing the training, they've put in the work, and they know their bodies, and so they wouldn't put themselves in a position to exert themselves so much that they didn't have a shot at getting to that podium tomorrow.
Yeah, very true. It does look like it's tightened up once again there. It's tough to tell from that angle. You see Vermont pretty close there. I'm sorry, not pretty close, but very, very firmly in third, and no one very close to them at the moment. So Vermont probably content at this point to just row this race out at a fine speed and take their chances in the final tomorrow. But that race for first has definitely tightened up a little bit as Bowdoin continues to make a push onto Deauville's lead with 500 meters left to go now for our leaders.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like you're here, you're at the regatta, you're in this race, you've been training all year, and like now you're like, okay, this is to get into that final. And for Vermont, there's really not a lot of upside for pressing too much right now. Mm-hmm. But for Bowdoin and in Deauville, it's a question of like pride. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, you get next to those boats. They want the lane assignment, right? Yeah. Like it's not that the lane assignment doesn't mean anything. Yeah. They want those lane assignments, but also they want to put a lasting memory in that other boat's head to say, hey, we beat you yesterday. Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to come out onto the race course and we're going to beat you again. It doesn't matter how far up you get on us, at least from Bowdoin's perspective. Whereas Deauville would like to say, no, we had you guys the whole way. We knew exactly when you were taking your moves, and we countered. So there's definitely like these rowers, they want to win for sure.
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, they're athletes, and that confidence does play a large role in sort of how you approach the race. Are you capable, of doing anything for 100 strokes? We used to say, I can do anything for 100 strokes. That's something we used to say. And so how many strokes are left in the race? And people approach the race in different ways. Some people count strokes. Some people section it off by 500 meters. Some people do 250 meters. But, it's important that whatever you do, that you are confident that you can execute your plan.
Yeah, everyone has, mentally different ways that they break the race down, things that work for them. And as a boat, you kind of want to be cohesive about those things. So it's the difference of stepping off of the stationary machine and into a boat and becoming part of a unit that needs to work together. As Deauville is going to be able to hold off Bowdoin here, it tightened up just a bit at the end.
Not by much.
No.
Bowdoin has pressed back.
and keeps taking seats at the end there.
Yeah.
So really just a bow deck for D'Youville to cross the finish line after having a pretty good lead for most of that race. We'll wait to see who finishes third. It was likely to be Vermont, as semifinal number 2 has gotten underway, and Vermont will cross, and that will be your 3 teams moving to the final tomorrow. Meanwhile, onto the course, semifinal number 2. In lane 1, Merrimack. Lane 2 is Lafayette. Lane 3 and your leaders, MIT. In lane 4, Lafayette in second place. Lane 5, Manhattan, and in lane 6, Cabrini. So at the moment, it looks like we have MIT followed by Lafayette, and then again Lafayette in third. But the Lafayette B boat in a pretty good battle right now with Manhattan in lane 5 for position number 3. Again, top 3 boats in this semifinal, moving on to the grand final tomorrow, as we see the results from semifinal number 1 up on the screen now.
Yeah, and so that's something that's interesting, right? You have 2 JV boats, and so the question, once again, it becomes the question of like, how do you compose your team? Do you have boats in the 8? How does that impact the overall points trophies? There's so many decisions that coaches have to make about these crews, even before they get to the regatta.
Yeah, 500 meters down now. Look at this shot. This is really beautiful here.
This is a beautiful shot, yeah.
Just kind of take it in as we see these boats fighting for a chance to race for a gold medal tomorrow. You see there MIT with the lane 3 assignment out in front. Lafayette about 4 seats down on them. Their bow ball just keeping contact with the stroke seat of the MIT boat. And then in third,
Lafayette B.
Yeah, Lafayette
right
B currently in third.
Yeah.
Manhattan in fourth, but check out lane 1 there. That's Merrimack.
Yep.
Merrimack making a nice little run back into this contention. So we'll see Lafayette B going to have to hold on if they want to advance to this final. Meanwhile, MIT looking really strong.
It's sort of interesting, though, looking at the boat. I'm looking at the Merrimack boat in that shot, and you can see sort of the wake sort of kicking off that bow, where if you look at the difference of the Lafayette boat, it's sort of just cutting through the water a little bit cleaner. And so, the question of the displacement and whatnot, and what impact that has on the crew. And something that you've spoken about, like how are they checking the boat? How is the boat slowing down, around those edges when you're at the finish or the catch, Yeah,
and you can kind of see that there sometimes can be a bounce in that bow when you get to the catch that, you try to avoid, but if you see that boat kind of start to bounce up and create that weird diagonal wake you're talking about, it's not ideal. Especially when, Merrimack's still in contention to move to this final. They're going to have a lot of work to do in the final 1,000, though.
Yeah, I feel like the Lafayette boat is sort of found its rhythm right there in lane 2, and they are sort of saying, hey, if Lafayette A is going, so are we.
Yeah.
And a lot of time we were talking about pride earlier in sort of who finishes 1-2, but I think there's also that intra-team sort of pride and motivation. So there's a lot of motivation for that Lafayette B boat to be in that final. And then once again, what that does for the other sort of the points trophies, the races within the race, and sort of that's where you get into that sort of like what I like to call the intrigue.
Yeah, so for this coach, he'll likely be pleased with the second, third finish in this race. Obviously, you want to take down this MIT crew, but to have 2 of your boats moving on to the grand final in the JV4 event is impressive.
Yeah, and this MIT boat is looking pretty good, though. They look nice, relaxed, and calm, really striking well together, getting their oars in. Nice swing, nice recovery as well. It's not rushed.
Mm-mm.
So, it looks like the Lafayette boat's striking a little bit higher. Could use maybe just a tad more length getting out there. But, overall, both of these boats looking really good.
Yeah, so a nice race here. Lafayette making a slight little push back now into MIT as they approach 500 meters left to go. Again, this is semifinal number 2 in the women's collegiate JV4. Already qualified in semifinal number 1 were Vermont, Bowdoin, and Deauville. And then now looking to qualify in semifinal number 2. MIT, your leaders there at the top of your screen. Underneath them, Lafayette A. And then off of your screen in third place is another Lafayette JV4, currently in third place. So really, really nice overhead shot here of these two crews as they fight it out for first in this semifinal number 2.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, I look back and I wonder over the years, 84 years of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and this is what I was talking about earlier, the inclusion of more boats, of more races, of more categories. It really is fun to be able to see so many athletes have the opportunity to compete at such a high level. And thinking about sort of the founding principles of the regatta being that, boats race here, and if they win like for 3 years in a row, then hey, maybe it's time to move on to another regatta, step up to another league.
Yeah, so it kind of harkens back to the heart of the Dad Vail Regatta, which was started by a couple of coaches in the Northeast back in the day. There was a guy named Rusty Callow, the coach at the University of Penn. Rusty furnished the idea of promoting competition among colleges struggling to find rowing programs.
Yeah.
So the Dad Vail has always been in the spirit of working with the teams who may not have the top flight programs, who may not have all the funding of the Pac-12 schools, of the Ivy League schools, of the SEC schools for women's rowing. So it's always been an event that has fostered the growth of rowing across the nation.
Yeah. That's couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, and we see here coming into the final couple of strokes are our leaders from MIT. Really impressive finish. Lafayette kind of nipped at them a little bit there, but ended up open water for MIT as Lafayette finishes in second.
And it'll be interesting to see. The Lafayette B boat looked like they were in a strong second place position, but it'll be interesting to see if Merrimack was actually able to eat into that lead at all.
Yeah, and we're going to sit here and wait just to see exactly how this ends up shaking out. Again, we expect lane 2 to pop onto your screen first.
And then after that, we'll be moving on to the men's JV8 semifinal number 1.
Yeah, so some fast racing up ahead in these JV8 boats. Should be some fun stuff, some rivalries on the course as well. And it is Lafayette B finishing in third in semifinal number 2, closely followed by Merrimack. Merrimack just coming up a bit short there. They made some inroads, but not quite enough. And you see there in our bottom right screen, we are off in the JV8 semifinal number 1 in the men's event.
And in this race, we have Marietta in lane 1, Collegiate in lane 2, Temple in lane 3, St. John's in lane 4, St. Joe's in lane 4, Lehigh in lane 5, and Villanova in lane 6. Out to a quick start, we see those Temple Owls.
Yeah, so lots of Pennsylvania crews in this event. Temple, St. Joe's, Lehigh, Villanova, and then, of course, Collegiate and Marietta also participating. But Temple and St. Joe's, longtime rivals, boathouses right next to each other on the Schuylkill River. And you see now in lane 3 and 4, Temple and St. Joe's.
Yeah, and Collegiate right now looking to be in that number 3 spot. But they're over there in lane 5, Lehigh and is going to try to make it a little bit hard for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, 8 racing is always pretty fun. There's a little bit less between the crews at the starts. The separation takes a little bit longer to appear in these races, and there's so much speed in the 8s. Sometimes you can see some really miraculous comebacks, less so in these 6 motocross races than in the head-to-head competitions. But in this one right now, we're going to have our top 3 moving on to the final, and a top 3 has started to take shape here, consisting of Temple, St. Joe's, and Colgate. Meanwhile, Lehigh and Marietta begin to fall back from our top 3 boats.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun to watch these races. Watch Temple just rowing well. Like, I think we're going to see some really good rowing through the rest of the day here.
Yeah.
And so the question now becomes fitness. Who's done the training that will prepare them for this race. And it's interesting here, looking like Colgate may want to be number 2. And so we'll see how that battle with St. Joe's goes. But right now, Temple's just looking over. Everyone in the boat can see who's behind them. They know they have that top spot. They know that the final is tomorrow, and so they're in a great spot. This is the spot you want to be in a semifinal. In a semifinal race.
Yeah, this day's going pretty much exactly how they drew it up, right? They went out in the time trial this morning. They posted the fastest time. They got lane 3 in the first semifinal, which would have given them favorable matchups in terms of the times that finished. And now they've gone out in the first 1,000 meters of their semifinal and opened up about a length lead on the rest of the competition. And so now they can allow this second 1,000 to come to them, row the race that they want to without overexerting themselves to try and make this final. And they're in really good position heading into the final tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, and they get to sit there and they get to watch St. Joe's and Colgate decide what they want to do. It's one of those things that once you start to get a press, then people have to respond. It looks like Temple's making a bit of a move here, putting a little bit on it. You can see a little bit more exertion. They're making a move and say, let's get a little bit more distance between us and those other boats, so we can watch this race in comfort.
Yeah, and then you can sit back in that final 500 meters and really allow the race to come to you and start your early preparation for the final tomorrow.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it does look like Colgate has opened up a couple seats on St. Joe's here. They're very, very close together, and earlier we talked about how it looks like maybe Colgate's opening up some seats. St. Joe's ate them back. Now again, Colgate's starting to inch in front. Can St. Joe's respond and get themselves back into this race as well?
Right. Well, the issue that I'm seeing right now, it looks like St. Joe's might be rowing a little bit short and a little bit high. So, hopefully the coxswain can call for them to lengthen out. They can get relaxed again and just sort of, make a case for themselves. I mean, to be honest, no one's in a bad position right now between these top 3 boats. They're all going to the grand final. Mm-hmm. The question is, will they have a race that they can be happy with and give them the confidence that they need going into tomorrow?
Yeah, and approaching about 250 meters left to go now. You see, the sun is shining back out now. It's emerged from the clouds, so you don't necessarily see the color change, but those larger buoys there are the red 250 meters to go mark. And we have Temple just looking really strong. In that shell, that yellow shell that they've got there, I believe an Empacher that they would be rowing, and looks like Colgate has just pushed out into that second place position as well. St. Joe's is going to settle for third, but will make the final tomorrow and will have another chance to face these crews.
Yeah, I don't think St. Joe's is giving up. It looks like they're putting a little bit more of let's turn the screws on these guys a little bit.
Yeah, and Temple crosses without too much of a challenge there and immediately paddles. Colgate there, second. St. Joe's finishing just about 7 seats behind Collegiate. So really nice race though there for from our top 3 finishers in semifinal number 1. And we're waiting. Yeah, we're waiting now just for our next 3 boats to cross. As you'll see, Marietta. Yeah, Marietta crossing there, and Lehigh next, and finally we'll see Villanova cross before switching over to semifinal number 2. And there are the results from semifinal number 1. Temple with a time of 6 minutes flat. Colgate 6:04, St. Joe's 6:06. So keep those in mind as we see what our leaders from semifinal number 2 put up. That Temple put up a time of 6 minutes flat, essentially. And yeah, we'll have in lane 1 in the next race, we'll have Rutgers. In lane 2, Jacksonville. Lane 3, Drexel. Lane 4, LaSalle. Big rivalry there. In lane 5, MIT. And in lane 6, Army. So it'll be fun to see Drexel and LaSalle matched up right next to each other in lanes 3 and 4, kind of like we just had with Temple and St. Joe's. Lots of Philly crews represented here in these sweeping events. So excited to see crews that are likely familiar with each other going head-to-head here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, and as we move into this next semifinal heat, looks like they're still trying to get their point.
Yeah, and while we wait for this race to start, we're going to go to a commercial break real quick, and we'll catch you up right after the break.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
And we are back at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Akil Abdullah, and I am here with Joe Leonard as we just watched the start of the men's JV8 semifinal number 2.
Yeah, and just a refresher on the lane assignments in this race. On your screen there from right to left is Rutgers, Jacksonville, Drexel, LaSalle, MIT, and Army. Really nice start here from all 6 crews.
Yeah, it looks like MIT might be out to a bit of a start. A little bit of a lead, but this is early in the race, so there's a lot going on. There's a lot still to develop. But once again, something we've seen is a bit of a story. The top 3 boats sort of establishing themselves early and really getting a lead out on the 3 that will go to the B final.
Yeah, so a quick start here for those 3 crews, and again, as Akil said, they've really opened up. It is Drexel, LaSalle, and MIT out in front at the moment. MIT with a really quick start, and after opening up a slight lead, it does look like Drexel and LaSalle have pulled back even with them and give the edge to the Dragons at the moment out of lane 3 by a couple seats over LaSalle and MIT. So we got Dragons in lane 3, Explorers in lane 4, and Minutemen in lane 5, battling it out now for 500 meters down in semifinal number 2, the men's JV8.
Now this is tight. These guys are all just laying it down, and this is a good indication of maybe some of the type of racing we'll see tomorrow with a field this deep. Now I think the question becomes now, of these top 3 boats, who wants to sort of maybe downshift first?
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, because pretty much already, as we're at the 750 meter mark, these crews have established themselves pretty firmly as the crews likely to head to the final tomorrow. Nice little shot here. Again, this isn't 100% dead on, but it does look like Drexel, MIT, LaSalle in that order at the moment. Not much between all 3, however.
Yeah, and you can see they're all maybe MIT's a little bit higher, but they're all sort of at what looks to be like a rate that is not too high and not exerting themselves too much. Once again, we see that bucket rig there.
Yeah, to LaSalle there in lane 4 with the 6 and 5 seat, or I'm sorry, the 7 and 6 seat there in the LaSalle boat. And this is a nice shot here to give you a really good idea of just how much it's breaking down. And it looks like a pretty even stagger between Drexel to MIT to LaSalle, about 4 seats between each crew. So Drexel 4 up on MIT, MIT about 4 up on LaSalle. Changing every second, though, as it does look like Drexel is starting to pull away. Yeah, and in fact, it does look as though Drexel now, with about 7 seats on MIT, LaSalle hanging in there with MIT.
Yeah, and once again, something to look at from these views, these top views. You really get a really good look at the spacing. So when is the stroke seat putting his oar in the water relative to the puddles that the oars are making?
Yeah, and also, a really nice view as Drexel continues to push away from LaSalle. LaSalle kind of just right on the edge of the Drexel puddles there. The coxswain would like to get him over just a little bit more out of that Drexel wake. That could be troublesome in terms of time. But Drexel looking great out in front here. Continuing to open up their lead. LaSalle falling back of MIT. Again, all 3 of these crews likely to move on, barring anything catastrophic.
Yeah, I mean, I really like seeing all of these crews pushing. It looks like MIT is still holding on a little bit, maybe not pushing as hard as they initially did out of the blocks, but really establishing a nice rhythm that's going to set them up to just hold this position. They don't really look like they're in too much of a tizzy, if you will, to push out any further than they are.
Yeah, but again, the stagger has, even though it is lengthened, it has remained similar between Drexel to MIT, MIT to LaSalle. Not much between each difference. So our top 3 crews looking solid in this semifinal number 2. Again, they're looking to join Temple, St. Joe's, and Colgate, who have already punched their tickets in the grand final tomorrow. And you see Drexel just continuing to push down on this. It looks like they've entered into a bit of a small sprint there. 250 meters to go for Drexel, and it looks like they're just going full on race plan here, and not really worrying about recovery. They have a full day tomorrow to recover, so they're confident, I'm sure, in their ability to get ready for their race tomorrow. And there it is.
Yeah, they look nice and relaxed here coming through the finish.
And MIT finishes second. And there's LaSalle. And those will be your 3 boats moving on from the men's JV8. So final is set for the men's JV8. It'll be Colgate, Temple, St. Joe's, Drexel, LaSalle, and MIT. Meanwhile, looks like Rutgers there finishing in 4th. And Jacksonville finishing 5th. So finally, Army out in lane 6 will finish in 6th. And those 3 boats will move on to the petite final tomorrow. And there's Army. All right, and next up on the race course will be the men's Varsity 4 semifinal. Top 2 will be moving on to the final. So we're going to have 3 semifinals here in this men's Varsity 4 event. It'll be top 2 moving on to the final, 3 to 4 moving on to the second final, and of course 5 and 6 moving on to the third final at Dad Vail's. The Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta here on Friday, May 12th. And they're off here in semifinal number 1. In lane 1, Rollins. Lane 2, Drexel. Lane 3 is Fairfield. In lane 4, Oklahoma City. In lane 5, Vermont, and in lane 6 is Rutgers. All right, so clean start for all crews.
Looking pretty good, looking fairly even. I like what I'm seeing in lane 2 there from Drexel.
Yeah, Drexel off to a good start here. Definitely out in front at the moment. Looks like Drexel to Fairfield in second, and then Fairfield to potentially Rollins in third out of lane 1, but Rollins, they're dead even with Oklahoma City in lane 4. So again, 250 meters down, race starting to take shape. Again, only 2 boats moving on to the final, as we'll have 3 semifinals here. So these boats, a lot at stake at the moment, and we have 3 leaders from lanes 2 through 4. That's Drexel, Fairfield, and Oklahoma City. So Oklahoma City currently in 3rd place at the moment. They're going to want to try and get themselves back into a position to make the grand final, 500 meters down.
Yeah, and so coming through this 500 meters, we have 3 boats out in front, but Rollins is still in it. They still can make a case for themselves. And, as stated, we have a situation where, top 2 boats go to the A final. So if you want to be in that medal round, if you want to have a chance to stand on the podium, you've got to be either first or second in this race here.
Yeah, so Drexel continuing to maintain that really slight lead over Fairfield here, which is, impressive. Fairfield made a nice little push after Drexel's initial lead, and it's kind of remained somewhat stagnant between the 2 boats ever since in this second 500 meters. Oklahoma City just a length behind at the 750 meter marks. They have some work to do if they want to make this grand final. And a nice shot there to see how this is breaking down. So currently in position right now, if it finished in this order, we'd have Drexel and Fairfield moving on to the A final. We'd have Oklahoma City and Rollins moving on to the B final, and finally Vermont and Rutgers moving on to the C final. But still, Rollins there in lane 1, still in a bit of a tenuous position. They could be overtaken by Rutgers or Vermont at this point still. But
it looks like is that something, a little bit of debris in the water over there? I'm not sure what that is. Oh,
yeah,
geese.
Potentially, yeah. Oh.
floating debris.
Yeah.
They like to make things interesting. Luckily, these boats have coxswains, so they'll be able to avoid the geese.
It could be a family as well. I've seen some of the younger geese out there.
Out there not move. Yeah, and so back to the racing. It looks like the race is sort of still in the same state. Oklahoma City still in 3rd place, but Rollins not quite giving up yet. Really trying to stay in this, and maybe they can make a push to eat in by a couple of seats. But if this top 3 decide to make a move, decide to go, Rollins is going to be in a place where it's going to have to ask some tough questions.
Yeah, so Drexel with an impressive race so far, just kind of maintaining the same lead over Fairfield throughout the entire race. So they've clearly got a number in mind that they want to stick to, and have pretty much stuck it. As Fairfield now starting to fall off that pace just a little bit further. So as I was speaking there, Drexel just took a couple of seats on Fairfield, and it looks like Oklahoma City may have gained a little bit on Fairfield as well there.
Yeah.
Still a lot of work to do there with about 600 meters left if Oklahoma City wants to make it into this grand final.
Yeah, so here's the question, right? So did they leave it to too late? Do they have enough in the tank? Does Oklahoma City sort of, do they have another gear? And so far, it doesn't look like they've been able to show that they can make a move and put a real dent into that Fairfield lead.
Meanwhile, Fairfield with a nice response on Drexel here after Drexel took a nice big lead there. Fairfield has come back back and is just about dead even now with Drexel. So Fairfield, of course, the fastest time in qualifying this morning, might have saved a little bit of energy here for the end just to make sure they get that lane 3 in the final pushes of this race. And yeah, Oklahoma City now just looks like they're gonna fall off the pace now.
Yeah.
And Fairfield has now slightly past Drexel, so Fairfield out in front here. Drexel, not done yet, but it is, Fairfield.
And this is where it gets tough, right? This is where you have to make a decision. The coxswains have to make a call. Fairfield is showing some really good mettle right here, and they're showing that they want to win this semifinal race here. And so can Drexel really hold on and hold them off?
Yeah, and the thing is, with Oklahoma City hanging there in a close third, you can't really afford to say, you know what, we'll let them win.
That's true.
You have to row your race.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, Oklahoma City is right there to take that spot.
Yeah, and it looks like Fairfield has taken it up. They are going to finish first, and now it's getting tight.
It is. Oklahoma City with a really nice push here.
Pressing again through that finish. You saw the bow look over, but it's not going to be quite enough.
They did make up some serious space there in that last 250 meters, but just ran out of water at the end there.
Yeah, they did a really good job of sticking on that stern of Fairfield, going when they went, and trying to make a move.
Yeah, and you see there is Rollins finishing, and they will also go to the B final in the men's Varsity 4 event.
Leaving Vermont and Rutgers to go to the C final for ranking 12 through 18.
Yeah, so 2 more semifinals in the men's Varsity 4 event, and then we will have 3 finals in the men's Varsity 8 event. Imagine these Varsity 4 events. It always gets a little bit more dramatic when it's only 2 boats that can move on to the final, because something that we've seen is that there's generally in these semifinals 3 boats that have a chance. So in the events where only 3 boats get to move on, it's kind of fine. There's not a ton of dramatics. But in the events where only 2 boats get to move on, you see those fights like we just saw with Drexel and Oklahoma City and Fairfield. So semifinal number 2 coming up very shortly. Looks like we're just waiting on the boats to get started. And in this race, in lane 1 is Delaware, lane 2 Mercyhurst, and they are off. In lane 3, Loyola Maryland, 4 is Embry-Riddle, 5 MSOE, and in lane 6 is Washington College. All right, clean start for all crews. No major issues off the start as they begin to lengthen out into their base rate. And something that coaches will tell you and rowers will tell you as well is that the first 10 strokes, first 20 strokes are pretty much a free pass on your adrenaline, because you're just you can go about as high as you'd like, you can pull about as hard as you'd like, because you're just really using your adrenaline reserves. And then that's when the coxswain has to settle the team down, get into that base rate, and really work, use their fitness, the areas that they've trained on to get up to speed and maintain that speed. But so far here in this race, in semifinal number 2, looks like we've got lane 4 Embry-Riddle out to a nice little lead. Loyola Maryland currently in second place. So obviously not over yet. Really close there. One of the warming up crews on the side.
Yeah, and the thing here is that all of these boats look to be Embry-Riddle's looking really good, pushing out a little bit more, but Loyola Maryland is right there. And then Mercyhurst is right there as well. So once again, we have a situation where if Mercyhurst can keep itself right there with those top 2 boats, then they have a shot if they have something left in the tank. But right now, it looks like those 2 boats in the lead are striking Loyola Maryland and
Embry Riddle are striking a little bit higher than that Mercyhurst boat.
Yeah, those two. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I was going to say, so it looks like unless they have something where they can either bring up the rating or they can increase their speed at this rating, it's going to be hard for them to come back.
Yeah, and you see two crews right now pretty close together. Loyola Maryland. It looked for a second there like maybe Embry Riddle was going to run away with this one, and Loyola Maryland, their coxswain was wary to it and went with them. Their boats are pretty much even, give it an edge to Embry Riddle by just a hair. And then currently Mercyhurst in third, comfortably in third. And then the race for fourth is actually a very tight one. Currently, it looks like Lane 1 Delaware has started to open up a little bit over MSOE. Keep an eye on that, as MSOE will want to force their way into that second final if they can't make the grand final. And it looks like Delaware is the crew most susceptible to a potential push at the moment, as Mercyhurst is firmly in third place.
Yeah, and this is a pattern we've seen throughout the day where a couple of boats or three boats will sort of establish themselves in a position, and sort of there's not much changing, with the exception, I should say, of that last race where Fairfield decided to put that push in at the end. So once again, the question here is, will Loyola Maryland or Embry Riddle decide that they want to that they really want to be that top spot coming out of this semifinal.
Embry Riddle at the moment just a half tick higher in their base than Loyola Maryland, which bodes well for Loyola, right? Because it looks as though they've pulled even and potentially even increased their lead. And
it looks like they're moving right now. They decided to take a move up. The coxswain has said, all right, you know what, lads, let's go ahead and push through here. We can take these guys. I'm on their canvas. This will give me a little bit more. And this is what we were talking about earlier, where inches matter. You want to get a little bit more. You want to push a little bit harder. And when you get that, you want to hold it as the other crew tries to counter. So we'll see what happens if in fact Embry Riddle can respond.
And Mercyhurst looks like they've also made a push. They're still off of the pace of the top two, but they've closed that gap considerably. There's only 600 meters left to go, though, so they have a lot of work to do if they want to make this grand final. It's going to be really difficult for them. But Loyola Maryland now really continuing to push through Embry Riddle. Mercyhurst trying everything they can out of lane 2. Likely not going to be enough, but they will. They're firmly, at the very least, in the second final at the moment. But a fun race here between our two leading crews.
Yeah, this is the stuff right here. This is like these two have really decided not to relent, and it looks, as you said, like Embry Riddle is saying, okay, well, that was your push, now here's ours, and responding. And so, this is the exciting part of the race, where we'll see, this is only the semifinals, right? Yeah. So these two have to make a decision about what they want to do here. Are we going to battle it out here? Or are we going to, say, okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, all right, we feel comfortable about where we're at. You guys go ahead, you take the glory in the semi. Yeah. We'll get you tomorrow. Yeah. But no, neither of these crews look like they want to give up. And again, that's kind of part of this, right? They're competitors. They've been training for this. Nobody who's ever really competed before ever wants to lose. It's really not part of the equation. So you see it in these two crews right now. They're really gunning for it. About 250 meters left to go. That last drone shot, I couldn't really give much either way between them, so it'll be fun to see how this plays out. Embry Riddle definitely outstroking Loyola at the moment.
At this moment, yeah. And that may be the difference, because it looks like they were very well matched up when they were at similar ratings. So this might be that little bit of difference. This might be Embry Riddle saying, okay, we've got a little bit more in the tank. We're going to take this. So it's you never know what their race plan was. Maybe this was their race plan. We're just going to hold here. And maybe they just executed their race plan. dominant
Yeah.
all the way through.
Really
You know?
impressive there, because it was pretty dead even in the final, and then they won by about a length there as Mercyhurst finishes third. A valiant effort there. They'll be looking to finish first in that petite final, I'm sure, as we wait for MSOE to cross in fourth, and they will also be in the second final tomorrow.
Along with Delaware, it looked like came through.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, or maybe that was in Washington College. Maybe that was a judge's lunch.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right. So in our grand final at the moment is Drexel, Fairfield, Loyola Maryland, and Embry-Riddle. So finishing times there from Embry and Loyola. To make it to the final, as semifinal number 3 should be getting started any moment, as it is now underway.
Yeah, and here we have Catholic in lane 1, Army in lane 2, Bowdoin in lane 3, Lafayette in lane 4, Pitt in lane 5, and Stockton in lane 6. And the boats have come out hot and even. So far as I can tell, it looks like maybe lane 5 has dropped off the pace early on, and it's over in lane 1 and lane 2. We're seeing a bit of a push there by Catholic and Army. But it's going to be a long race. The two boats, Bowdoin and Lafayette, are seated, so I'm sure that they have they're going to have some things to say as the race unfolds.
Yeah, so maybe we get some drama here in this race, as we have 4 boats across, and again, the 2 faster times in qualifying were Bowdoin and Lafayette. Again, as you get to these third semis, the gaps between the crews start to tighten a little bit, as the first semifinal has the fastest time and the 4th fastest time. The second semifinal has the 2nd fastest time. Well, this is the 3rd fastest time in this boat, and then so on and so forth. So the time trials times have started to tighten up in this 3rd semifinal, and you're seeing that play out here as we have 4 boats in contention for 2 spots at the moment. Looks like we're going to give the edge right now to Army out of lane 2, and then Bowdoin in lane 3, currently your leaders.
And yeah, Lafayette, followed by Lafayette. It looks like Catholic may have fallen off the pace a bit. So once again, we have 3 boats for 2 spots in that top position. Now, that being said, there's a lot of race left to be had, and it'll be interesting to see if Lafayette can push to stay with both Army and Bowdoin.
Yeah, so past the 500-meter mark here in this race, you see here really strong from Army at the moment. Lafayette definitely not out of it, though, and it looks like Bowdoin College is really pushed forward, and look at Lafayette.
Yeah.
Really strong there after the 500-meter mark. They're out in front at the moment.
Yeah, and one of the things I think we saw there in that shift was it looks like Army is striking a little bit lower than the 2 boats in front of it, so both Bowdoin and Lafayette.
Yeah, so that was, again, just a bit of an interesting thing we saw, right? So in that first 500, Catholic, Army out in front at the 500-meter mark. And now, as they've gone into this second 500, it is Bowdoin and Lafayette who had the faster times in qualifying this morning, starting to make their presence really known. Army doing everything they can just to kind of hang on at the moment, as all crews are dealing with the geese right now.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Once again, the geese have decided to insert themselves into this question to see what impact they can play here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Oh, man, look at I feel bad for lane 5. They're about to run into so many.
A gaggle of geese.
Yeah.
A gaggle of geese.
And they, oh my goodness! Now, so we must have hit that time where where the geese come home to hang out in the water, because we are just seeing them dappled all over the course.
Yeah.
But as the race unfolds, it looks like Bowdoin and Lafayette are the two crews that are making the statement that they want to go to that grand final.
Yeah, some impressive racing so far. So Lafayette looked like they were, going to make a push on Bowdoin there. Bowdoin has held them off admirably so far. It does look like Lafayette wants to take that spot. So we'll see how this plays out. There's really not much between them at the moment. Bowdoin definitely has a lead, but Lafayette really right there with them. Army not out of it just yet, but has a lot of work to do and has already been passed by these crews. It's always difficult in any sport like this when you get passed to then find that speed to retake a lead. So 600 meters left to go here, and Lafayette and Bowdoin look like they're just about dead even.
It looks like Army might have taken a bit of a lead, a bit of a push there. It looks like they brought their rating up just a couple of strokes to try to stay in this. But as you said, it's going to take a lot for them to push up into the lead there.
Yeah, so although it may not be a very dramatic finish in terms of who makes the final here, this is a really tight race between these two boats, and Lafayette has now pushed out just an edge in front of Bowdoin. So we'll see if Bowdoin, was anticipating that and is now waiting to take a move, or if they're going to allow Lafayette to go ahead and expend themselves for this win.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to allow anyone to do anything, but definitely here Lafayette is taking those seats. We'll see if there's any response that Bowdoin can have to really counter that. And as of yet, they haven't really decided to make that move. Only a few seats that Lafayette has taken, but still, as any competitor will tell you, one seat is one seat too many.
Yeah, definitely, and you can kind of feel it slipping away from Bowdoin there just at the end, and Lafayette still with a higher stroke rate. 250 now left to go. We'll see if Bowdoin makes a move. It does look like Lafayette has continued to open up a little bit. Tough to tell from this angle, obviously, but as they come to the finish line here, it looks like Lafayette's hitting those buoys just a tick before Bowdoin, and in fact now looks like a fairly solid lead.
Yeah, it looks like Lafayette decided to press through that last 250, bring it up a little bit, and just really extend the lead. And Bowdoin has probably decided that, hey, you know what, we're just going to shut it down right now. We're in the final, and there's not much for us to gain. Let's hold things in reserve. Yeah, and you can see right here, they're not really pushing hard at all.
So Lafayette kind of passed them there. They put up a fight for a few hundred meters, and then when it became evident that Lafayette was going to give it a real full sprint, they decided not to put their full sprint into the end there. So definitely still some more to give there for the Bowdoin rowers.
Yep. Army coming through, followed by Catholic. Coming through.
And Pittsburgh and Stockton will round out this one and move to the C final tomorrow. As we move into our final event of our day here, it's the men's Varsity 8 semifinal, and this should be really fun. These Varsity 8s are going to be probably the best boats that these programs have to offer, and there's going to be some fast crews out there. And again, this is three semifinals, so only 2 boats in each of these semifinals will have an opportunity to race in the grand final tomorrow. Of course, 3rd and 4th to the second final, 5th and 6th to the third final. So each of these crews will have another race again tomorrow, but again, some fast racing up ahead to decide who gets to make it to the grand final in the men's Varsity 8. And they are off and underway in semifinal number 1. In lane 1, Rhode Island. Lane 2, Rutgers. Lane 3 is Drexel. 4, Jacksonville. In lane 5 is Delaware. And in lane 6 is Franklin and Marshall. So it looks like a clean start here. Looks like Drexel off to a nice advantage early on.
Yeah, it looks like they have a slight lead over Jacksonville, who has a slight lead over Delaware, with Rutgers right there in the mix. So we have 4 boats that are sort of right here in it, and you don't want to be this far down off the start, but it looks like any of these boats can make a move. It'd be interesting to see what Jacksonville decides to do. Are they going to shift a little bit later, given how close Delaware and Rutgers are to them? Will Drexel decide to say, "Hey, we're executing well. Let's stick with our game plan"?
Yeah, so Drexel, one of the perennial favorites in this event at the Dad Vail Regatta. They're kind of one of the flagship programs at this event, along with some of the other Philadelphia teams really, helping to put this on. But Drexel's a really good program, right? They race at sprints, they race at IRAs. So this Varsity 8 is a really good boat. So it'll be interesting to see if they pull away from this race, what happens in that second place position, as Jacksonville and Rutgers currently pretty much locked on with each other, and only one of them can advance.
Right, yeah. Looks like Delaware has fallen off the pace a little bit. They had a great start, but now the pace of the boats trying to hold on to Drexel as much as possible seems to have been a bit much for them.
Yeah, so Drexel with just looking really good here through the water. Opening up the open water now on Jacksonville. It's tough to tell. Again, our angle isn't 100% here. It does look like Jacksonville has a slight lead on Rutgers, though, and they do. You see there, it's just about 4 seats. So really, it's still very close. Rutgers with a very good chance still at this point to try and make the grand final. Jacksonville, though, in a position of power as they approach 1,000 meters. Drexel looking really, really good.
Yeah, nice, relax. They're really just good rhythm, sending the boat really well with each stroke. Boat's nice and set. Not a lot of bobbling from side to side, not a lot of extra movements. And some of the athletes we've seen today, their heads are being thrown back, or they're doing a lot of extra stuff with their body. This crew right here is executing well, keeping their bodies just being as efficient as possible.
Yeah, and a boat like this Drexel 8, and likely some of the other crews here, we've seen a lot of boats from Jacksonville. We've seen a lot of boats from Rutgers, Delaware. So these guys are more than likely the 8 fastest rowers, or if not the fastest, the most technically proficient in their program. So it's no surprise to see those heads kind of staying still on those Drexel rowers. It is a really impressive boat at the moment, though.
Yeah. And Jackson, they're holding steady right now. I think that they're keeping an eye out on that Rutgers boat, just making sure that they're not starting to move on them. I don't think that they are going to catch that Drexel boat, but they are definitely putting themselves in a position to be in that grand final tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like Rutgers is actually a little bit lower in terms of their stroke rate than these 2 boats ahead of them. So we'll see if there is anything that they have that they can. It's like, okay, you know what, we can take the rating up. They have tools right now that they can use to get back into this race. They can bring up the rating. They can try to get more through each stroke that they take, increasing their efficiency. And so they're still in it. They're not giving up quite yet.
Yeah, Drexel really sitting down now. You can see just how slow they are out of the finish. They're still pushing really strong, and they're probably still up at a fairly consistent rate, but definitely not pressing too much at the moment. Comfortable with the lead that they have.
Yeah, you can see that stroke getting maybe like 2 feet on that puddle before 2 to 3 feet on that puddle. Whereas if you look over at the Jackson boat, they're rowing a little bit higher. They're not really clearing the puddles as much as their competitors here at the Drexel.
Yeah, really slow out of the finish there from Drexel. Strokes, he just stopped rowing.
Too soon.
Yeah, Jacksonville finishes up. And Rutgers, valiant effort, but they will move on to the second final tomorrow. Joining them will be, looks like lane 1, Franklin and Marshall. Tough to tell if they beat everybody else. Yeah, so Franklin and Marshall just edging out Delaware, and finally, I'm sorry, Rhode Island. Yeah, my bad. Rhode Island there in lane 1 will make it to the second final, and then Delaware and Franklin and Marshall to the third final. All right, so Drexel kind of, ran away with that one. Not a ton of drama between them and second place. It'll be interesting to see if the second semifinal, again, as we get to the later semifinals, potentially, crews that were closer together in the time trials facing off against each other. If we have a little bit more of a dramatic race here, or if it plays out similarly to semifinal number 1.
So coming up in the second semifinal of the men's Varsity 8, we are going to have Bowdoin in lane 1, Stetson in lane 2, Collegiate in lane 3, Temple in lane 4, Lehigh in lane 5, and Villanova in lane 6. Looks like the boats are sitting ready. We have Bowdoin, it looks like, still correcting their point. You can see the bow is still over in the buoys over there. So the coxswain is saying, hey, I'm not ready yet. And now the job of the other boats is to keep their alignment and keep their point. It looks like we might have had a little bit of drift from Stetson there. They are trying to correct that. And when you can see that flag go up, you might be able to see slightly that flag go up from the judge that's standing there in that tower.
Yeah, so something interesting to kind of look at. We just had the JV8 boats go down the race course not too long ago, and that was the 6 boats that advanced in that race were Colgate, Temple, St. Joe's, Drexel, LaSalle, MIT.
Yep.
So we just had Drexel and Jacksonville advance. Now in this race we have Colgate and Temple as well. So and they're in the lanes 3 and 4. So just something to keep an eye on. Those JV8s, likely the second 8s for these crews potentially. So just something to keep an eye on if that's the second best boat, as we have a start here in semifinal number 2. Expect that these Varsity 8s will also compete well out of those schools.
Yeah, it looks like Temple's just nosing its way out a little bit, stroke after stroke, getting out to a quick start, and probably going to try to assert a nice little cushion early on and then settle into a nice rhythm.
Yeah, so Temple there in lane 4, off to a really, really nice start. Colgate going with them, as is Stetson. Stetson in lane 2, not giving up quite this early.
Yeah, and Lehigh is holding on. It's holding on there.
Yeah, really good starts though from Colgate and Temple. And in fact, now look at as they lengthen out into their base rate. Check out Colgate making it a really, really tight race. Yeah, lane 3 there, Colgate and Temple in lane 4, pretty much neck and neck. Check out their blades going in at the same exact time.
Rowing the same rating here, and here's the question. Temple was out a little bit quicker, but right now it looks like at this base pace, the crews are, about the same speed.
Yeah, and it looks like Temple just settled down a half beat there. Colgate's still up.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's paying off for Colgate, as it looks like they got a seat or 2 after Temple, got down into their rate. So Colgate still really high at the moment. Impressive rowing through 500 meters for them. Yeah, and these two boats have pretty much left a bit of trail of dust between them and the rest of the boats through 750 meters. So, it'd be tough at this point already to unseat these two and their position. Again, only two boats get to move on to the grand final out of these semifinals, and look at this. This is
yeah,
really tight.
I really like the work being done here by these two crews. They really pushed out on the rest of the field. This is a beautiful shot here. As you can see, Colgate is ahead by just not even like half a canvas. They're really pushing here. You can see the Goose trying to get into the action, but the crew's refusing to let that Geese play a part. And the question here is going to be, is Colgate going to move out anymore? Are they going to stay a little bit higher than Temple, or are they going to settle down? So a lot of decisions to be made here, and a lot of questions to be asked yet.
Yeah, and you can see the sun shining down, reflecting off of those Empacher boats for both crews, and just a really, really beautiful shot here as Colgate does take another seat. So now it's about a 2-seat lead for Colgate over Temple, and Colgate has the speed. Temple's line just looks a little bit off at the moment. Colgate kind of, more straight pointed, and both crews looking really strong.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Colgate can hold on to this pace.
Yeah, it's blistering.
And so they're running hot right now. I don't know if they're still in the red, but hopefully this is the pace that they want to be at. This is them settling into a rhythm, and this is sort of something they can sustain.
Just some beautiful camera action there as Colgate just continues to push this lead open on Temple. You see that bow ball of Temple just kind of slowly drifting its way down the Colgate 8 as Colgate is walking. And this is when you'll start to hear that coxswain yell, "I got 2-seat, I got 2-seat, give me the bow seat." And he wants that bow ball. He wants that bow ball.
Yeah. And this is definitely in the men's, in the men's 8. I don't think either one of these crews is going to want to budge an inch, So it still looks like Colgate is up a little bit higher than Temple, and it'll be interesting to see now if they can either halt their move or and make something happen to sort of eat back in it. And that's a psychological advantage, All right, you've given us a shot. Now we're going to give you one. Can you hold us off?
Yeah, and Temple, they're going to do what they can here to move back in. It's going to be, a big ask. Colgate, man, what a race to row at that high of a rate and not really lose too much of a step there for most of this race. And now they're up a full length on Temple. They really did it there from 1,000 to 1,500 is really where they put their mark on this race. And now continuing this into the final 500 meters of the race. Just a really impressive row from Colgate.
Yeah, Colgate's up at around a 38, 39, and they're just pushing it. And they're going to push it through, I think, through this last bit here. I don't think Temple has too much of a concern right now of trying to make a statement right now.
And again, these rowers have a full day to recover. This is going to be the last event of the day tomorrow as well, along with the women's Varsity 8. So this is the last event of the day today. We have one more semifinal after this, but they have a full 24 hours essentially to recover. So there's really no worry in their minds about emptying the tank in the semifinal, because 24 hours should be enough to recover and be able to row your best race.
Really good stuff there. Great racing by both Colgate and Temple in that second semifinal.
And yeah, Stetson there, and it looks like Stetson and Lehigh will move on to the B final, leaving Bowdoin and then eventually Villanova to move on to the C final. All right, and one more race today here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta on the Cooper River for the first time in its history is the is the Dad Vail Regatta. We're so happy to have brought it here to you today. One more race to determine the grand final of the men's Varsity 8 tomorrow. I'm sure that those crews are just getting ready. As we see here, the results from that race: 5:48 for the Collegiate 8, 5:53 for Temple, and 6:08 for Stetson. So 5:48, 5:53, the times moving on to the grand final in the men's Varsity 8. Pretty fast for Collegiate 8s there.
And if we have missed saying it, we want to thank our title sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University, located in the greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value.
Yeah, and there you see on our screen all of our presenting sponsors here today. We'd like to give a big shout out to everyone who has helped make the Dad Vails a reality this year in 2023. We're over here on the Cooper River as we are off in our final race of the day. Men's Varsity 8 semifinal number 3. In lane 1, Army. Lane 2, FIT. Lane 3 is LaSalle. Lane 4, St. Joe's. Lane 5, Marietta. And in lane 6, Georgia Tech. So nice start there by LaSalle. Again, LaSalle.
Marietta and St. Joe's are right there with them, though. This is once again only 2 boats. 6 boats enter, 2 boats leave.
Yeah, and this one looks like it might have a little bit more drama than the previous ones. As LaSalle looks really good at the start, but about 500 meters down here in this Varsity 8 race, and there's not too much separation between lanes 1 to 5. Georgia Tech fallen open water behind 5th place at the moment, but otherwise all of these boats currently in contact with each other. So not much between them. LaSalle definitely trying to make their mark early and set themselves as one of the boats to move forward, but a lot of competition going on right now. St. Joseph's likely in 2nd place. Again, the rivals of LaSalle, in all sports, of course. As you see there, the Explorers in lane 3 out in front. The Hawks in lane 4 next to them in 2nd place at the moment.
LaSalle striking at a 36. St. Joe's a bit higher.
Yeah, and you see there LaSalle
at about a 38.
LaSalle with a couple of seats on St. Joe's. St. Joe's still in contention with them as those two begin to move away now from the rest of the crew. And we're going to be setting up a pretty Philadelphia final here if St. Joe's and LaSalle can hang on to these top spots. They're looking to join Drexel and Temple, who have already punched their tickets. So 4 out of the 6 crews potentially with Philadelphia boathouses. Meanwhile, lane 2 is trying. That's FIT. FIT's trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, we'll see. They're going to have to do quite a yeoman's put in quite a yeoman's effort to make that happen.
1,000 meters left to go.
They've fallen off the pace a bit, but maybe they have some magic that they haven't called up yet.
Yeah, LaSalle just starting to, keep the pressure down, open up a little bit more. Looks like they're taking a move here at the start of the second 1,000 just to push the rest of the crews away. Looking really strong.
Brought that rating up to about a 38 through that move here. We'll see how long it lasts before they settle back down. It looks like the St. Joe's is actually responding a little bit, trying to go with them, trying to push away FIT.
How about that LaSalle coxswain sitting up on the stern deck there? That's something you don't see, or is he just tall?
You know what? No, I think he was sitting up there, or is sitting up there.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just tall. Let's see.
Yeah, I think.
Nope, sitting up there.
Yeah, I think he is sitting up a little bit.
Maybe that's a gangster move. Like he's like, yeah, check me out. Like, yeah, you know, maybe he's gonna dip his foot in the water and be like, let me add a little bit of drag. I don't know. I've never seen that before, but that's definitely a baller move.
Yeah, super interesting. Looking about as tall as the stroke seat there. Wants to look him in the eyes, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe it's a dominance thing. Who knows?
We're delirious, folks. It's the end of the day. Couple 100 meters left to go now for our leaders out at LaSalle, and they're looking to punch their ticket into the grand final. St. Joe's not too far behind them. Looks like FIT has made some inroads on St. Joe's. They've definitely come back into contact with St. Joe's here. Do they have a mad dash finish available within them to try and overtake this St. Joe's 8 in the final 300 meters of this race? But it is all LaSalle at the moment.
Yeah, FIT is rowing at a 38. It looks like all of these boats are right there, 36, 38, striking right at about race pace. No one really letting up yet, just really sticking with their race plans and making sure that they are, feeling good about where they are and where they finish in the semifinal.
Yeah, so about 200 meters left now for LaSalle and St. Joe's. FIT looked like they made a push there in the start of the first 500. St. Joe's responded in kind and now looks comfortable to move on to the grand final tomorrow. So the men's varsity 8 looking to shape up to be LaSalle, St. Joe's, Colgate, Temple, Drexel, and Jacksonville as LaSalle crosses first.
Yeah, you see a little bit of lookout, like we're done yet. You get that.
There's St. Joe's.
St. Joe's.
Yeah, and
here's FIT. Great effort by FIT to try to put themselves back into the race for that grand final, but just not quite enough there.
Yeah, so it looks like Marietta will join FIT in the second final, and then Army and Georgia Tech. We'll see Georgia Tech finish up here before we sign off, but Georgia Tech moving on to the third final in the men's varsity 8. All right, and there you see the results from that semifinal, number 3, as they finish up. I would just like to say a big thank you to everyone who made the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta possible. This is day 1. We'll be back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. for day 2.
I thought you were signing off. I was like, we got more racing, man.
Yeah, well, we have some more racing for you guys tomorrow. We'll be back at 8 a.m. We want to thank the volunteers today, the USRA officials today, and the Dad Vail organizing committee, everyone for making this event possible. The Camden County Boathouse. It's
a beautiful boathouse.
Yeah, it's a beautiful boathouse. It's been a beautiful day so far, and we're really excited for what we have in store tomorrow. For Akil Abdullah, I'm Joe Leonard. Thank you to 5 Tribes Production, and we'll see you all tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.